Outside, a heavy rain poured. Amidst this weather, a voice cut through, echoing, "Come here quickly." Valentine softly said, "Here, pick it up, then throw that thing to the ground." It rolled near her feet. Blood from it flowed onto the ground. In the darkness, Irina clenched her fists. She stammered in panic, asking him, This is... A gloomy atmosphere enveloped Irina in the darkness. Valentine calmly replied, "It's a gift for you, little sister." She sat on the bed, hands placed over her chest, looking at him. He looked at Irina emotionlessly and asked, "Is there a problem?" She forced a smile, touched her neck, and reluctantly replied, "Problem? There's no problem at all." On the ground was a monster's head. Irina thought to herself, what could one possibly say in this situation? She secretly lamented, it's truly unclear whether one lives or dies here. The world I'm living in is a novel of abduction and imprisonment, a place filled with depravity and decay. The cold northern Grand Duke and the incorruptible knight, those were the characters in the novel, The Secret, a haunting and thrilling romance. He coldly said, "You are not allowed to leave me." Alex A. Ruslan, the male lead of this novel, was a genius in magic and also the youngest swordmaster in the Empire. Consequently, his spirit was somewhat detached from ordinary people. He also acted violently towards the female lead, Kay, and I believe that was because he loved her. They also quickly confirmed their love, just like in other romance novels.
But the happy ending did not come easily. Duke Sorty, who wanted to become emperor and rule the continent, intended to eliminate Grand Duke Ruslan. Unlike the other four families, he possessed no talent in swordsmanship, nor even magic. He had signed a contract with a demon to gain power, even if the method involved sacrificing his own child. Ultimately, he even summoned a devil. He was rendered powerless against the love of Alexei and Key, who together destroyed him. He wore a desperate expression, reluctantly crying out, wait a moment." Before transmigrating, Irina, as a fan, used to think that love that blossomed after many misunderstandings and hardships was truly wonderful. Indeed, I thought so too. Until I possessed Irina Sorty's body, I found myself in her painful, collapsing state. Due to the ambitions of Duke Sorty, my father, I was forced into a contract marriage with the Grand Duke as if I were sold off. In the end, I died a tragic death at the hands of a blood relative and faced a terrible fate. The image of him holding a sword was deeply etched in Irina's eyes as she desperately looked at Valentine. If it followed the original story, her life would undoubtedly be incredibly unlucky. Irina looked at him, thinking to herself, "Sorry, but I'm not going to have such foolish thoughts." Valentine crossed his arms, furrowed his brows, and began to say with annoyance, "Are you not satisfied with my gift?" She carefully looked at him, thinking in a panic that she was too busy lamenting to react. Irina glanced at the gift, forced a smile, and reluctantly replied as normally as possible, "Oh no, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that, she screamed internally. Who gives a monster as a gift? Blood was splattered all around the head. Her life was more precious than these words. Irina was drenched in sweat, not daring to face Valentine, and stammered her assessment. "It's just that it's a bit too big." He chuckled and said, "Is that so?" Valentine approached her and said, "Then hold out your hand." Irina asked in confusion, "Huh, my hand?" He said impatiently, quickly. She smiled outwardly and replied, "Yes," then held out both hands, crying out internally in defiance, "What else are you planning to give me now?" Valentine raised his hand and dropped a blue mass into Irina's hand. She held it and asked him curiously, "What is this thing?" Valentine casually replied, "A slime. I picked it up on the way here."
Irina was speechless and helpless, only able to gently reply, I see." But inside, her heart was already stirring. This is a monster too. He frowned and asked her, You don't like that one either?" Irina flinched. She smiled brightly, hugged it close to her face, and quickly said, "No way! Oh my goodness, this thing is so incredibly adorable, I could just faint from how cute it is." The air around them was suddenly filled with burning love. Valentine chuckled, looking at Irina, and replied, "That's good then." He turned and walked away, saying softly, "Then just enjoy yourself." She angrily thought to herself, "Is he mocking me or something?" Then she pretended to be happy and replied, "Yes, thank you." Valentine closed the door and left. "Well, I'll be going now." Irina lifted her leg onto the bed, looking at the heads rolling on the ground, and commented, "By the way, shouldn't you take these monsters with you too?" She sighed helplessly, stretched, and lay down on the bed, saying, "I don't know, he'll probably clean them up himself." Irina lamented, "Surviving in this world is so difficult. Knowing the original story is truly lucky." It truly was the privilege of a transmigrator. She exclaimed, "I know the entire original story, but the original story needs to be twisted to be good, right?" She began to calculate some dark schemes, raising a friendly finger while smirking and calculating, "So I'll kidnap the Duke who kidnapped Irina. I'll escape this tower and live a happy life. Watch and learn." Suddenly, the slime in her hand subtly moved. Irina looked up at it, puzzled, thinking, Didn't it just move? Or is it my mood? She closed her eyes and smiled faintly, kneading the slime comfortably, saying, Does touching this thing make my mood better? Or is it because I'm already in a good mood?"
Her mood was like flowing water and drifting clouds. She was captivated, lost in thought, her hands still kneading it incessantly. Irina squeezed and molded it without stopping. Her irritation suddenly returned, making her furious. She squeezed the slime tightly and yelled, "But the more I think about it, the more absurd it is. As a minor female character, I can only resent this unfair world. Why can't I be the female lead?" Irina was the male lead's fiancé, but their marriage was only in name. There was nothing else, and in the shadows, they went their separate ways. She lay face down on her pillow, crying and thrashing, unable to accept the truth. Why do I always have to transmigrate into this character?
Irina looked out the window. Outside, it was raining heavily with strong winds. She sat up, the pillow clearly showing the imprints of her eyes and nose. Irina exhaled, calmed herself, and reassured herself, "No, I mustn't harbor any desire for the male lead. My current situation is one of uncertain life or death, so I absolutely must preserve this life." She began to plan. Survival strategy number 1, close my eyes and endure until I come of age. The vision of him holding up the divorce papers, with Irina's sparkling fingerprint appearing on them. Survival strategy number 2, after marrying the male lead, I'll agree to a divorce, take the compensation, and then run away. She excitedly continued to think. After that, I'll find a lovely and perfect handsome man, and live happily for the rest of my life. She clenched her fists, saying in anguish, "What a terrible shame. I want to kiss Grand Duke Ruslan just once." Irina irritably squeezed the slime in her hand, making it unable to bear it and move. The slime seemed to have thoughts, its face growing redder and redder. She suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" The blue blob jumped to the ground. Irina looked on in confusion. So it's still alive? The slime jumped off the bed, quickly scurrying to hide under it. She bent down and looked, saying, "What the heck? Why is it suddenly like this?"
Irina got out of bed and put her slippers back on, reassuring the green fluff ball. "Be good, come here now." She leaned down, hands on the floor, looking under the bed, gently coaxing. "Is it because I touched you too much that you feel uncomfortable?" The slime hid behind the bed leg, its upper half changing color. Irina thought to herself, "Oh, why did it turn red?" Puzzled, she rested her chin on her hand and reconsidered. Or was it because of what I said earlier? Irina bent down and tried saying, "Kiss." It turned even redder. Amused, she extended her hand towards the slime, admitting her mistake. "So you're shy? I get it. I won't say things like that anymore, so come out now." It slithered into Irina's hand, and she immediately praised. "That's right, so good." She let out a sigh of relief. "Phew." She hugged the fluff ball to her chest, happily wiping her forehead. "Done." Irina looked at the slime in her hand, disbelievingly saying, "Strange, how can a slime be so smart?" She softly asked it, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The slime jumped up and then landed back in Irina's hand, as if nodding. Irina excitedly looked at it and replied, "What? You can really understand? If so?" The sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Bella, standing at the door with her hands on her hips, said impatiently, "Irina, it's time to eat. Hurry up." She asked in a startled, loud voice, "What are these monsters, and why are you sitting on the floor like this?" Irina hid it, looked away, and evasively replied, "Nothing at all." She turned to look at Bella and replied with a smile, "It's fine if I go out now, right?" She replied impatiently, "Yes, don't dawdle anymore. Come out quickly." Irina secretly slipped the slime into her pocket, thinking to herself, "If I leave it in the room, it might be discovered, so I'll just take it with me for now."
The two people followed each other out. She looked at the other woman with a slight surprise. Although she knew well that these maids despised Irina, treating her like a beggar was worse than she had expected. It squirmed, wanting to get out, so she quickly pressed it back, thinking in a panic, "Ah, he can't appear now." Upon arrival, Bella stopped and said, "We're here." She opened the door and the light from inside shone on Irina's face. Two people were sitting at the dining table, and a woman was standing, turning to look at them. Rosia, with her hand on her chin, said pointedly, "Lady Irina, you're very late." The black-haired maid glanced at Irina, wiping her mouth as she said, "Oh dear, what shall we do? We waited too long, so we accidentally ate already." Mary, sitting next to her, casually added, despising her, "But there's still food for the young lady, so don't worry." Irina, with a mental question mark, thought to herself, "What's this about meal times? They intentionally called me late and then offered scraps. If this were the real Irina, she would surely be very hurt, but I don't feel hurt at all. What should I do now?" She didn't respond but went to her seat. Irina picked up a spoon, preparing to scoop. The woman immediately slapped her hand hard, and Irina cried out in pain. "Ah!" The spoon fell from her hand, and the spot where she was hit turned bright red. Rosia raised her hand, picking a fight. "The angle you're holding your spoon is wrong. How come you still haven't learned, even though I tell you every day? Is this how a daughter of the Sorty family behaves?" Irina glared at her, touching the spot where she was hit. Rosia smiled gently and said, "Besides, this much is enough for you to eat." Saying that, she snatched Irina's bowl of soup, then turned to her and said, "Bella, eat slowly." Irina froze, not having had a chance to eat. Irina angrily stood up and said, "I haven't even touched it yet, so why?" Rosia ignored her, continuing,
It seems you've had enough to eat, haven't you? Then she placed the bowl of soup on the tray Mary was holding. Mary accidentally took quite a lot of food. I'll speak to her about it. Irina angrily said, What a lot! Anyone can see it so little. Rosia covered her mouth and said, Oh dear, you haven't even eaten for an hour yet. Rosia covered her mouth, smiling as she looked at Irina and taunted her. Your memory is quite poor, isn't it? Irina was furious, screaming internally, Hey, I haven't had anything to eat today. Rosia turned her back and walked away, no longer caring about her, saying, Well then, I have an urgent matter, so I'll be leaving now.
The sound of the door closing shattered the silence. Irina was furious but helpless, her hand clenched into a fist on the table. Bella looked at her without a word. She took a bite, then glanced at Irina and stammered an explanation. I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't eaten yet. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to call you. Rosia has also done a lot for you, so please understand. Taking care of your health is a maid's job, isn't it? Irina was livid, screaming in her mind. I want to say so much, but if I open my mouth, Rosia definitely won't let me off the hook. I have to endure it. The slime began to wriggle, poking its head out. It was in the bag and also felt angry. The slime then shot out, flying above Bella's head as she ate and talked, oblivious to her surroundings. Anyway, everything will be helpful to you. It jumped down and landed on Bella's face, making her cry out in confusion. Ah! The slime hit and bounced on Bella's face, making her scream, What is this thing? Irina looked on in a panic and quickly tried to stop it. Wait a minute, you can't do that. Bella let out a sound, then fell silent, her eyes wide, weakly saying, Huh? It was proud of its achievement, letting out a sound, mew. Then it sat proudly on her face, looking at Irina as if to show off its victory. Bella slumped and fainted on the spot, completely unaware of her surroundings. The slime quickly jumped off her face. Bella was affected by its jumping force, falling straight to the ground. Slime landed coolly on the edge of the food plate. It smiled brightly, raised its hand, and chirped, meow, indicating the mission was complete. Irina looked at the blue blob in surprise, thinking, Oh wait, those sparkling eyes. It clasped its hands, its sparkling eyes looking at her expectantly. Does it want me to praise it? Slime puffed out its chest confidently and chirped, meow, meow. Irina chuckled, replying to it, What is it? Do you mean I should only trust you? It happily chirped, meow, meow. Bella stirred on the ground, letting out a soft, Slime angrily pointed at her, scolding her. She looked at it helplessly, thinking to herself, She's already regaining consciousness. What should I do? If this continues, she'll discover little slime. Irina had a bold idea. First, she'd keep her unconscious a bit longer. She then picked up the tray and raised it. Just as Bella cried out, My head! Bang! Irina hit her on the head with it. Bella, dazed, rubbed her head, vaguely asking, Why am I lying on the floor? She whispered to it, Slime, quickly hide behind me. It's moving, so hide yourself. Irina tried to calmly reply, Don't you remember? You were trying to pick up the tray and you fell. She stood up, holding her head, saying, Huh? What? Irina handed the tray to Bella, replying, Here, the tray. She reached one hand behind her back and grabbed Slime. Irina continued to make up a story, explaining to her, That's right, I was surprised too. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Bella replied, I'm perfectly fine. I need to clean up now so you can go back to your room. Irina immediately replied, All right, understood. I'll go right away. She stood by the faucet, holding the tray, and chuckled. I don't even need to wipe this, do I? She flinched, turned away with slime in hand, and thought in a panic, That was close. Outside, the rain had stopped, and water still clung to the leaves. Inside the room, a voice broke the inherent silence. Luckily, I wasn't discovered, but no matter how you look at it, it feels very strange. Irina sat on the bed, holding it, and said in confusion, Does slime also have the ability to erase memories? She flopped down, looking at it in her hand, full of questions, saying, But slime is the lowest-ranked monster, so it probably doesn't have that ability. Tell me, are you a special slime? Irina kneaded it, and slime happily chirped, Mew mew. She lay back down on her stomach, smiling as she looked at it, assessing. It seems you really can understand. Isn't that too smart for a slime? Irina said sincerely. Anyway, thank you for today, slime. It danced on her hand, happily chirping, Mew mew. Irina rested her head on her pillow, looking at the slime with a sigh of wonder. You can even dance? You're really special. You're completely different from the slimes I know. Is there any book that talks about you in detail? She briefly explained her current situation. Actually, because I'm under surveillance, there aren't many types of books I can read. But if I steal... Before she could finish, Irina's stomach growled loudly. A moment of awkward silence. A second later, she crumpled up like a piece of paper caught in the wind, almost blowing away on the bed. She couldn't help but sigh. I'm so hungry. The slime was flustered, not knowing what to do.
Irina lifted her head, her face shrunken, her lips dry and cracked, her voice pleading. There's absolutely nothing to eat. It looked at her in a panic. Irina burst into tears, hugging her pillow and muttering curses. Those wicked old hags, how outrageous, not even letting me eat. She was completely exhausted. She rolled over and sighed. Oh, I don't even have the strength to sit up anymore. The slime scurried away. She looked up at it and asked, Slime, you're hungry too, aren't you? It wasn't there anymore. Irina panicked. Huh? Where did it go? The fresh air outside the window was suddenly mixed with the aroma of food, making Irina pause. Huh, what's that smell? The aroma grew stronger. She had a premonition. Could it be? Could it be?
Irina couldn't help but sniff the aroma, guessing the dishes. The aroma of perfectly blended mushroom soup, sweet and sour tomato pasta with several plum shrimp. Images of the dishes kept popping into her head. The window was already open, and it carried the food tray into Irina's room. Seeing her, Slime gave a radiant smile and let out a meow. Outwardly, Irina suppressed her excitement, trembling with emotion, letting out a soft, oh. But inwardly, she couldn't help but shed tears, mentally giving it a like in a 5-star review. Slime, you really are the most amazing little monster, she exclaimed. She picked up the spoon, happily saying, I'm going to enjoy this meal so much.
Irina took a bite and gasped. So happy tears welled up in her eyes. Deeply moved, she started to cry and emotionally said, It's so incredibly delicious. I might just cry. You're truly my lifesaver. It looked at Irina and smiled. After finishing the meal, the plates were spotless. She placed her spoon on the tray and said contentedly, my stomach is so full. Irina picked up Slime, nuzzling it, and couldn't help but sweetly say, Where did this little darling come from? Aw. Slime, embarrassed, nuzzled back against her, meowing, mew, mew, mew. It was too embarrassed and couldn't stand it, so it jumped straight to the ground. Seeing this, Irina felt a pang of disappointment and uttered, Oh. Slime walked over to the window. She immediately asked, Where are you going now? It pulled out a delicious strawberry ice cream cup, shyly meowing, mew, mew, mew. Irina's mouth fell open, her eyes shining brightly, and she asked in surprise, This is... She covered her mouth with her hand to stop herself from getting too emotional. Irina managed to utter, Dessert! The image of the ice cream cup danced in her mind. Irina was speechless to describe this feeling. She picked up Slime and said, Slime, we'll be friends forever, okay? Its mouth trembled and its eyes shone brightly. Irina ate happily, saying, Ha, I never expected to eat this dessert here. Hearing this, Slime's resolve grew even stronger. It got off the bed and climbed onto a chair. Seeing this, she asked Slime, Where are you going now? It tried to climb onto the table. Irina stood, eating, watching Slime intently. It tried to grab a fountain pen. Mew! She pondered. Could it be trying to write something? Slime busied itself. It put the pen down, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mew! And held up a piece of paper.
Irina smiled at Slime and said, So is it done now? Let me see. She opened her eyes wide. Irina was shocked by the content on the paper. On it were 2 words, best friend, clear and distinct. Irina held the paper doubtfully in her hand. What is this? Best friend? You? Little Slime's eyes drooped, showing worry. But unexpectedly, Irina then continued with praise. You can even write words. You truly are a genius, Little Slime. Hearing that, its eyes lit up with joy. Wow. Irina looked back at the words best friend that were written. She smiled faintly, thinking to herself, Best friend? Here, there are only people who hate me. She looked back at Little Slime, who was happy from being praised. So I can have a friend too. Thinking this, she felt a warmth spread in her heart. Irina couldn't hide the happy smile blooming on her face. All right, I'll rely on you for guidance from now on. Little Slime seemed to agree and respond, so it immediately hugged her hand. Meow! Irina also didn't forget to remind it. But you can't stay here too long. This place is very dangerous. Meow, meow. She helplessly watched her new friend affectionately caressing her hand. Are you really listening to me? Duke Sadie is monitoring me. If you're discovered, you might get into big trouble. It closed its eyes and waved a hand to its forehead, showing it understood in a very adorable way. Meow, meow. Seeing this, Irina said with amusement, You mean I can trust you? All right, let's go with that. Instead, I have one condition. First, I need to find out if you are a trustworthy little slime, Mew. So let's go to the library. The little slime also raised its hand in agreement, Mew. Irina walked up to the door of a large room. It seemed to be the library. She thought to herself, it really is in the corner. Then she pushed the door open and entered.
She bent down to look at the little slime in her pocket, reminding it, From now on, you must hide well to avoid bad things happening. Mew! She grabbed the doorknob, preparing to open it. So, let's go. The door swung open, revealing a large library, and inside, a thin librarian stood at the circulation desk. Irina looked around, secretly exclaiming, "Wow, this place is bigger than I thought." It seemed that upon seeing her unexpected presence, the young man looked visibly flustered, unsure of what to do next. Noticing this, she thought, perhaps he's surprised because it's the first time he's seen me out in public like this? The librarian avoided her gaze, standing up awkwardly, intending to do something, probably to report her arrival at the library. As she looked up at the bookshelves, she thought, later, when the Duke asks why I came to the library, I'll use the excuse that I want to learn about the Russelin family. She was disappointed as she looked up. There are no books about slimes here. Then she glanced at the shelf next to it. Not this one either. Suddenly, noticing the bookshelf in front of her, she casually pulled out a book. This book is about my future husband, isn't it? Flipping quickly through the book in her hand, she mused, power and money, truly a man who possesses everything. Mew, mew. The little slime poked its head out, chiming in. Never mind, just put it back. Irina casually put the book back in its place with one hand, and with the other pushed the slime's head back into her pocket, just as it managed to let out a mew. Books about slimes. After a while of searching, she finally found what she needed. Ah, here it is. Great, found it. But she suddenly stopped, helpless, as Irina realized the book was too high. Feeling utterly helpless, she eventually turned towards the circulation desk. There was no other way. She had to ask the librarian for help. She looked over at the scrawny librarian, who was diligently writing something, an aura of gloom radiating around him. Never mind. What should I do? Mew. Slime poked its head out of her bag and chirped. Irina looked doubtful. What did you say? You want to help me? Mew, mew. She forced a helpless smile at the offer. You're really something. How could someone so tiny help? After speaking, she still didn't hear the usual responding chirp. She couldn't help but wonder. Why is no one answering me all of a sudden? What's with this shiver down my spine? Feeling a chill down her spine, she cautiously turned her head to check what was there. Behind her, Valentine, with a murderous look on his face, asked, What are you doing here? Seeing her reaction, he continued, Why are you surprised? It seems you're up to no good. Irina forced a stiff smile and explained, What bad thing? It's not like that at all. Her eyes darted to the side as she tried to rack her brain for what to say next. I just wanted to know more about the slime you gave me before. I'm looking for books. Hearing this, Valentine's tone softened considerably as he asked, Do you like the gift I gave you? Irina was startled and quickly replied, Oh, it's very cute. Why did he change his tone? Valentine put a hand to his chin, pondering Irina's confusion. Yes, that's right. Then he murmured to himself, Slimes are different from me. They don't smell of blood, so that's good. Irina shyly asked, Excuse me, I can't quite hear what you're saying. Valentine continued to ask, I'm just curious, is that what you like? Of course not, she quickly denied. He then asked, So why did you throw away the gemstones I gave you? Hearing that, she looked bewildered, not understanding. Gemstones? What gemstones? What are you talking about? I didn't receive anything at all. Valentine asked suspiciously, Didn't receive anything? Didn't a servant deliver them?
Irina was utterly bewildered, not understanding what her brother was saying. Then she suddenly came to a realization, as if she had grasped the truth of life. Damn it! They had secretly taken all the precious stones behind her back. Damn it! This time she held a grudge in her heart, thinking to herself, I can't let this slide. Next, she calmly got into character, pretending to be an innocent, bewildered fawn who didn't understand anything in front of her brother. The precious stones? Haven't you always entrusted them to the servants first? Valentine calmly replied, Yes. Irina seemed to have been waiting for that answer and immediately employed the ploy of feigned suffering. She softened her voice and spoke with a wronged expression, as if to say, When life gives you a role, why not play it? If that's the case, then perhaps the servants have taken them, because I haven't received anything yet. Hearing that, Valentine couldn't hide the outburst of anger on his face. What? Servants dare to steal? He angrily turned his back and walked away. I'm going to confront the servants right now. Seeing this, Irina was surprised and quickly called back her terrifying brother. Wait a minute, brother? Hearing that, Valentine suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head, emitting a thick aura of murderous intent. What did you just say? When she realized this was truly a self-destructive move, Irina thought to herself, This move was wrong, and even he made a wrong move. I'm doomed. Valentine turned back with a gloomy face and asked again, What did you just say?
Irina, seeing this, hesitantly replied, It's because I called you so urgently. Seemingly not having received a precise answer to his question, he asked again, That's what I'm saying. What did you just call me? Brother, she stammered. Yes, that's right. What's the reason you called me so urgently?
Irina hesitated for a moment. Then she said, could you please get the Northern Magic Dictionary up there for me? I'm not tall enough. All right, your brother will get it for you. Valentine turned to get the book, muttering, it's indeed a bit high for you. You really do need a brother. Irina let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Whew, not dead yet. But of course, she didn't forget to judge her brother. What the heck, that reaction was awful. Because it might be heavy for you, your brother will bring it all the way to your room for you. It seemed that Valentine's repeated use of the phrase, your brother, was pushing Irina's endurance past the pickable limit. Inwardly, she screamed for him to stop that kind of talk. You! The carefully selected books were stacked into a pile and placed on the table. Valentine finished placing the stack of books, dusted his hands, and asked again, do you need any more books? Ah, that's enough, thank you. Taking advantage of the moment of gratitude, Irina also thanked him for something from before, which she hadn't mentioned yet. Thank you for giving me the slime. Hearing that, Valentine calmly replied, oh, so that's it. If that's the case, next time I'll catch a bigger slime. Hearing that, she was startled and quickly refused. Ah, no, there's no need for that. The previous one was enough. Receiving his sister's thanks, Valentine's cheeks flushed, unsure what to say. After a while, he gently opened his mouth to continue. Then, next time, the room door burst open and the maid Mary walked in, interrupting his words. Lady Irina, how can you be so lazy? Rusha said that. Startled by Valentine's presence, Mary only managed to gasp. Ah, young master. Stammering, she adjusted her tone to continue. It's an honor to meet you, young master. He turned around, glared, his face now clearly radiating murderous intent, furious at being interrupted. How dare you enter the princess's room without knocking? Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to disrespect your master? Hearing that, her whole body trembled. Young master, it's not like that. What do you mean it's not? Are what I just saw and heard all mistakes? Full of murderous intent, he advanced and cornered the arrogant maid against the wall, continuing to admonish her. It seems others also behave like you. I will absolutely not overlook this. Call all the servants here immediately.
Hearing that, she pleaded fearfully, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. Valentine admonished, are you disregarding my words now? No, sir, I'm leaving right away. As Mary ran off, he composed himself, turned to face his sister, and called, Irina. Suddenly hearing her name called, Irina startled fearfully. Yes, what is it? I'm going to check on the servants. You rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly closed behind Valentine's departing footsteps. Irina said cheerfully, oh, it seems Valentine cares about his sister more than I thought. Sin poked his head out from her pocket and replied, meow. He called all the servants, didn't he?
She wore a mischievous expression with a big smile. How will Valentine get her revenge? Just imagining it makes me happy, mew. The little slime seemed to catch her excitement, waving its arms excitedly, mew, mew, mew. Oh, you must be very excited, Slime. Suddenly she realized, on second thought, calling him Slime felt a bit lacking in affection and distant. What should I call you then, she thought, glancing to the side. Her feet moved, but her mouth kept muttering, call him Mew. After saying it, she quickly gave a wry smile at her own silly thought. Haha, too simple, Mew. She lay on the bed and continued, or maybe it's because you're soft, Mew. The slime squeaked. Noticing its response, she smiled and said, what is it? Do you like what I'm saying, Mew? No, that's not right. Let's name you later, Mew. Let's go look at the book I borrowed. Maybe I'll think of something after reading it. Flipping open a book she had taken, Irina said, before the slime's attentive gaze, let's see. Northern Monster Dictionary. She exclaimed as she turned the page. Oh, it talks about you right from the first page. She slowly read each word on the page. Slimes are the lowest-ranking monsters, but occasionally, when the highest-ranking monsters completely exhaust their strength, they can also become slimes. Some species of slime will consume other races and imitate everything from that race. However, there is no information about that ability. She looked a bit disappointed after reading it. Oh, it doesn't give any specific details after all. Closing the book, she looked at her little slime and pondered. Mew, mew.
A hand gently stroked the slime and asked, who are you, really? Mew. She smiled gently and said, I'll tell you a secret, and perhaps you can tell me more about yourself? The slime's eyes lit up, clearly showing curiosity. This is just for you to know, she continued softly. Actually, Suddenly hearing a sound, Irina panicked and hid the slime under the bed, and her by the collar. Ah, brother! He didn't stop, continuing to grip her collar and pull her up, saying, Irina, what do you want me to do with this thief? Young Master Valentine, I am innocent. Valentine glared and said, Shut up, I'm asking my sister. Rosia didn't hesitate to retort. You can't just listen to the lady and do this to me. She also threatened. This is nothing short of a rebellion against His Grace the Duke. He couldn't help but sneer after hearing that. Huh, are you trying to bring up father? He tightened his grip on her collar, warning. If His Grace truly knew this truth, he certainly wouldn't let it slide.
Suddenly, she felt a strong pull on Valentine's wrist. Regaining her composure, she realized she was face to face with him. It seems she's mistaken about something. Father isn't here now. I am the master of this place. He continued with a sinister smile. I will only judge based on my sister's words and family law. So Irina, tell me, what did she do to you? Hearing her brother's question, Irina quickly fell into a reverie. What did she do to me? She said she would turn her daughter into a princess, treating me inhumanely. I thought it would be fine. After all, the real Irina would never utter a word and would endure being deceived. But what can I do? I am not the Irina you once knew, Rozha. After thinking, she slowly stepped forward and said, Did you just say you were innocent? The one who is truly innocent and wronged is me. I'm not lying. I didn't receive any gemstones at all. She poured out all her long-held grievances, her hands clutching her dress, trembling. You took all the gemstones my brother gave me, and now you're turning me into a liar? She thought to herself, this is the decisive victory. Her teary eyes, full of pitifulness, looked up as she continued. This is outrageous. The thought appeared in her mind. That's the decisive victory. Irina, agitated, asserted, I am truly innocent and deeply wronged. I'm not lying. I didn't receive any gemstones at all.
Her hands clutched her dress tightly, and she continued tremblingly. You took all the precious things my brother gave me, and now you're making me out to be a liar? Rosia thought to herself in surprise, what is this? Usually she would foolishly keep silent, but why now? If I don't quickly explain myself, I'm done for. She approached Valentine and began to explain. That's not the truth. The princess is setting a trap for me. It's truly unfair if you judge based only on the princess's words. A hand slapped Rosia's cheek, and she fell to the floor, exclaiming in astonishment. What was that? Valentine's face darkened, and he clenched his fist, asking, What are you doing? It seems you've been acting this way all along. Now I will make an example out of you. Prepare yourself. With her swollen cheek, she screamed, You'll regret this. He grabbed her hand and replied, We'll see who regrets it.
Valentine took Rosia by the hand and left, saying to Irina, I'm leaving now. She helplessly hesitated before replying, Okay. He suddenly paused, as if remembering something. Ah, before I go. He then turned back to her and asked, Is there anything else you'd like to receive as a gift? Irina's eyes immediately sparkled brightly as she exclaimed, Why would you ask that? I love everything you give me. Valentine smiled, blushing. All right, I know. I'll bring back the things you like. The door slammed shut, and she just stood there, silently watching. Irina smiled, letting out a sigh of relief, and bent down under the bed to gently poke her slime. She contentedly cradled it in her hands and happily said, Slime, where is this lovely scent coming from? I thought he was a scary person because he always gave me monsters, but it turns out days like this can happen to me too. Slime also agreed, making two sounds. She suddenly paused and asked, Wait, on second thought, what if it's actually true? Slime looked at her, confused and mewed. I might have been wrong about Valentine, she pondered. It seems Valentine might actually care about me a little. Irina was doubtful. Slime frowned and waved its hand in disagreement. Mew mew. What was that about? She gave a wry smile, looking at the slime swaying in her hand. Do you really understand everything I say? Irina asked. Slime put its hands on its hips, puffed out its face proudly, and said, Mew. So, for the secret I'm about to tell, are you confident you'll understand everything? She smiled and spoke again. Slime firmly indicated certainty.
Irina began, I'm truly not from this world. An image of a book filled with words appeared in her mind. This is the body I transmigrated into, inside a novel. That's why I am both Irina and not Irina. Images of Irina's past and present bodies flashed in her mind. Although I've read novels like this before, I never expected to become like this. Irina sat on the bed, lamenting. The slime let out a slightly hesitant cry. It cried out loudly, hugging her finger in sympathy. Are you comforting me? She smiled, looking at it. The slime scrunched its face and let out a sound as if to say, Of course. You're so affectionate. Irina gently touched it with her finger. The slime, delighted, blushed with a look of complete satisfaction. Its eyes sparkled brightly as it looked at her. Irina softly praised, Oh my, you're so incredibly cute. I'm so lucky to have you by my side. She hugged the slime tightly, full of delight. It flusteredly and shyly dodged away. Irina leaned back on the bed, determined. If I become a tycoon someday, I'll set you free then. She playfully fiddled with the slime with both hands, full of delight. Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited, huh? Setting the slime down, Irina turned to it and asked joyfully. It agreed with a sound. The slime then wondered, do you want to continue our previous conversation? You mean about me transmigrating into the book?
The slime, with sparkling eyes, hugged her finger as if to say, exactly.
No, I'm just a supporting character. I'm a supporting character who gets caught up in political strife and dies, she said calmly, the slime's spirit seemingly having vanished by now. And this story is just for your ears only. After I die, the main characters will meet. As she spoke, her mind pictured the male and female protagonists from the novel. That was the beginning of the novel, the 19th hour. It all started with an abduction. Irina again imagined the female protagonist being gagged, then Alexei locking her up by his side. Irina gleefully envisioned the male protagonist imprisoning the female protagonist. Indeed, love must have suffering to be truly flavorful, she exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. The slime shyly opened its eyes and looked towards Irina. It tapped her hand and asked, "Do you like imprisonment?" "Of course, most people do," she replied with a happy smile. "First, you get to live in a much better room than here. Plus, you don't need to earn money, and someone still takes care of you." Irina waved her hand. "If it's such a wonderful prison, I'd want to experience it too." She smiled radiantly once more, not forgetting to remind the slime, "But you must not do anything without the other person's consent. You have to distinguish between reality and fantasy." "Phew, I wonder if it's okay to talk about this with a child," Irina teased. The slime reacted by indignantly slapping its hand. She laughed loudly and replied, all right, you're an adult." Irina continued to tease. "So you're like the protagonist. You must have kissed a girlfriend before, right?" It blushed, trembled, and cried, "Mew." Irina laughed loudly again. "Your face is all red. What kind of adult are you? You're just a child." The slime slumped helplessly, only able to let out a weak cry.
Irina fell onto the bed again, sighing. Too bad. If I were the female lead, I could have lived with Grand Duke Ruslan, she whined. A slime crawled closer to her, asking curiously, "Grand Duke Ruslan?" Irina replied, "That's right, he's both strong and handsome." "Is he really?" the slime asked jealously. He captured all the dangerous monsters, you know," Irina replied. It puffed itself up, declaring, "I'm strong too." She silently looked at it, and a moment of silence ensued. She snorted with laughter. The slime looked confused.
Irina's whole body trembled and she turned her back to Slime, trying to suppress her laughter. It began to understand, its face flushing with embarrassment. Irina sat up and wiped away a tear with her hand. "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you," she stammered in apology. "Wow, you're the coolest in the house." Slime drooped. Irina's face brightened again with praise. "Really, I think marrying you would be much cooler than marrying Grand Duke Ruslan." It looked back at her, tapping her hand again in question. "What do you mean?" I mean marriage," Irina repeated. She explained. "It's when two people become the closest relationship in the world." Slime immediately brightened up again. Irina suddenly realized something. She called out suspiciously, "Slime?" It was still daydreaming and didn't hear her. "What is it thinking about?" "Hey!" Irina was startled to see Slime happily dashing off the bed. It darted towards the window so fast she couldn't stop it. Irina poked her head out the window and shouted loudly, "Slime, no, you can't!" The two guards below heard her shout and looked at each other. "Huh? Who said that? What was that noise? I think someone just yelled." Irina hid under the window frame, her heart pounding from the guards' recent conversation. Fortunately, another guard stepped out and interrupted them. "You guys have been hearing all sorts of nonsense lately. That's why you can't sleep, right?" She frantically covered her mouth when she heard the two previous guards trying to explain. "No, there was clearly a shout from the tower."
But then no more sounds could be heard from outside. The guard looked up at the castle and said, "I thought I heard something." "It's really quiet now," the guard next to him chimed in. "Yeah, I must have misheard." Only then did Irina dare to peek out, clinging to the window frame with both hands like a cat. She let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, that was a close call. Where did Slime go?" She observed for a moment and then spotted Slime hiding behind the fence in the flower garden. "Ah, over there." She looked at the guard standing nearby, seemingly worried, wondering what would happen if the guard discovered him. Slime was hiding there, looking scared. Irina was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut in anguish, her heart feeling like it would drop out, unable to bear watching. Suddenly, she caught a sweet scent of flowers and immediately felt a sense of relief. Where is this lovely fragrance coming from? She looked up, and there, Slime was holding a fragrant bouquet of flowers out to her. The blossoms seemed to glow in the sunlight. Slime made an adorable face and let out a comforting meow. The little slime continued to hold out the bouquet to her, letting out 2 more meows. Immediately, she stopped crying. This bouquet.
She timidly, gently reached out and touched Slime's small hand. A resounding sound echoed around them. Slime was saying, "Mary." She was surprised by the little slime's words. "Mary? Is this a proposal?" It seemed she had guessed correctly. Slime held up a bouquet, and despite its muddy face, its expression became even more joyful, mixed with determination. It let out another sound, indicating agreement.
She chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm already set to marry the Grand Duke." Upon hearing this, the little slime immediately deflated, and it let go of the bouquet in its hand. She spoke of her arranged fiancé. "I mean, Grand Duke Ruslan, my fiancé. He's so fierce that no monster can compete with him. I've also heard he has a certain charm." After speaking, she turned to playfully tease the slime, which was frozen on the windowsill. "Do you think you can defeat someone like that to marry me?" The little slime tapped her hand twice and made 2 sounds, meaning, "I will win." She tried hard to suppress her laughter, strictly telling herself not to laugh. Outwardly, she praised the tiny slime. "Oh wow, you're amazing. Of course I'll marry you then." She leaned closer to the little slime, which was practically glowing with pride, and coaxed, "When shall we get married?" "Ah, but before we marry, we must do this." Her eyes sparkled as she faced the cute little slime. "We've already held hands. Next is a kiss."
Hearing that, Slime's eyes lit up. It wiggled back and forth, then mute again, looking shy. It bounced around everywhere, making Irina stand still for a moment, waiting. It wiggled back and forth again, looking hesitant. Irina understood its intention and closed her eyes, waiting. "Ha, are you going to do it? I know, I'll close my eyes and wait for you." Both shyly moved closer to each other. The little slime's mouth stretched out long, looking like an octopus tentacle trying to reach for someone.
Irina waited and waited, but seeing no movement, she wondered, why isn't anything happening? She fearfully thought about Slime's spontaneous jump earlier. What if he suddenly darted out again like before? The thought made Irina's eyes widen in fear. Face to face, closer to Slime, she yelled, "No!" A kiss that would look very funny to an outsider, but for the little slime, it was the happiest thing to be placed on Irina's lips. The little slime looked incredibly blissful at this moment. Due to shyness, Slime's entire face flushed red, and its whole body seemed about to melt. The recent kiss made Slime so happy that it let out a loud mew. The sound echoed throughout the clock tower as if to break the surrounding quiet. Irina tried to comfort the slime, which was recoiling in fear. "Ah, I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped into you first." The little slime, out of shyness, jumped off the windowsill, let out a mew, and ran into the room. Irina continued to comfort it. "I'm really sorry." Seeing the little slime running under the bed, Irina burst out laughing. "Are you running away because you're embarrassed? You're the one who proposed to me." She bent down, reached her hand under the bed, and tried to coax the slime. "Don't be shy. Come out now." Irina burst into laughter, her beautiful smile making the slime blush and speechless. "This is too funny. Why would you propose to me and then get shy? You should reconsider marriage when you become a man like a male lead, when you're no longer embarrassed, okay?" The little slime responded with a mew, seemingly agreeing. Deep underground, in the prison of Duchess Irina's mansion, Rozha lay huddled in the terrible cold, constantly cursing. "Damn it! So cold! Damn it!"
She struggled to sit up, her hands clawing fiercely at the ground, snarling curses. Valentine, Irina. A vicious glint of anger flashed across her face. How dare she imprison me in a place like this? What does she think she can do? She was certain that she would be fine afterward. The Duke would arrive soon. She just needed to endure until then. She gave a twisted smile. "If he returns, I will take revenge on those who made me like this." She cursed, that bitch Irina. She let her murderous thoughts consume her. If only she disappeared, Bella, my beautiful daughter, would take the position of Duchess. She cursed wildly. "Just you wait, just you see. No matter what happens, I will reclaim that position." Irina rarely had a day free to go out for a walk. It's so refreshing. It's been so long since I've breathed the air out here." The slime in her pocket also peeked out and responded to her. "Mew." As she walked, she confided, "I just want to leave the tower. It's so unreasonable that I can't enjoy the breeze out here unless Valentine calls. Isn't it, Slime?"
"You also think it's absurd, don't you?" Slime wholeheartedly agreed, letting out a mew. The two chatted animatedly when they suddenly spotted Valentine standing next to a tree as if waiting. "Ah, Valentine is over there. You absolutely must not go out there now," Irina reminded her friend. Slime let out a mew as if to indicate understanding. Approaching Valentine, Irina gently and cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, have you been waiting long?" Valentine looked at her coldly and replied, "No, it's fine." Noticing Valentine's demeanor, Irina hesitantly asked, Why did you call me?" The rustling sound of the wind swept through the forest. Valentine pondered for a long time before saying to her, "This is important, so please sit down first. There's a lot to discuss." Irina obediently sat down on the grass, thinking to herself in confusion, what could be so serious that he needs to talk about it? Just as she was about to sit down, Valentine spoke up, stopping her action. "Wait a moment."
Next, under the warm sunlight, a large mat was spread out. Valentine had brought the mat along with a basket of food, as if preparing for a real picnic. After spreading the mat, he said, "All right, you can sit down now." Irina was also extremely surprised by the scene unfolding before her eyes. "Oh, thank you." Valentine, maintaining his cold CEO demeanor, spoke up. "I feel like you're seriously ill." Then a huge spread of food appeared, and Valentine told Irina, "So, eat all of this." Upon seeing the dishes, Irina's eyes lit up like stars, and unable to contain her joy, she covered her face with both hands and excitedly replied, "You're the only one who thinks of me." Hearing this, Valentine felt happy inside and smiled faintly, saying, "Eat quickly." Then, before Irina's astonished face, he continued, "We won't have many more idle days like this. Father will be back soon." Valentine's face showed extreme displeasure when mentioning him. He heard that he would be bringing back a poison. Hearing this, Irina asked, "What kind of poison is it?" Valentine replied, "It's a poison made from the roots of a flower called calienda, though it doesn't kill immediately upon consumption." A red flower, signaling death, came to mind, and Valentine continued, "But once exposed to this poison, one must endure pain for a long time. It's a poison that causes one to vomit blood, then fall ill, and eventually die."
After hearing Valentine speak, Irina's face visibly paled. Wait, I remember now. If it's the poison from the calienda flower. The image of Irina's death in the original story flashed before her. In the original story, that was the poison that killed Irina. Valentine called, "Irina." Lost in thought, Irina slowly replied, "Yes." Valentine's next words plunged them both into contemplation. "I guess one of us will have to be afflicted by that poison," Valentine mused softly. "If we refuse Father's command to avoid drinking poison, then..." The two siblings sat facing each other, the space seeming to freeze with Valentine's words. "It will be very difficult to survive." Irina was now recalling the plot, thinking worriedly, "Everything is happening just like in the original story. If things continue like this, I'll have to drink the calienda poison someday." I recall that regular consumption of calienda poison causes flowers to bloom on one's wrists. Then the image of Irina dying from the poison appeared. If one has to drink the poison until all the petals bloom, the body of the person who drank the poison will secrete deadly toxins, becoming a walking calienda flower. As she took items out of the basket, Irina continued to think about Duke Sorty's conspiracy. Duke Sorty's conspiracy was very clear. As soon as Irina released the poison, she would marry Grand Duke Ruslan so she could slowly kill him little by little.
Becoming a criminal who turns his own daughter into a walking poison diffuser, the more I think about it, the more disgusting it gets. Biting into a delicious cake, Irina's mood, on the contrary, was incredibly calm, while inwardly she cursed her wicked father. "That damn psycho thought I would just sit still or something," she thought with extreme confidence. "I know the location of the antidote. This is the special privilege of a transmigrator." The scene of a gloomy castle appeared. The calienda antidote could be found in the Forest of the Dead, surrounding Grand Duke Ruslan's residence. Inwardly, Irina was extremely smug. The Duke wouldn't even expect this in his wildest dreams. Snapping out of her thoughts and having finished her cake, Irina calmly brushed her hands and replied to Valentine, "Oh, what a truly terrifying poison." Seeing Irina's indifferent expression, devoid of any fear, Valentine was surprised. But to him, it seemed a little different.
Amidst the picturesque scenery of the forest, Valentine said cryptically, "You're like someone waiting to drink poison." Hearing this, Irina froze as if he had hit a raw nerve. How did he know? Quickly controlling her expression, she immediately put on a kitten-like, coquettish look for her brother and stammered in response, "Oh, who's waiting? I'm just having a psychological disturbance." Seeing Irina's behavior, Valentine hesitated. "Then I must be mistaken, but I can't wait for Father to use the poison to confirm who it is." Valentine, with an expression as if he had calculated everything, said to Irina, "Anyway, I will drink that poison." After hearing Valentine's words, Irina was inwardly shocked speechless. "What?" She quickly replied, "No, let me drink it. No matter what, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Valentine grabbed her shoulder tightly. He leaned closer to her, his face tight with suppressed emotion as he said, "Didn't you hear me? If you drink that poison, you will die." She replied inwardly, "You don't understand, but I can't die. On the contrary, I have a definite reason to drink it, and that poison is mine, by the way." Though she thought this inwardly, outwardly she replied, "But unlike a useless person like me, Big Brother is very important."
Hearing Irina's words, Valentine replied somberly, Did you think I would abandon you?" Then, seemingly even more certain of his decision, Valentine affirmed, "I will drink that poison." In her heart, Irina screamed helplessly, "I told you not to, you fool." Irina didn't give up and tried to reason with her brother. "You don't need to worry. This is a problem that only requires sacrificing one thing." After hearing Irina's words, Valentine immediately showed an exasperated expression. "Why are you so stubbornly unreasonable, even though I said I would drink it?" In her heart, Irina was answering with her true thoughts. "That's right. You'll see what happens if you try to force it, because you don't know I can neutralize that poison. You only say that because you're unaware.
If the Kellyanna poison is consumed regularly, 5 petals will bloom on the wrist, and then, by simply drinking the antidote, the body will become healthier than anyone else's, and the 5 senses will develop to an extreme degree. Furthermore, one will receive divine power to purify demonic creatures. That's why, in Irina's mind, she couldn't miss the opportunity to become such a deceptive figure. But Valentine did not accept this. He scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Absolutely not."
Irina was also unwilling to argue back. "I already said I'd drink it instead." The two siblings continued to argue fiercely, neither willing to back down. "You thought I'd give the poison to you? The poison is mine. What are you talking about? No, you must be good." Before they could finish speaking, a butler appeared, interrupting their argument. "Young master." Noticing the siblings' displeasure at being interrupted, the butler spoke up. "I have something to report. Are you busy, sir?" Valentine grabbed the basket he was carrying and replied, "No, I'm about to leave." He stood up, his tall figure extending a hand to Irina, saying, "Get up, I'll take you all the way to your room." Surprised by Valentine's gentleness compared to his appearance, Irina hesitantly placed her hand in Valentine's outstretched hand. "Oh, thank you," she thought to herself. Is this Valentine's true personality? Back in her room, Irina placed the basket on the table and sighed. Siblings arguing over poison. As she reached into her bag for her friend who had been hiding there, she chuckled and said, "Only after living do you see anything special in this world, right, Slime?" But as she pulled it out, Slime, for some unknown reason, suddenly changed from sky blue to a sickly greenish yellow, like a banana leaf. Not only that, its face was incredibly scrunched up and annoyed. Irina, startled, asked, "Oh, what's wrong with your color?"
Irina continued, and upon closer inspection, its shape was also quite strange. Hearing Irina criticize it, Slime seemed to grow even angrier, letting out a very loud meow. Irina didn't understand what was happening with her friend, thinking it was sick, and worriedly asked, "Where does it hurt?" Slime tried to wave its hands away from Irina, indicating it was extremely angry. Meow, meow! But Irina didn't understand what her friend was trying to say. "Huh? What did you say?" Slime wrote on Irina's hand, as if spelling out words. "Death." Only then did Irina understand what Slime meant. "Is it because I said I drink poison that you're like this?" Slime quickly replied, "Meow." Irina smiled happily, stroking Slime's head to comfort it. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Slime strongly disagreed, shaking its head vigorously to show its protest. "Meow." Irina sighed, knowing the reason for Slime's anger. She had thought her friend was sick, causing her such worry. Irina gently kissed Slime, and her friend was startled by the unexpected kiss. "Meow." Irina comforted her friend, smiling and saying, "Slime, really, I have a plan. I promise I absolutely won't die, so don't be sad." As soon as she finished speaking, Irina heard footsteps and immediately turned to look. "Someone's coming this way. I need to hide Slime quickly." Irina placed Slime under the bed, gently reminding it, "Wait for me a bit. Hide under the bed." As soon as she finished speaking, Bella burst into the room, naturally and aggressively rushing forward. "Get over here!" Then she raised her voice at Irina. No, what did you do to Rosia, huh?" After hearing this, Irina understood why she had come. It seemed she had heard that Rosia was locked in the basement.
Bella's face was contorted with anger as she stared intently at Irina, waiting for an answer. In contrast to Bella's attitude, Irina calmly replied, "So what? I'm not the one who did it." Hearing the answer, Bella became even angrier, suppressing her voice as she said, "Don't make me laugh. The other sisters have already told me." Bella, having heard the servants' fabricated lies, came here without a shred of doubt to accuse Irina. "You said we stole things. No matter how much you hate us, that's truly going too far." She screamed in extreme anger. "How could you send innocent Rosia to jail?" Hearing this, Irina was stunned by the information she had just heard. Innocent? Rosia? Before Irina could retort, Bella aggressively asserted, "A cowardly lie. I will definitely seize your weakness." Faced with the resolute attitude and anger of the person before her, Irina could only helplessly give a thumbs up in support. Okay, go for it," she thought tiredly to herself. "Why am I, at my age, arguing with a 15-year-old kid?" Seeing Irina's fearless and unrepentant attitude, Bella became even angrier, but she tried to suppress it and threatened, "All right, I have an urgent matter today, so let's stop here. Next time, I absolutely won't let it slide." Hearing this, Irina asked curiously, "Urgent matter?" Bella didn't want to linger here any longer and quickly turned to leave. The Duke had just returned. Before exiting the door, Bella paused and turned to say, "If you want to justify yourself before I say everything, you'd best be quick." Hearing this, Irina was also surprised. "The Duke is back so soon?" Then Irina extended her hand towards Bella and continued, "All right, I'll go down right away. But Bella, it seems you've forgotten something. You're supposed to escort me." Irina very confidently asserted her status. "I am the princess whom you must serve. Don't tell me you've forgotten who I am, have you?" Bella flushed, speechless. "Uh-huh." Then she quickly turned away, annoyed, and said,
Stop saying such nonsense and let's go quickly. Irina followed behind, but still tried to look back at her friend. At this moment, Slime, under the bed, looked towards her as if worried for Irina, letting out a mew. Irina was equally worried for her friend, because this time she wasn't bringing him along. Would he be all right, left alone? Seeing Slime's lonely figure under the bed, looking longingly towards her, Irina reminded herself, "You must hide safely until I return." The scene of the three people having a meal together appeared. In contrast to the exquisite dishes on the table, the atmosphere during the meal was somewhat eerie, with no one speaking a word to anyone.
Irina glanced at the man holding a wine glass, who was also the owner of this mansion. She thought cautiously to herself, "This is the first time I've seen Duke Sorty with my own eyes." The image of a middle-aged man with reddish-white hair appeared, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Irina felt that the man before her was much more ordinary than she had imagined. At this moment, Duke Sorty placed the wineglass he was holding onto the table and spoke. Valentine. Unlike his previous appearance, in an instant he became dangerous and commanded, "Prepare to depart. Tomorrow you will go to Crow Forest." Hearing this, Valentine paused, turned, and hesitantly asked, "Tomorrow, you mean?" Meanwhile, Irina was silent, lost in her thoughts. Her son had just returned from the north, only to be sent to a place full of devils. A deadly forest teeming with monsters came to mind. This was an extremely dangerous place to enter. Crow Forest was a place where survival and return were difficult. The reason for sending Valentine to such a place was obvious. To obtain the devil's artifacts, the items necessary to summon a devil, the only way was to capture demonic creatures.
Irina silently judged Sorty's wicked character. He had killed all his children solely for the throne. Seeing Valentine sitting opposite, dutifully compliant, saying, "I understand, I will prepare," Irina couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Why was he so obedient? Had the Duke brainwashed him or something? The original story hadn't reached this point yet. After hearing Valentine's answer, he was very pleased, raising the wineglass in his hand and saying contentedly, "That's right, you must obey me." Sorty's next words instantly rendered both of them motionless. "What I mean is, if you want to preserve what's important." With Valentine's business concluded, he then turned to Irina and sternly called, "And you, Irina Sorty." He then produced a vial containing an unknown red liquid and ordered, "Take it." He gazed at the glass vial containing the shimmering liquid as if it were his treasure, smiling sinisterly. "This is the time for you to prove your worth."
The moment she saw it, Irina's eyes lit up, as if she had been anticipating this very moment countless times. That was Kellyanne poison, and she had to control her expression. However, to avoid suspicion, Irina still tried to act hesitant, asking with a feigned, curious expression, "What is that?" Just then, Valentine slammed the table and loudly declared no. He stood up and voluntarily took it in Irina's place, stating he'd rather take it himself. At Valentine's insolent act, Sorty suppressed his anger and quietly threatened, "How dare you raise your voice in front of me?" He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop, scolding, utterly ill-mannered. Then, with a murderous gaze, he threatened, "If you dare to interrupt while I am speaking." Threatened, Valentine froze, retracting his previous agitated and uncontrolled demeanor. Not stopping there, he seemed to be trying to use Irina to threaten Valentine, saying, "Go ahead, continue. I will show you what happens when the thing you value most is destroyed." Valentine had no choice but to endure, his hands clenched tightly, as he submissively said, "I apologize." Sorty temporarily let it go to get to the main point. "Today is the last time I will tolerate this disrespect." After that, he opened the lid of the poison vial.
He then poured it into the wineglass of the exact same color on the table. He brought the wineglass towards Irina's still bewildered face and commanded, "Drink it. This is what will make you a radiant flower." Irina obediently raised the wineglass with both hands. Although she knew everything beforehand, she still felt a slight apprehension in her heart, thinking, "It will hurt to drink it, but it's okay. Just one gulp, no hesitation. That is the only way to get revenge for that man who was no father to her." Sorty watched Irina's series of actions with profound eyes, wondering what he was thinking or calculating in his mind. Then, to Irina's surprise, he concluded, "You act as if you've been waiting for it." Startled by how much her expression revealed, Irina quickly regained her timid and weak demeanor and replied, "It's the Duke's command. Of course I have to obey, don't I?" Sorty let out a sigh, as if shedding the doubt in his heart. Yes, that must be it. At the same time, Irina quickly drank the entire glass of poisoned wine as if she were enjoying a fruit drink, secretly thinking to herself, "Oh, I must quickly finish it before I'm suspected further." After draining the glass, she assessed, luckily it tastes good too." Afterwards, a feeling of unease suddenly surged within her. She suddenly felt something gradually happening to her and became worried. Is it just my mood? I'm already feeling queasy. Seeing that Irina had drunk all the wine according to his plan, Sorty couldn't help but feel delighted. As for Valentine, unable to do anything to protect his beloved younger sister, he could only suppress his anger until he trembled.
Bella and her mother had already appeared. It seemed the mother had just been released. She stood at a distance, enjoying the show, and said to her daughter, "Watch closely, Bella." With a sinister, malicious smile, she added, "It won't be long now." At the same time, she smugly looked at Irina's frail appearance, stating with absolute certainty, "This position of princess will be yours." After the tense meal, Irina trudged back to her room alone. The poison seemed to be slowly seeping into her body, making her feel dizzy and exhausted, and the path ahead was terribly hard to see. "Where is my room?" she wondered, while still struggling to find her room, muttering, "It must be somewhere around here." Rosha suddenly appeared. She haughtily stood in Irina's way and called out, "Miss Sorty." Irina was startled by her appearance, her heart skipping a beat. "Rosha," she thought. She gave a contemptuous smile, looking at Irina's appearance, and feigning concern, asked, "Are you all right?" Irina tried to regain her normal, cheerful demeanor and replied, "I'm perfectly fine." No sooner had she finished speaking than she suddenly coughed up blood, a hacking cough escaping her lips.
Not wanting to waste words with the person in front of her, she quickly dismissed her. "I need to return to my room. Get out of the way." Not only did the woman not move aside, but she also automatically opened the door. Then she threw her back into the dilapidated room and said, "Have a comfortable rest, huh?" Pushed down, she only managed to let out a choked sound. Before closing the door, the woman gleefully taunted, "Your only ally, young master, is also about to leave, so I hope you try to overcome this with all your might." As soon as she finished speaking, the door slammed shut, leaving Irina in her dark room. After hearing those provocations, she didn't show any expression, as if the poison had made her too tired to utter another word. She gently replied, "All right, I'll live for a very long time, so don't worry too soon." Forcing her tired body up, Irina whispered, "First, the bed." Then she tried to drag her body onto the not-so-comfortable bed and groaned, "Damn it, who knew it would hurt this much?"
Then the pain seemed to gradually lull her to sleep. Curled up in the cramped room, she deeply felt the loneliness. The moment I was ill with no one beside me, it turned out to be lonelier than I thought. As she was lost in her thoughts, Slime suddenly emerged from under the bed and called out, "Mew." Irina saw her friend and quickly brightened up. "Oh, it's you. You're good at hiding, aren't you?" Slime approached Irina and without hesitation scolded her. "Are you crazy?" Knowing Slime was worried about her, Irina quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Slime didn't believe her and cried out twice, as if asking if she was lying to him. "Mew, Mew." Irina replied, "It's true." Irina's breathing grew heavier, and she weakly struggled to speak to her friend. "Slime, I'm so sleepy. I think I need to get some sleep. I'm sorry, but if anything happens, you absolutely must hide." Then she closed her eyes and drifted off. Seeing this, Slime called out, "Mew." When Irina didn't answer, Slime let out a loud cry, his body gradually expanding. "Mew." Irina's hand felt something soft and warm, but she didn't know what it was. In her dream, she wondered, "Why is my bed so soft?" Opening her eyes, she gasped in surprise when she saw herself lying on a slime mattress. "What is this?" Seeing Irina was awake, Slime immediately crawled onto her stomach and replied, "Slime bed."
Seeing Irina awake and no longer in pain, Slime happily announced, "The patient is stable." Irina looked at Slime and asked, "Did you warm me up so I wouldn't get sick?" Slime happily replied, "Mew." The incredibly adorable voice made Irina's heart melt. She enjoyed Slime's unique bed, thinking, it feels like a cat, so cute, soft, and warm. Then she looked at Slime and praised, "Slime can absorb anything. You're truly #1. Slime, not understanding what she was implying, responded with a bewildered, "Huh?" Seeing her friend's adorable expression, Irina chuckled and said, "I mean, you're amazing." Praised, Slime blushed with immense joy and replied, "Mew." It seemed Irina no longer felt lonely, as she now had this friend always by her side. "That's right, I still have you." The two embraced, looking incredibly affectionate. Irina felt incredibly sweet inside and silently thanked Slime in her heart. "Slime, thank you. Thanks to you, this place isn't so lonely after all." Stretching her arms high, Irina let out a sound, "Ah, ah." It seemed that after a sleep, Irina had recovered significantly. She happily said, "Oh, I'm so awake now." Her hand touched her stomach, which had been cramping just moments ago after drinking the poisoned wine. Seeing this, Slime also slithered over to rub its friend's belly. Although there was still a strong key sensation, she now felt incredibly invigorated because her plan was unfolding as she wished, secretly pleased. "I've drunk this much Klonda poison, it should be enough." Slime, unaware of what its friend was plotting, was extremely curious. "Mew." Irina couldn't help but feel grateful for this friend. "Slime, thank you, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would be in so much pain." Slime happily replied, "Meow, meow." Irina carefully pondered, as many worries began to surface for her.
What would happen to me without slime? Or what if the Duke discovered slime before I gained my abilities? Seeing her friend still very happy, meow meow, Irina, however, began to worry about the plan she had to execute soon. In this mansion, she was ostracized and isolated, living in a world apart from the others, treated poorly despite being a lady. If the Duke cared about Irina, those who mistreated her would have been removed or forced to keep their distance. The recent incident further confirmed this. It could be said that this father-daughter relationship was beyond salvation, and this time was no exception. After a moment of thought, Irina hugged Slime tightly and said sternly, "You must listen to me." Slime expressed its agreement with a cry of meow. Irina continued to instruct, "If anything happens, you absolutely must run to the north, okay?" Slime didn't understand what she meant, feeling extremely puzzled. Meow. Seeing Slime's expression, Irina seemed to know her friend didn't understand her, so she asked again, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Slime thought she was implying that if they encountered danger, the two of them would run to the north. Immediately full of enthusiasm, Slime tapped Irina's palm, indicating, "Run away! Protect Irina!" Seeing her friend's adorable demeanor, Irina burst out laughing. Irina hugged Slime tightly, falling onto the pillow, showering praise. "Oh, you're so reliable. You'll definitely protect me, won't you?" Slime, suddenly being caressed by Irina, was startled and cried out, "Mew!" Irina teased and asked again, "Can you really protect me?" As if afraid Irina didn't trust it, Slime quickly clung to her, showing its determination. "Mew, mew!" Irina looked at her friend's eager demeanor, reached out to stroke it, and replied, "All right, thank you. I'll be careful, so you must also listen to me." Slime was extremely content, enjoying Irina's head pat. Irina continued, "If you see danger, you absolutely must go to the north, okay?" Slime saw that Irina kept emphasizing this, and showing its disapproval, it grabbed her hand, indicating, "Not worth it." Understanding Slime's meaning, Irina explained, "I can't go with you, but if you go to the north, I will definitely come find you." Hearing this, Slime became extremely worried about Irina. With tears streaming down, Slime held Irina's hand and said, "What if I don't suffer the same pain as yesterday?" Irina quickly comforted Slime. "Don't worry, I won't die from the pain like yesterday. In fact, my destiny is to die so that Valentine can be brainwashed." Upon hearing this, Slime immediately surged with determination. On its soft, squishy body, several muscles suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it declared fiercely, "Hand Valentine over to me!" Irina forced a smile. "Are you serious? It won't be easy." At that, Slime immediately deflated. Slime approached and gently touched Irina's hand. Its eyes brimming with tears seemed to express its deepest wish for her, live a long life. Hearing this, Irina also paused for a few seconds, looking at her tearful friend who wanted to help her. A wave of emotion welled up inside her. Slime was truly weak and kind-hearted. To keep her friend from being sad, Irina comforted it. "Okay, I understand." Embracing each other, she whispered, "Let's live a long life together." Meanwhile, in Sorty's room, he was looking for information about the Grand Duke. "Is there any news about Grand Duke Ruslam?" A servant respectfully came forward to report. "Well, there have been no special movements from his side. I tracked the Grand Duke's location as per your command, but found nothing." Sorty looked at the pile of papers on the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically as he spoke. The Grand Duke suddenly disappeared. He smirked sinisterly, speculating. He's hiding in the mansion, showing no activity, even though it hasn't been long since he became Grand Duke. He offered his assessment. Clearly some serious problem has arisen. Something is wrong, whether with his body or his mind. The subordinate below also agreed. That's right, if he wasn't hiding something, he wouldn't stay cooped up in the mansion. Sorty cautiously asked again, "Are you sure he's only in the mansion?" It turned out that Sorty's people had long been planted in the Grand Duke's castle to gather information through her. The subordinate reported, "Yes, not long ago Sajak was sent to the north, and she said she saw the Grand Duke in the mansion."
Sorty listened, then pondered and speculated that it might be a fake replacement, so they should investigate more thoroughly. The subordinate obeyed, replying, "Yes, I understand." His attention then shifted to Valentine, who was standing beside him, and he said, "Now it's your turn, Valentine. Tell me, how long will it take you to bring these items this time?" Valentine, his face expressionless, coldly replied, "About 2 weeks." Sorty listened, then pondered, He then opened a cabinet drawer, which contained a bottle of sparkling blue liquid. As he opened it, he said, "Just 1 week, right?" Then he picked up the bottle and held it before Valentine's eyes, saying mockingly, "This is the Kalanda poison neutralizer. How I use this neutralizer depends on you." At this moment, Valentine could not remain calm. He stared at the bottle, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Sorty threatened, "You must find useful items this time. Remember how your mother died, don't you?" Valentine's heart was violently shaken at the mention of his mother. In the past, his mother had also coughed up blood. Cough, cough. At that time, a young Valentine, extremely worried, went to his mother and asked, "Mom, where does it hurt?" She just smiled gently and replied, "I'm fine, Valentine."
But after that, she kept coughing up blood, hacking until she died. Even today, Valentine probably understands why his mother died. It might be because she too was exposed to the Kilienda poison. His hand trembled as he replied, "I will remember." Then he respectfully bowed to Sorty and said, "I'll take my leave." After Valentine left, he chuckled with satisfaction, knowing his recent threats always worked on his son. This foolish boy is truly like his mother, but for an heir, he is far too weak. After saying that, he slammed his hand on the table and continued, "That boy is gone too." His face turned cold as he ordered them to monitor the two. From now on, let's see how Irina and Valentine live. Let's start by watching the fool who just left. A servant beside him spoke up. "It seems the young master will become a master swordsman, but I am quite concerned about his lack of academic knowledge due to his frequent outings. I will do my best to ensure the family heir is not lacking." The servant seemed not to understand Sorty's true desires. Indifferent to these promises, Sorty said carelessly, "All right, just leave it be. It's better to be a foolish hunting dog." Upon hearing this, the servant could only stammer in response. You are right." Once this was settled, he ordered, "Next." Another servant stepped forward to report, "Yes, Your Grace."
The head servant was Irina's tutor and was also assigned the task of monitoring Irina. "I will report on Irina's educational progress," Sorty stated. Looking at the pile of documents recorded during his absence, Sorty asked, "Is there a report saying she went to the library, and for what purpose?" The servant replied, "Not long ago I had a class on magic. Perhaps that's why she was curious." Hearing this, Sorty asked again in surprise, "She went to the library to learn more about what she had studied?" The servant coughed once and slowly replied, "I suppose so." Looking at the paper in front of him, Sorty couldn't help but wonder, how strange. He lightly tapped the table, seemingly a habit of his whenever he was deep in thought. Recalling Irina's weak and foolish demeanor, he felt that something was amiss. No matter what she was taught, she wouldn't understand, only tremble in fear. Go to the library by herself? Unless she was influenced by someone, it was impossible. She must be hiding something. Then he ordered, "From now on, increase surveillance on Irina." "And Rosha," she respectfully bowed. "Yes, Your Grace." He smiled sinisterly. "Tonight, lock the door to Irina's tower." Hearing this, she happily smiled. She then quickly obeyed, as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. "I will do my best to fulfill your command." In the rain, Irina was drifting in an undefined space. She wondered, where is this? Underwater? Oh, that face. It's the female lead, Kay. At this moment, a scene appeared with the male and female leads together. The female lead, Kay, gently wiping the wound for Grand Duke Ruslan while softly saying, "It might sting a little because of the wound." The Grand Duke stared at Kay very affectionately. After cleaning the wound, Kay said, "Getsen dugrust. I have to go." Before she could finish speaking, Ruslan grabbed her wrist tightly. Then she was pressed down onto the bed, while Ruslan propped his hands on either side as if to prevent her from leaving, gently saying, "Don't go." Kay stammered, "Sir, let me go." Ruslan defiantly refused. "I don't want to." Looking down at the beautiful girl beneath him, Ruslan spoke words of affection. "If I leave you here, you'll just run away again, won't you?" Her eyes blinked open. It turned out that all the previous images were just Irina dreaming. She woke up to find herself still in her familiar room and on her familiar bed, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh." Sitting up and yawning, she said disappointedly, it was getting to an important scene and it got cut off. She didn't notice the monster behind her back.
Then a green fluid dropped onto Irina's palm. She wondered, "Oh, what is this?" Just as she realized, the monster also lunged forward, letting out a cry. Could it be? A hideous-looking monster was drooling, staring at her, emitting groo, 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 groo sounds. Then it lunged and squeezed Irina's neck tightly. She could only let out a pained cry. "Ah!" Looking at the monster strangling her, she tried to calm herself. This is a dream. It was sent by Duke Sorty to tame Irina. The grip tightened, making it hard for her to breathe, and she cried out, "Ah!" Her hands, resisting, got covered in the monster's green fluid. She felt a sharp pain. The spot it touched was burning, and she couldn't push it away. She just couldn't. She tried to endure, secretly encouraging herself. "It's okay. I can endure it. After all, this is just a dream. I'll endure until I wake up." Then Irina gradually let her arms go, resigning herself to fate. She began to feel dizzy, silently crying for help in her heart. "When I wake up, I don't want to endure this. Why are you doing this to me? It hurts so much, and I'm tired. Even if it's a dream, it's truly terrifying. Help me." She closed her eyes, tears falling on her pained cheeks, pleading, "Please." Suddenly, in the dark space, a beam of light appeared from an unknown source. The light emanated from a small sword that Slime brought. Then he flew up, swung the sword skyward, and charged forward with a cry. "No!" Slime swung the sword straight at the monster's head without any wasted movement. However, it had no destructive power and was easily swatted away by the monster. Slime cried out, "No!"
Seeing his friend being hit, Irina worriedly shouted, "Slime, I'm okay, you run!"
Her hand reached out towards her trembling friend in a distant corner. Seeing her friend remain motionless, Irina, extremely agitated, shouted, "Slime, snap out of it!" She struggled up, looking worriedly at her friend, continuously calling out, "Slime!" But then she was quickly grabbed by the neck and pushed down by the monster, only managing to let out a choked sound. "Ack!" At this moment, Slime had woken up. He struggled to grasp the sword, looking towards Irina, who was under attack. His hand gripped the sword tightly. Then he shot forward. He flew towards the monster, letting out a sound, "Mew!" Slime, quick as lightning, charged straight at the monster, and the monster, taken by surprise, released its hand from Irina's neck. But before he could get close to it, he was kicked by its foot. Despite the pain, he still struggled to hold on to the sword tightly. Then, using his small body, Slime nimbly jumped onto the monster, continuously calling out, "Mew! Mew!" When he jumped onto the monster's arm, Slime, with great courage, held the sword tightly with his small hands. Then, seizing the opportunity while the monster hadn't reacted in time, he aimed the glowing sword tip towards the monster. At close range, the sword emitted an even more dazzling light, and the monster's hand gradually began to disintegrate. Slime still held the sword firmly, calling out menacingly, "Mew!" For a moment, the monster didn't understand what was happening to it.
His body gradually vanished with the light of the sword. All those images struck Irina's eyes, moving her to tears. After defeating the monster, the little slime tiredly fell onto Irina's fan. It looked tired in her palm, still gazing up at her. Heartbroken, she asked, "Are you all right?" The little slime let out a mew sound, as if to say it was fine. She questioned the little slime extensively. "Doesn't anything hurt? Are you injured anywhere?" The slime replied to her several times. As if understanding something, she asked, "What did you say?" It turned out what the slime wanted to say was that even if it was in pain or injured, it would still protect Irina. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, waking Irina up.
Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Irina raised a hand to shield her eyes. It was too bright. She shot up, frantically calling out, "Wait, slime, slime!" The small blue blob cheerfully chirped beside her. She turned her head in surprise. The adorable little slime was still there, happily greeting her. She let out a sigh of relief. "So you're there, thank goodness. Last night I had a strange dream, so I thought something had happened to you." She suddenly noticed a scar on the little slime's face. That wound. Her hand trembled as she touched Slime. "Slime, under your eye." She recalled what had happened last night, her mind starting to reel. It was a dream, wasn't it? Her face darkened. So foolish. She admonished the foolish slime that had protected her, holding it in her hands. "If you're in danger, you should run away." She felt a pang of sorrow. "Because of me, this tiny body got hurt." Slime grasped her thumb, seemingly wanting to comfort her again. Slime told her, "Sorry for making Irina worry." Slime's mournful expression looked adorable, like a child who had been scolded for a mistake and was feeling sorry for itself. Slime spoke up, blaming itself. "Actually, I'm very weak. Sorry for getting hurt." Irina remained silent. Slime continued, looking as if it was about to cry. "I will be stronger."
Irina seemed a bit embarrassed. "I said I liked strong people like Grand Duke Ruslan. Could it be that you've held on to that until now?" She spoke up. "You really are a fool, huh?" This made Slime sad upon hearing it. It innocently wondered, "How can I become stronger?" She hugged the little slime close and comforted it. "Slime is truly very strong, so you shouldn't feel guilty. You saved me in my dream. That was truly wonderful." Slime lay in Irina's arms, its eyes welling up as if it wanted to cry. Irina smiled. "Thank you, truly."
Slime covered his face with both hands, his big, round, sparkling eyes shining with happiness. Irina told him he was exactly her ideal type. Slime was so happy from Irina's encouragement that he felt like melting. She gasped in surprise. Irina, flustered, asked, "Slime, are you okay? What's wrong?" She was so worried that she shouted loudly, "Is it an after effect? Snap out of it, Slime!" The candle on the table suddenly went out, emitting dark red smoke. Duke Sorty looked at the candle and spoke. "The dream demon died sooner than I expected, didn't it?" The Duke's bloodshot eyes looked terrifying. There are still so many candles left. Another candle was lit, and a magic circle was drawn. "Died so soon? It's a low-level demon, but that's too fast." He seemed puzzled. "Yes, there's more than just one or two strange things." The attendant beside him agreed. "I think so too. Even if it's a low-level demon, a demon is still a demon." The Duke spoke. "That's what I mean. A weakling like that couldn't have escaped the dream on its own." His hand touched a rose branch. Clearly, someone helped it. How dare they enter this mansion? He crushed the flowers, making the petals scatter on the ground. "Investigate thoroughly. Find out who that fool is," Duke Sorty ordered. "Monitor closely to see if anyone enters Irina's room." He then stood up, stepping on the rose branch, and commanded,
Deal with them immediately upon discovery. Outside the building, it was raining heavily. No matter how he thought about it, it felt strange. He clasped his hands and pondered. A weakling like that couldn't have escaped the dream on its own. The image of his wife appeared in his mind. If no one helped, could it be that divine power is awakening, just like its mother? She gave birth to an elder son and a younger daughter, still an infant. To create a child possessing divine power, I tried to lure a priestess and take her as my wife. His elder son still did not receive his recognition, but all I received in return were failed creations.
Toan only gives birth to useless things. I don't even consider them my children. Upon learning of Sorty's command, Irina's mother strongly objected. Duke, Valentine is still so young. You cannot send such a child to battle. He paid no mind. Beside him, Roshia was adjusting the Duke's collar. If I had divine power at his age, I would have already been all over the battlefield. If my wife had properly imparted her abilities, this wouldn't have happened. He cast a warning glance at her. That's not my fault, so stop yelling like that. She exclaimed in disbelief. You're worse than a beast. He stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Looking at her, Sorty asked, Don't you understand the problem yet? You defied my command and lost your parents, and you're still not sensible? She turned her face away and touched the spot where she had been hit. She collapsed to the ground, listening to him interrogate her. Do you want to protect your beloved family? Think about how you should behave. He returned to his office and sat there. No one can ruin my plans. No one. Irina frowned. This is not what I expected. She looked at the crooked embroidery hoop. This is so boring. I shouldn't have tried. She let out a long yawn.
Bella sat beside her, glancing at her. I told you, you really don't act like a lady at all. You're supposed to cover your mouth when you yawn. Hearing that, Irina looked up and asked, I've been wanting to ask, why are you here? Bella was also embroidering. The Duke told me to keep an eye on you.
The two continued chatting. There's nothing more to supervise. Why don't you come to my room for a bit? No, even if there's nothing to supervise, there are things to teach. You must cultivate more knowledge as a lady. She hesitated. But how good was she really? Just by looking at her recently completed work, the result was immediately clear. How are you so good? She chuckled smugly. He, I'm a student of Jose's lady class. Irina was speechless. Good heavens, I don't even know who the real princess is anymore. She suddenly remembered. But Irina, at night you sound like you're talking to someone. I think I heard something. It sounded like a thunderclap right next to my ear. Have I been discovered? The slime hiding under the bed opened its mouth and cried, Meow. Her face went blank, confused. Who knows? What are you suddenly talking about? She retorted. Why not? Your voice is trembling so much. Bella warned. What if you're planning something suspicious? You should stop right now. I'm watching everything you know. She pretended to be fine. It seems she hasn't noticed anything. There were heavy footsteps mixed with a voice from inside the room. Say everything you want to say. I've already found out everything anyway. Found out what? I'm not hiding anything. She reminded. The young master is about to depart. If everything is exposed, you're done for. It's better to confess the whole truth now. The man standing outside the door heard this and gritted his teeth.
She slammed the table down with a thud. Are you threatening me? Valentine opened the door, startling Bella. She was too flustered to speak. That? She sighed. What's wrong, dear? Why are you suddenly acting like a woodpecker? She saw him. A new popular type? He stood there with his arms crossed. Go on, tell me, what if I leave? She stammered. No, nothing. She quickly bowed her head. I'll leave right away. Having said that, she hurried away with her head down, and he glanced at her actions. He ordered, Stop. Bella halted. Yes, he said sternly. Prepare the car. At the afternoon tea table, Irina sighed, her hand toying with her teacup. She smiled. Finally, peace. Thank you, brother. But is something wrong? He replied. I've come to say goodbye to you. Their sitting posture was very proper. He looked at her. Tonight, I'm leaving. She silently looked at him. His expression seemed unhappy, didn't it? He continued, To the Raven Forest. He looked at her. Brother, she said. She tilted her head and smiled comfortably. Be careful. Take care of yourself. I'll wait. He could imagine how beautiful she would be when she grew up. Valentine smiled faintly. Yes, I promise. I will return safe and unharmed. She looked at him and thought, It seems I've developed a soft spot for him. I don't know why I feel sorry for Valentine. She wished he would return safely. She twirled her teacup, but he turned his face away and coughed lightly. She, however, was puzzled, thinking, We've been sitting here for ages. What else is there to say? He tried to find a topic, then suddenly looked at the table and saw a strange object. What is that? She picked it up to show him. This? He listened in silence. What do you think? It's pretty good, right? I'm making a gift. He hesitated. So who is the gift for? At the mention of its owner, she beamed. Who else but Slime? Hearing its name, it ran out to report. Meow. As for the young man, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Irina called it back. Ha, slime, perfect timing, come here. It came closer. Meow. He was truly petrified. She picked it up, trying on the unfinished white fabric she was embroidering. Come on, sit still. Slime's face was beaming. Meow. She was cheerful. White suits you, huh? It agreed, calling meow. He, who had been silent until now, spoke. Handkerchief? She didn't understand. Valentine stood up, choosing his words carefully. Is that for it? She hugged it to one side. Yes, to mark it as my slime. He didn't know what else to say. All right, got it. I'm leaving. He turned to leave through the door, but his mind was elsewhere, so he bumped his head on the door. Thud.
She heard the sound, turned her head to look, puzzled, wondering why his mood had suddenly become so somber. His face was a little sad, and she considered a possibility. Could he be jealous? Ah, perhaps. She remembered reading somewhere that in this world, before the war, giving a handkerchief to a knight meant wishing them good luck. She held the handkerchief and thought, could it be that he wanted her to give him a handkerchief? Seeing the drawer slightly ajar, ah, there's something to give him, she thought. Brother, wait. Irina rummaged through the drawer, saying, wait a moment for me. He didn't know what she was planning to do. After searching for a while, she couldn't find it. It was clearly here, she thought. There was a handkerchief with sadi patterns, wasn't there? She picked up a handkerchief with a strange pattern. Ah, found it. She shook the handkerchief. Ugh, dusty. She held the handkerchief in front of him. Brother, take this, she said. He asked back in disbelief. For me? Irina's eyes widened as she smiled. I will pray for your safe return. He was so surprised he didn't know what to say. She saw her brother accept it, then playfully pouted. Well, thank me. Valentine was thrilled, but still acted aloof. Whatever. But he was too happy to hold it in, so he turned to one side and secretly pressed the handkerchief to his chest, feeling immensely joyful inside. He returned to his serious expression, put the handkerchief into his pants pocket, and heard her ask, Brother, do you know I have a question?
She whispered into his ear, about that slime, where did you get it from? He replied, the Celtic River. She sifted through the knowledge from the books she had read. If it was the Celtic River, one would have to travel around the Botany Plain, where monster portals frequently appeared, making it extremely dangerous.
She wondered, did he say he brought it back from there? Hearing its name, it poked its head out. Meow. She looked at it as he asked, do you want to know about slime? She excitedly replied, yes, I'm very curious. This is a different kind of slime from the others. Valentine stroked his chin, choosing his words. Celtic River slime. Thinking of something, his face turned dark. Not intending to say more, he promised, all right, I'll investigate. Slime was very unhappy to hear that. She asked, how will you investigate? He answered vaguely, I'll stab it once. Since I'm leaving at midnight, there's plenty of time. Upon hearing this, Irina quickly hid Slime and looked at her brother warily. Huh? Stab it? He raised his hands in surrender. I know, I'll just observe. She looked at him with a suspicious expression. Will he really be able to investigate? Thinking of the upcoming class, she got a headache. Today I have a class on magical creatures, so I can't bring Slime along. If it gets caught, I don't know what will happen to it. Imagining the risk of it being abused, she had left it alone in the tower. A servant in the house took a broom and flattened it, making it cry out in pain. Meow, hick, what is this? If it were discovered, it would be over. She looked at her brother. Indeed, in the current situation, Valentine taking on this role was the safest option. He crossed his arms, waiting for her answer. Irina threatened, if you bully it, that's a big deal, you know. He retorted, what's a big deal? She seemed to ponder a bit more, while the slime used its tiny hands to hold its owner's hand tightly.
She decided it was better to still give it to her brother. She put on a stern, fierce expression. While I'm away, don't you two fight. You must get along with each other. What followed was a series of exchanges between the two siblings. While I'm gone, what do you mean? I have to go to magic class now. Wait a minute. It can't be like this. I'll be late. I'll go and come back, okay? He stood rooted to the spot, holding the slime, watching her leave. He looked at it, and it looked at him. Neither said a word, followed by a long silence. Unable to bear it, it cried out, Mew. Valentine stared at the slime in his hand. It was also looking at him, and he secretly wondered why he felt unhappy. He recalled the image of his sister, so happy she was practically glowing as she held the slime in her hand. But Irina had said that if he was so curious, there was no other way. He had to observe this creature carefully today. He frowned, his ruby pupils shifting to one side, as if lost in thought, recalling the place where he had found it. A scene appeared in Valentine's mind, a long river with green grassy banks on either side, and mountains looming in the distance. Sparse clusters of rocks grew along the banks. This was the Bat Plains. He had come to the Bat Plains by his father's command. He, clad in armor and a red cloak, had come from behind a cluster of rocks and seen a slime by the Sentik River. He had found it. The slime was blue, with resolute eyes. At the time, it didn't look much different from other slimes, but it had eyes and a mouth, which was truly strange.
It no longer wanted to be in Valentine's hands, jumping down swiftly and crying out, Mew!
It wiggled its soft, round body towards the door. But he immediately spoke up to stop it. "If you want to escape, give up now, because you must stay with me until Irina returns. I will find out your identity within this hour." Although the slime no longer moved as he wished, it didn't bother to turn back, turning its back to him, silent. He crossed his arms, looking at the slime, speculating. Is it disregarding my words? Earlier it seemed to understand everything Irina said. Valentine lowered his gaze, his mind already deep in thought. A low-level magical creature that could possess such intelligence, there wasn't just one or two strange things about it. The slime's small blue back was clear in his eyes. Its survival near the Celtic River, a place full of high-level magical creatures, was also strange. What if? A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze turned malevolent as he looked at it. It suddenly felt a chill down its spine. It shivered. It's a mental magic user. If not, how could it understand human speech? It turned back to look at Valentine unhappily, asking worriedly, "Meal?" But he paid no attention to it and continued to think. Or maybe not. There's no slime that can use magic.
His train of thought was no longer focused on it, but on his sister. That's right, it wasn't important, even if it used mental magic and had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The image of his sister, Irina, sitting on a chair, her hands on her lap, dressed in a dress, her eyes filled with sadness, immersed in a dark space, was deeply etched into his memory. It was also the one who made Irina smile, a child trapped in a tower and living like a lifeless doll. Suddenly, a light appeared and shone upon her. She tilted her head, looking towards it. The dark space was illuminated by that slime. It embraced one side of her face, and she smiled joyfully, her eyes crinkling, reaching out to support it. The flowers blooming all around enhanced this cheerful atmosphere. He thought, it's changed. Valentine placed one hand on his hip, looked at it and thought, it seems to be Irina's good friend. I don't see anything unusual or suspicious right now.
While it was looking expectantly towards the door, unconsciously meowing, "Mew," he came to a final conclusion regarding his study of this slime. Perhaps more time was needed for observation. He turned around, looking about. Until then, I'll just sit somewhere for a bit. On the wooden table, books were stacked on one side, with some books lying open, unfinished. An inkwell and a pen rested on an upside-down book. A teapot and a coaster were placed on the other side. An open cabinet shelf, not yet closed, revealed papers, pens, and other miscellaneous items scattered about. Not only on the table, but cobwebs and dust also covered every corner of the house. After witnessing this, he said, "Looking back, the slime isn't the problem." Around Valentine, a flame erupted, no different from the wrath of a fire elemental. In reality, it was just his anger made manifest. He crossed his arms and angrily yelled, "Why does this room look like this? Don't the servants come to clean?" In the end, he still had to be the one to clean. Picking up a stack of papers on the table and tidying them, he still angrily grumbled, "These servants need to be re-educated." Just then, a small piece of paper clipped within the stack accidentally fell out, simultaneously touching his eye. He picked it up, unconsciously asking, "What's this?"
On the piece of paper were written 4 words, "Marry me." From the handwriting, he concluded, this isn't Irina's handwriting. Then he thought of someone, leaning over to look at the small thing near the door. If it wasn't Irina's handwriting, then who? The slime seemed to hear him, turned around, looked up at him and asked, "Mew?" It excitedly waved its chubby round hand, admitting, "Mew?" He was speechless, not expecting to have guessed correctly. 3 words, "I can't believe it," were clearly etched on his face. He asked again, "You wrote this?" It was still happy, unaware that something bad was about to happen. It clasped its 2 small round hands together, obediently admitting, "Mew." And then Valentine immediately pressed close to the slime, stomping his foot. It leaned against the door, startled and frightened. He angrily yelled, "What exactly are you? How can a monster write human words?" Suddenly he remembered the content on the paper, his anger growing even more. "Wait, marry? How dare you? With Irina?" Surprisingly, a small monster like the slime wasn't afraid of this anger. When the topic of marrying Irina was brought up, it still strongly raised one hand as if genuinely wanting to. "Mew." The poor piece of paper was clenched tightly in his hand, his anger so great that veins popped out on his arm. Valentine growled, emphasizing each word. Mentioning his sister was like a declaration. "Whoever dares touch my sister will face my wrath. Absolutely not. I will absolutely not allow even a speck of dust to harm her." Under his terrifying aura, the slime slowly shuffled its tiny body backward, crying out, "Mew, mew," in worry and fear. He glared at it angrily, saying, "You're just a monster." But Slime didn't care, looking around to see if there was anything it could use to counterattack. Then his shoes caught its eye. It immediately pounced on the shoe, crying loudly, "Meow." But its tiny body was no match for an adult like Valentine. He easily picked it up. Its counterattack failed, crying, "Meow." His eyebrows furrowed, his anger not subsiding at all. He said, "Are you trying to dirty my shoes?" Trapped between his 2 fingers, unable to escape, it angrily pointed a paw directly at his face.
Meow, meow.
More and more plus signs, embodying his anger, appeared, cursing internally. Isn't this a crazy slime? Valentine propped himself up with one hand, his other hand still gripping the slime's head, beginning to resolve the situation peacefully by lecturing it like a true nobleman. Slime, listen carefully. It still looked at him angrily, crying, "Mew." He ignored its cries, stating directly, "No matter what, you cannot marry Irina." The slime drooped, no longer protesting, asking, "Mew?" Simultaneously, an image of Irina appeared, her chin being lifted by a man's hand. Valentine explained, "Irina has already decided who she will marry." The silhouettes of a man and a woman drew close. The man reached out to touch the woman's cheek. Noble white flowers accentuated the love between them. He continued, "Are you not respecting Irina's wishes? She will definitely marry Grand Duke Ruslan." Then he pointed directly at the slime, angrily yelled, "Will you kill him?" From one surprise to another, his questions came crashing down, leaving it no time to defend itself. It was as if it had just stumbled into a new world, unconsciously asking, "Mew, mew."
Seeing its expression, he sighed. "See? It's hard, isn't it?" The slime held in his hand sadly replied, "Mew." Valentine, lifting the slime with one hand and placing the other on his hip, looked at it and said, "You're just someone who can spend time with Irina." While Valentine was distracted, the slime wriggled and jumped out of his hand onto the floor. "It's nothing special. You can live alone too, you know?" The slime on the floor angrily said, "Mew?" Valentine looked at the slime, which seemed to be holding a pen and paper and wanting to give them to him, and thought, "Later, when I inherit the title, I'll provide more support for single people." He sat down cross-legged, watching the slime hold the pen and write. "What's this? You know how to write?" On the paper, the slime wrote, "I am a person," as if to convey to Valentine, "I am a person." Do you mean no one else but you? Still don't understand the topic here? In Valentine's mind, the image of Irina's future husband was already formed. The ideal husband for Irina, right from the first impression, must be trustworthy. The slime was helpless against his words. "You're just soft. Where do you look like a husband?" "Mew?" Valentine looked at it and thought, "At this rate, it's probably given up, right?" "Mew? Mew?" The slime raised its two hands above its head, transforming itself into a rectangular shape. "Mew?" Valentine looked at it, pondering, not understanding the slime's action. What is it doing? Is it trying to look stronger? He was also helpless against its persistence. This kid seems serious, though. Valentine suddenly stood up, appearing very angry. No matter how strong you become, it's absolutely not allowed. For him, that person must be knowledgeable, well-informed, and if they want to marry Irina, they must be wise. That person must also know how to use a sword, and be more skilled with the sword than I am. They must be cold towards others, but warm towards my sister, and must be proficient in both etiquette and dancing.
Valentine clenched his fists, and most importantly, he gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute as he said, "We can save Irina from my father with great power." After hearing Valentine's words, Slime stood up, its eyes determined, and let out a fierce cry as if responding to his expectations. Meow. Outside the window, sunlight filtered through the leaves, making them shimmer strangely. Irina pushed the door open and walked in, her face very tired. "I'm back. You two aren't fighting, are you?" Valentine stood by the bed, his arms wrapped around Slime, and seemed very surprised to see her return. Slime was overjoyed to see her return, its face beaming with a joyful welcome. "Meow." Irina covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide, and said in surprise, "Why has Slime turned into a quadrilateral? What on earth is going on?" Valentine disdainfully placed the cheerful Slime on the table and said, "What an arrogant fellow." He crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head away, closed his eyes, and sighed. A demon beast with such ambition. Valentine stood frozen, arms crossed, at Irina's naive incomprehension. Ambition? What ambition? Ambition isn't important. What about its identity? Have you found it yet? Valentine turned his back to her, one hand propping his chin as if in thought. Irina thought he hadn't heard clearly, so she leaned towards Valentine and timidly asked again, "You haven't found it yet?" "Not enough time. After the battle is complete, I will consult the knights." "Are you leaving now? You said we'd depart tonight, but you're leaving now?" "Because I have to get ready." Valentine placed his hand on the doorknob. Then he turned back to look at Irina and instructed, "While I'm not here, remember to be careful, all right?" She shyly waved goodbye to Valentine and replied, "I know, don't worry." Valentine's demeanor became serious, his sharp gaze reminding her, this is not something to be dismissed as a joke.
Irina smiled, clearly hearing her brother's instructions. She knew he was very worried about her.
Valentine turned around and sighed. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll go and come back, Irina. After Valentine left, seeing Slime's triumphant look, Irina went over to Slime and happily said, Slime, return to your original form. Mew. Irina picked up the piece of white cloth, smiling to herself smugly. What should I do? This is for soft slime. Slime blushed, proudly letting her drape the cloth over itself. Come on, sit still. It was happy. Its eyes crinkled in a smile, and pink hearts filled the air around Slime. Slime's mew. Irina sat down on the chair, looking at Slime and smiling, saying, It's a good thing you like it. Slime moved closer to the teacup and the sweet cake, its eyes anticipating the words she was about to tell it. I have something to tell you, as I mentioned before. Suddenly, it lunged forward and drank all the tea in the cup. Irina's eyes widened, and she frantically shouted, quickly stopping Slime. Hey, Slime, no! She grabbed Slime, which didn't understand what was happening. Mew, you said you weren't allowed to eat human food. Irina held Slime and shook it up and down to make it spit out all the tea. Wait a moment, I'll help you spit it out right away. Mew.
Irina looked bewildered at the slime. Oh, the dizzy, light-headed slime lay weakly in her hand, whimpering. Meow. She fearfully looked at the slime in her hand. She thought, is it still normal? Huh? Meow. Irina placed it on the table, then turned to look at the pile of books on the table. Wait, is the magical creature dictionary's content incorrect? I need to go to the library. Irina gave the slime a thumbs up. She looked down at the slime as if it was about to pass out. Outside it was pitch dark, and a pair of brown shoes stopped in front of the door. Did I shake it too much, huh? Sorry. Rosia leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. I'll give you a pat on the back, okay? Outside, sunlight shone on the leaves, making them sparkle under the sky. Irina stood in the library, her back to the bookshelves, and from a top-down view, her figure appeared even smaller. Sunlight filtered through the books, illuminating her and making her seem to glow. Irina held a book, reading intently, while the slime beside her also eagerly followed along. Slimes lack reason and are illiterate, thus unable to use magic. They hate water and cannot withstand acid, so they primarily inhabit mountains and plains.
She rested her chin on her hand, pondering the information in the book, which didn't usually appear in the sea or by the river. Unable to use magic, Irina recalled the image of Slime once charging forward with a sword. Strangely, Slime was vivid in her thoughts. Slime holding a sword with both hands, defeating monsters, the glowing sword radiating the aura of a victor, had used magic to defeat the dream demon. Irina, full of doubt, lowered her head and turned to look at Slime, who was happily lost in thought. Is he really a slime? Slime clung to her skirt, looking up at her with an excited expression. Perhaps he was a ghost or another creature that just looked like a slime. After finishing the book, Irina sighed helplessly. This book didn't yield any special insights either, so she'd better find another one. Without her knowing when, Rosia stood behind Irina, startling her. She called out to her, Miss Sortie. Irina turned and glanced at her, thinking she appeared like a ghost. Rosia's expression remained unchanged as she coldly reminded her, book reading is limited to once a week. Irina held the book at her hip and timidly explained to her, This is my first visit this week. Rosia, knowing she couldn't refute it, immediately bowed her head in apology. Irina, holding the book, walked past Rosia, saying, Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I'll be going now. She watched Irina leave with an unconvinced look in her eyes.
Rosia turned to look at Irina, who was descending the stairs, one hand holding a book to her chest, the other gripping the railing. Suddenly she approached Irina. Knowing Rosia always followed her, Irina outwardly feigned indifference, but inwardly she was screaming, Why on earth does she keep following me? Irina reluctantly put the book back in its place. Rosia, standing behind her, reminded her, It can't be helped. That's enough reading for today, Miss Irina. It's almost dinner time. She bowed respectfully before Irina and said, I have prepared the meal. Please go and eat. Irina turned back, looking at Rosia with a puzzled expression, and asked, Since when have you been so meticulously concerned about me? Rosia smiled at her, asking with a surprised look, Oh my, what are you talking about? Irina, filled with suspicion, scrutinized her, thinking, Normally she would have gotten angry. Why is she so uneasy? Frightened, she stepped back, clenching her hands and leaning against the bookshelf. Valentine had already left, and there was no one else in the mansion who could help. Irina reached into her dress pocket, her eyes filled with hope.
Irina realized she still had Slime by her side. Oh right, she wasn't alone anymore. She looked up and said to Rosia, I understand. Please take me to the dining room. In the dining room, Irina sat alone at the table, having her meal. After finishing all the food on her plate, she placed her spoon down beside it. Irina took a napkin to her mouth, wiping it while speaking cheerfully. Her words clearly showed how delighted she was. Slime also peeked out, listening in. Oh, it's been so long since I've had such a delicious meal. If only there was dessert, that would be wonderful. Mew! Slime suddenly jumped off Irina, making her flustered. No, you don't need to go anywhere. Mew! She called out to Slime. A maid, seeing this, bowed and asked Irina, What? So soon? Please return, miss. Is something wrong? The maid bowed to listen to Irina's instructions. Irina, seeing this, replied while thinking, "No, it's nothing special. I have to follow it. Slime, don't let yourself be discovered." Slime cheerfully went into the warehouse. Mew, mew. When it saw Rosia, it immediately hid behind a crate. Slime carefully listened to their conversation. What is Bella doing? She's sleeping in her room. Rosia put her hands on her hips and seriously instructed. Yes, let her sleep. Bella must not know this truth. She then probed the person opposite her. And what about the young lady?
The maid carefully replied to her. She's still in the dining room. Rosia laughed loudly, her eyes glinting with malice, her hands in her dress pockets as if preparing to take something out. Excellent, she said. Before Irina returns, we must install it in the room. A glowing white orb and a listening device were neatly placed on the table. She smugly crossed her arms and said, before the maid's bewildered gaze, "The audio recording orb and video recording orb are hard to find. We will have evidence through this." Her eyes glinted with malice, and she said contemptuously, "Irina Sordi, that girl has definitely lured men into this bedroom. Every night I hear noises through the door." In her imagination, in the dark room, Irina nestled against the man, laughing and saying, "Really? I like it too." The man touched Irina's face with his hand, and she blushed, playfully pushing him away. Not yet. Rosia was pleased with the plan she had devised, even if she didn't know how it would bypass the surveillance network. But as long as they obtained the evidence, the Duke would absolutely not let it go. It would be a disgrace to the family, and she would be driven out of here.
The maid responded, following her instructions. As expected of the head maid, she said, "First, I will start the encryption tool." Rosia stood with her arms crossed, listening to the maid speak. The maid held up a piece of paper and said, "All right, let's look at the instructions first." Slime carefully and attentively watched the actions of both. Rosia stood to one side, watching the maid write on the paper, while Slime stood behind the crate, peering around as if about to fall over. This, after pressing it, it looked towards the storage table, suddenly thinking of an idea. The maid and Rosia were still intently studying the voice recorder, unaware that behind them, Slime had jumped onto the storage table to observe. "Oh dear!" The voice recorder repeated the words the maid had just spoken. "Oh dear!"
The two were delighted, unaware that Slime was looking down from above, scrutinizing their plot. Good, it worked. Rosia carefully asked about the situation. Was there any problem with the recorder yesterday? The maid respectfully replied, "I haven't detected any unusual signs from the young lady. If I had, I wouldn't have stayed put." Reassured by her words, Rosia felt relieved, but didn't forget to ask further. "That's good then. Irina, what is that girl doing?" The maid immediately reported, "I'm told she's in the library. It will be a while before she returns." She conferred with her accomplice, then coldly ordered, "I'll go retrieve the recorders. Until then, you follow and keep an eye on her." The maid curtsied and obediently replied, "I understand." Without wasting any more unnecessary time, Rosia opened the door and left. She was deep in thought, her expression turning grim as she thought to herself, "There's definitely someone else in her room." To solve this difficult riddle, she didn't hesitate to rummage everywhere with her hands, feeling a strange sense of perplexity. It was truly odd. Glancing around nervously, her heart was troubled, yet she was still full of doubts. "I can't even find a single strand of hair, let alone any traces." And finally, her eyes landed on a specific spot. She told herself, "The only thing I believe in is the recorder." Rosia picked up the object. Her sharp intellect always made her want to immediately prove her own hypothesis. She mused again. "It's always been here. If I examine it, I'll know immediately." As she was about to depart, her steps suddenly paused, and she gazed blankly at the stack of books on the cabinet shelf. "Wait a minute. These are all books about demonic creatures." Rosia observed intently while her mind raced. Northern demonic creatures, perhaps. She pondered and came to a conclusion. She's getting acquainted with a knight from the Demonic Creature Extermination Squad.
Not stopping there, she was also immersed in a malicious glee, thinking that if only she could get precise evidence, But then a voice rang out, pulling her away from her fanciful thoughts. "Rosia!" Irina appeared from behind her, her tone suspicious. "What are you doing here?" Rosia showed no surprise. Instead, she was incredibly calm and nonchalant. She even spoke kindly to Irina. "Miss Irina, you've returned. It's quite dusty here, so I'm cleaning every nook and cranny." A cold glint flashed in Irina's eyes, and her voice, as if unintentionally yet deliberately, exposed the flimsy, false pretense of Rosia's words. "You don't need any cleaning tools?" Only then did her deception become obvious. She awkwardly turned her face away, answering evasively, I'm almost done." She slowly observed Rosia's every expression, taking it all in, then feigned appreciation as a formality. "Oh, I see. You've gone to a lot of trouble."
Irina didn't want to drag things out, so she ordered the guest out. "Get out." This action of hers, in Rosia's eyes, was a complete disregard for her, which made Rosia both irritated and angry, so she opened her mouth to scold her. How arrogant! She was about to say something more when the hurried appearance of the maid from earlier caught her attention. The maid quickly reported, "I'm very sorry, headmaid. She disappeared in an instant." Rosia didn't pay much attention. After all, her objective had already been achieved, so she was very agreeable.
What bothered her now was something else. Where should I check? Rosia activated the voice recorder and instantly a chorus of rhythmic sounds, varying in pitch, filled her ears. It's okay. I like you too. What a cute little thing. She stared intently at the evidence before her, exuding a cruel aura like a venomous snake that made others shiver, and decisively formulated a plan. Just hearing Irina's voice was sufficient proof. Today was precisely the day to report to the Duke. Your era ends here, Irina. Slime silently listened to the conversation outside. It heard the maid nervously utter a few words. "I'm very sorry, headmaid." Then it heard Rosia say cheerfully, "All right, the recorder has been safely collected, so I must go report to the Duke." Irina watched it huddle in a corner, and even as her hands were busy arranging things, she glanced over to remind it. "Slime, come here, it's dangerous." Annoyed, she grumbled, "Good heavens, look at the dust in this blanket. Has it even been cleaned properly?" She was too focused on her work and momentarily forgot that Slime had already left its previous spot. It strenuously moved closer to her. Irina didn't know, but she felt something strange. No matter how she thought about it, it seemed suspicious. Suddenly, Slime jumped on her reading desk. It opened its mouth and spat out a perfectly formed orb. This utterly astonishing action of its immediately froze her. Seeing it cry out, she was startled and in a bewildered manner asked, "Did you just throw up?" Hearing this, Slime was ultimately even more shocked than she was. It vigorously shook its head, desperately trying to prove its innocence, and simultaneously mentioned what it had just produced, a video orb.
Irina immediately looked confused. "A video orb? Why are you holding that?" The slime agitatedly explained, gesticulating wildly in its haste. "Bad people." But seeing the slime's series of reactions, she found it hard to accept for a moment. "Huh? Revenge?" It no longer intended to reluctantly describe, and decisively touched the small orb on the table. Suddenly, green lights accompanied by patterned shapes flashed before Irina's eyes. Then she saw very familiar people, who bowed their heads and saluted. "It is an honor to meet your grace." The cold and stern face of the elderly man appeared. He swept his gaze over each person and said, "Begin the report." With his permission, the manager bowed respectfully, his voice monotonous like a machine. "Yes, I will report first. Miss Sordy's etiquette is flawless." Hearing this, Duke Sordy was quite pleased, but a sarcastic and mocking compliment still hung on his lips. "She's become more human, hasn't she? Once the coming-of-age ceremony concludes, I will arrange her marriage immediately." This time, Rosha's voice appeared. She politely and solemnly spoke. "Forgive my interruption, Your Grace." She bowed, bearing the demeanor of someone holding an extremely important matter that needed urgent reporting. "I have an urgent report to present."
Duke Sordy lowered his voice, only uttering two words synonymous with permission. "Go on." But he could never have imagined that behind Rosia's bowed face was a triumphant smile. She pursed her lips. "That, Lady Sordy, seems to be luring men into the tower." He was momentarily surprised and slightly raised his voice to ask again, "Men?" Rosia, loyal and full of confidence, affirmed again, "Yes, every night I hear someone whispering, so I installed a recording device in the tower." And she spoke, she made a gesture of taking something from her dress pocket and presented the recorder before him. Her words powerful and strong, as if she held everything firmly in her grasp. "I have found concrete evidence." The recording device lit up, just as she pressed to open and activate it. Let's listen. Watching Rosia's self-directed performance through the magic screen, she furiously cursed them. These wicked people.
Feeling incredulous, the more she watched, the more furious she became, complaining out loud that eavesdropping wasn't enough. They even left a device to spy further. Irina frowned, feeling so exasperated deep down that she blurted out, "This is going too far." Suddenly she paused, a series of thoughts flashing through her mind. "Wait a minute, you need knowledge of magic to use this device, right? How do you even use this thing?" Just as she was at her wit's end with the difficult problem, Slime raised a hand and spoke in a booming voice. Irina made no secret of it. She directly wanted to find the answer from Slime, so she hesitantly asked, "Slime, do you know anyone who uses magic?" Being pressed for time, she had originally forced herself to be flexible to find the safest solutions in every direction, but before she could proceed, all her and Slime's attention was interrupted by that piercing voice. "No way!"
Irina and Slime now looked at the unfolding situation. They both saw trembling hands and a voice that was originally smug and arrogant gradually become timid. Looking at her, she used her humble demeanor, desperately explaining, "I clearly checked the recorded voice with my own ears." She fearfully blurted out, "Why is there no sound?" Duke Sorty had no time to bother whether she was telling the truth or lying. He cleared his throat, his eyes showing little interest but giving others a chilling sensation down their spines. "You dare to interrupt me without anything important to say?" Rosia's heart pounded. She quickly knelt down and explained, No, there's clearly something wrong with the recorder. If your grace checks the other servants." He cut off her meaningless words, gradually losing patience, and indifferently asked, "Can you prove it?" She trembled violently, sweating profusely, her face devoid of color, stammering, "Yes, your grace. Your grace means right now?" Duke Sorty said blandly, "Yes, right now." He stood up, his slender hands slamming down on the table, his voice colder than a sheet of ice. "It doesn't matter if it's a knight, a monster, or a rotten scoundrel." Saying this, he walked over to where Rosia was cowering on her knees, gently calling her name. "Rosia." The depths of Duke Sorty's eyes held a murderous glint. His words carried great power as he simultaneously displayed his authority and issued a warning command. "I will give you one last chance. Immediately go and find out who is hiding in the tower." As if granted a pardon, she hastily rushed to grasp her only lifeline. Yet deep inside, she was still filled with fear. "Yes, your grace. I will sneak into Miss Sorty's room. I will definitely find out and return."
Duke Sorty made an offer. "Well, you'd better make it snappy." Then he stumped on that useless recorder. He looked at her like an object with a little remaining value, and it seemed that too was about to run out and become worthless. So he repeated a threat. "My patience is wearing thin." Irina heard all their intentions, feeling uneasy and worried. Things are getting serious. The servants are bound to come here. She hastily urged, "Slime, come here quickly." She tucked it into the back pocket of her dress and instructed, "Don't you dare come out until I say so." Slime looked at her blankly as she arranged everything by herself.
Irina thought and acted simultaneously, first discarding the video orb. She secretly devised a plan, needing to let Slime escape before the servants arrived. Footsteps grew louder, echoing from afar towards her and Slime's room. They shouted, "Lady Shady, this is the Duke's command." At that moment, two maids roughly burst open her room door, their voices sharp. "Get out immediately." Irina, confronted by their physical actions, also grew angry. She yelled loudly, "Let go! I said I can walk on my own. Why are you being so excessive?" They escorted her to the detention area. With disrespectful attitudes, they reminded her, "Stay put." Not wanting to waste her energy on them, as soon as she sat down, she immediately took out Slime and asked with concern, "Slime, are you all right?" It immediately stood up, its appearance seething with anger. Irina gently stroked Slime's head, softly reassuring it. "Now don't be angry." She calmly instructed, "Do you remember the story I told you before? If you encounter danger, you must run to the north."
But feeling uneasy, she specifically added a few more sentences. "You must go to the forest in the north immediately. Hiding in the hut will probably be safer." Slime whimpered, its face showing reluctance, while Irina, on the other hand, was much more resolute. She straightened up, speaking softly. "Tonight is the best opportunity." Her small hands lifted it onto the iron window frame, and beneath Slime's gloomy expression, she placed all her fervent trust in it. "You can find your way there by yourself, right?" She knew what it was worried about, so she reassured and urged it. "Well, I'll be fine, so go quickly." Slime hesitated, standing on the iron frame, but finally it turned and darted out of the cell. Irina sat alone inside the dilapidated room, her heart suddenly feeling unusually light. She fiddled with her handkerchief and thought, "What a relief, I've helped Slime escape safely." She looked up at the moonlight shining outside and thought to herself, he left his handkerchief here because he left in such a hurry. Thinking of Slime's foolish yet affectionate demeanor, Irina couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. For a moment she didn't notice that it had returned, still thinking to herself, even so, it's lucky it wasn't discovered. Hearing a small sound, Irina was startled. "Slime?" She was momentarily startled. "How did you find the video orb I threw away?" Slime paid no attention, holding a small black bag containing some bread in its hand. She joyfully lifted Slime into her palm and unconsciously exclaimed, "Oh, bread!"
But very quickly after that, she froze solid, wishing she could turn to stone right there. "No, why are you back?" Under her questioning, it smiled gleefully. Irina held the bread in her hand, and despite Slime's cheerfulness, she sighed, blaming herself. Sigh, if I had known it would come to this, I would have diligently studied magic. Speaking of which, thinking of something, Irina couldn't help but turn to it and ask, Slime, do you know how to use a magic circle?" Seeing its confused look, she immediately used actions to describe. "I mean, if you just know the coordinates, you can move like this." Slime was utterly clueless. She was on the verge of tears, saying half-heartedly, "You don't know?" while collapsing internally. Sigh, what do I do now? Irina felt as if her life force had been drained, hugging her knees in despair. If we get discovered like this, we're doomed. Is there no other way? Encouraged by Slime, she quickly regained her spirits. Thanks, I'll eat first and then keep trying.
Suddenly, while eating her bread, she noticed a detail in the conversation. They said, Baron Pollen didn't give much money this time, did he? And the other person replied, no, this information was rejected because it was useless. Irina found it strange and at the same time boldly speculated, what? Aren't they selling information about the Duke? Thinking of this, she grabbed the round object beneath her and planned to overwhelm them. If so, after recording on this video orb, I'll threaten them and leave. Touching the glowing orb, she again heard their voices alternating, echoing steadily. The money the Baron gave me was quite a lot, but it's all gone now. But lately, I'm really afraid of revealing information to Baron Pollen. If the Duke finds out, everyone involved will be wiped out. Don't worry, as long as you and I keep our mouths shut, this story will absolutely not reach the Duke's ears. That's right, if anyone heard it, they'd need proof, wouldn't they? Of course. They understood each other perfectly, comfortably certain of one thing. There would be no evidence. When it was already light, Irina softly called, Slime. Despite Slime's sleepiness, she patiently called it again. Slime, wake up.
Her voice was more resolute and clear-headed than ever. Now was the time for them to leave this place. Irina roused Slime and said, Slime, I'll see you off. Let's go. Her words instantly banished its early morning drowsiness. It frantically clutched her hand, as if a moment's delay would cause her to abandon it immediately. Slime was worthless, and Irina couldn't bear to see it so anxious. She gently stroked it and explained, I've told you this many times. She maintained a calm demeanor, facing the impending storm alone. I still can't go. Hearing this, it hastily flexed its muscular form, its face contorted with urgency. Protect Irina. Prolonged resistance would lead to an uncontrollable situation, and understanding this, she was forced to stubbornly insist. Please. Slime froze, its gaze at her tinged with a hint of pathos. However, Irina had made her decision. She absolutely could not gamble on luck and bring Slime into the dangers ahead. Irina rarely pleaded, and her voice was earnest. Please, just listen to me this one time. Irina was at her wit's end, only able to whisper, I want to protect you too. Slime, sensing her helplessness and concern for it, was deeply moved.
Suddenly, she curled her finger, her tone gentle. There, I promise. It took her hand and etched her promise into its memory. She promised, I will definitely come to pick you up, so please wait for me at the house in Choka Forest. Saying this, she knelt down. Come on, Slime, use your strength. Her back straight, she turned towards the edge of the door and asked, Can you open this lock? Slime changed its shape, transforming itself into a key. Irina took Slime, praising it without reservation. Excellent. She strictly instructed, From now on, you absolutely must not come out of the bag, understand? At that moment, seeing Irina's figure suddenly appear before their eyes, the two gatekeepers couldn't help but be startled, suddenly speaking in strange unison. Lady Sortie, how did you manage to open the door? She lied without batting an eye, fabricating a plausible reason. Father wanted to speak with me, so he had someone open the door for me. The two servants, full of doubt, repeated in unison the character she had just mentioned. The Duke? Under their scrutinizing and disbelieving gazes, she said coldly, That's right, move aside. A shrewd maid spoke up. I will go ask the other servants and then return. Before she could even finish speaking, Irina cut her off with sharp words. So the servants are prioritized over my father, are they? She immediately denied it. No, it's not like that. I was just checking if what you said about the Duke was true.
Irina held the orb in her hand, her voice steady, without a hint of panic. Are you doubting my words? She warned in a low voice, her gaze devoid of warmth as she looked at them. I wouldn't hesitate to accuse you to father, would I? The orb in her hand activated. Immediately, a familiar conversation hit their ears. From behind the door, the two conspirators heard their own voices through the orb. The money the Baron gave me was quite a lot, but it's all gone now. But lately, I'm really afraid of revealing information to Baron Pollen. If the Duke finds out, it will be the end for everyone. Don't worry, as long as you and I keep our mouths shut, this story will absolutely not reach the Duke's ears. In a flash, the expressions of both servants turned ugly. The conversation. Irina watched their reactions, reminding them with satisfaction. You know the content behind this story better than anyone, don't you? She cleverly made an offer. If you want to hide it, you'll have to cooperate with me. The maid, seeing her misdeed exposed, immediately snapped loudly. Have you always been eavesdropping on us? Irina calmly replied. Does that matter now? Seeing their hesitant expressions, Irina once again exaggerated the situation. With evidence like this, your punishment won't be simple. She boldly threatened. So, if you don't want to be locked in the basement, get out of the way. Faced with her imposing presence, the two maids, whose secrets were held, still seemed stubbornly intent on blocking her. Slow footsteps approached from afar.
Bella asked in surprise, Irina, what are you doing? The two frightened maids simultaneously called out, Bella! Bella appeared and directly stated her purpose for being there. I am the one who received the Duke's order and opened the door. The short-haired maid awkwardly looked at her friend next to her, stammering in a low voice. That... Bella gave them no time to think or refuse, haughtily stating, "So I can take Irina now, can't I?" The short-haired maid, afraid of offending Bella, could only say worriedly, "All right, you can go, and please come back." Bella turned and left. Noticing Irina's dazed expression, she reminded her, "What are you doing? Follow me." Irina quickly snapped back to reality. Going. I'm going right now." Her mind was filled with jumbled thoughts. Why is Bella pretending not to know my lie? Did Duke Sorty really ask for me to be brought to him? After walking for a while, the outcome proved that she had overthought things. "Bella, this isn't the way to Father's place. Where are you taking me now?" Bella remained silent, which made Irina uneasy. "Hey, I don't have time to follow you right now." Bella paused, then casually revealed Irina's secret. "You're planning to release the slime, aren't you?"
Irina was surprised Bella knew this, and her whole body tensed up. A question immediately popped into her head. How did she know? She seemed to read Irina's mind, and even without eye contact, she replied, "No need to be so surprised. I only found out not long ago." Irina was on guard, ignoring the discomfort in her chest, her mind racing with the thought, "What should I do? How can I explain this?" Her lips twitched. Then she uncontrollably brought her hand to cover her mouth. Her words abruptly cut off, making Bella turn to her, who then exclaimed in alarm, "What is it? Why are you—"
Irina lowered her hands, not letting go of her guard against her. It was just a cough. Bella saw the blood on her lips. She was shocked, but remained utterly silent. She remembered that time, when her hands trembled. Someone had told her, "Look closely, Bella." Roja draped her arm over her shoulder, her words as light as a feather, yet their implication was chilling. She said, "If that thing dies," then she calmly completed her previous statement. "The position of princess will be yours." At that moment, Bella's mind buzzed. She only thought of one question. Will Irina die? Bella, naive and confused, thought it was clearly just medicine. But then her innocence was quickly torn apart by the words of the maids behind her. They whispered, "Did you see her cough during the meal?" She listened closely. The other maid replied offhandedly, "Of course, I told you she has no elegance whatsoever. Indeed, the princess must be Bella. But when will the poison the young lady gave her to drink finally kill her?"
Bella froze. Poison. It was poison. She then ran frantically, as if her life depended on it. A firm thought echoed in her heart. I must get to Irina quickly. With a teacup in hand, she then walked to Irina's room. As she recounted, Bella quietly told her that, "Actually, on the first day you drank that poison, I pushed a cart and went to your room." Through the gap in the door, Bella saw everything. She calmly explained that she then saw a slime lying on Irina's body. She was utterly astonished. That thing, she couldn't believe her eyes. Bella once again focused on the small creature, wondering, a slime? Frightened, Bella was so shocked she stumbled back, a question echoing in her mind. How did Irina possess it? Immediately she automatically added, "No, even more than that. Isn't it a dangerous magical beast?" Irina's pained look and the slime's worried expression caught her eye. Bella pondered for a moment as she suddenly realized something. Oh, Irina seems more comfortable. Remembering that day's scene, Bella's feelings were completely unconcealed. Initially, I thought it was a dangerous magical beast, but seeing your expression with the slime, I thought completely differently. Facing Irina, she calmly spoke, "Perhaps what I know isn't entirely true." After hearing the story, Irina only focused on something else. With a mix of complex emotions and joy, she boldly asked, "Bella, you don't hate me?" Bella immediately shut down her silly question, looking annoyed and gruff. "What? It's not like I said that because I'm fond of her." She coolly reminded her not to misunderstand. Bella raised her eyes and spoke her mind seriously. "This isn't for you, but for myself." As if afraid she would ask more questions, she urged her on as she spoke. "I don't want to live without knowing anything, so go quickly and come back." She added a reminder, "I'll only wait 5 minutes for you." Irina was overjoyed, her face warm and gentle, immensely grateful to Bella. "That's enough. Thank you, Bella. I'll be right back." She seized the opportunity, while also feeling a sense of unexpected surprise. "How fortunate. I never expected such help. I must quickly get Slime to a place where it can escape." Irina ran until she was breathless, thinking of the specific spot where the water flowed around the mansion. Ignoring her exhaustion, she poured a great deal of effort into it, even risking her life. Slime could use the river to float to safety. Looking at the scene before her, she ran closer to the spot and joyfully exclaimed, "Here it is!" Taking Slime out of her bag, she instructed, "Slime, if you follow this river, you can reach the north." Slime clung to her skirt, unable to bear leaving. She gently picked it up, her face kind. "You know the house I told you about, don't you? Wait for me there." And then Irina made a promise. "We absolutely have to meet again when we grow up." She rummaged in her bag, took out a handkerchief, her voice tinged with sadness. "I didn't realize this would be the last gift."
She tied the handkerchief onto Slime herself. Under its tear-filled gaze, she said, "You absolutely must not lose it, understand?" Slime cried its eyes out. "Can't I stay?" It clutched her hand. How could it let Irina be alone?
Knowing he couldn't bear to leave, Irina still firmly refused him. "No, you can't. If you stay here, my father will kill you." She gently reassured him. "We'll meet again. Don't cry." He suddenly grabbed her hand, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Slime will return, and stronger. Irina felt a pang in her heart. She looked at him and urged, "There's no more time. Run quickly." Slime was forced to jump into the river and reluctantly left. From afar, he saw her waving at him and saying, "Go, Slime." When she saw Slime had truly left, Irina wiped away her tears, trying to regain her composure. "I don't have time to stay here any longer. I must quickly return." Upon returning, she heard a soft voice calling, "Bella, Bella." Looking around, she called out again, "Where are you?" Suddenly, she heard a rather loud noise. Irina was startled, but immediately recognized who it was. "This is Bella's voice." She quickly ran to where the commotion was, muttering to herself, "Clearly something has happened to Bella." Rosia's protective voice rang out, "Duke, you've misunderstood. My daughter is not guilty of anything. She was merely exploited by the temptation of that girl and had no other choice but to help." Irina's heart pounded with dread. How did Duke Sorty know and come here? Seeing her daughter struggling after being slapped, Rosia, heartbroken, quickly urged, "Bella, quickly tell us what Irina said to you."
Bella gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and cried out in frustration. Rosia hugged her daughter tightly, and although bewildered and afraid of angering him, she still steadfastly protected her daughter. "Duke, Bella is very scared. It's clear that that little girl colluded with the knight." His eyes flashed with murderous intent, stopping her from speaking further. "Rosia, are you saying there's an informant and collusion?" He gripped his cane, his voice cold. "Dared to sneak into the ducal mansion and have a clandestine meeting." He paused, then shifted his gaze elsewhere, and asked, "What do you think?" Behind the tree, her heart skipped a beat when she heard him not only ask her, but also call her by name, Irina. Irina was terrified, forcing herself not to be afraid, to calm down. How could Duke Sorty know about the existence of slime? She had to pretend not to know anything.
Composing herself to appear utterly natural, she stepped out and began her performance. "I don't know what you're talking about anymore, Your Grace." She feigned indignation and naivety, replying bluntly, "I have never secretly met anyone." Rosia trembled with rage, immediately retorting acerbically, "That's a lie, Duke. I clearly heard it." Before she could finish speaking, his words, devoid of any warmth, cut her off. "Rosia, since no evidence was found, you will pay the price for this." He gave the order softly, but the punishment hidden behind that softness was a terrifying earthly hell, more dreadful than ever. "Lock the head maid in the basement prison," he commanded. The guards immediately carried out the order upon hearing it. "Yes, we understand. Stand up." Rosia knew full well that going in there meant more harm than good, so she resisted with all her might, screaming, "Let go!" Bella, standing nearby, was also terrified, frantically crying out, "Rosia, no!" Weeping, she confessed everything. "Duke, I saw it. Irina took the slime and released it into the river surrounding the mansion."
Irina gasped in astonishment, never expecting that at this moment Bella would choose to betray her. "Bella, what are you doing?" Bella hugged Rosia, as if stepping into a bottomless abyss. Between Rosia and Irina, she forced herself to plunge into darkness. Plunging into the depths of the abyss, choosing her, in the end she could only sob, "Irina, I'm sorry, but I can't let my mother die." Duke Jordy's voice sharpened. "Is it a slime?" His face darkened as he gave a ruthless command. "Search every nook and cranny around here and kill it the moment you find it." On the other side, the slime struggled to wade through the water. It clung to the ground and climbed ashore. Full of determination, it decided, "Perhaps I must go alone to find Irina." Unexpectedly, just as it was about to leave, a foot approached it. The man spoke, "So this is the slime the Duke ordered to kill." Holding a knife in his hand, he panted, but the more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. How dare they make me run around just to kill something like this? The slime tensed. Facing danger, it quickly fled under the surprised gaze of Baron Pollen and his guards. He couldn't help but shout, "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" He saw the slime run a distance away from him and immediately felt a terrible headache. "Damn it, I ended up having to use magic."
With a flick of his hand, he drew a magic circle and cursed, "This troublesome thing." Slime had to stop abruptly to dodge the stones hurled at it by his magic. Then it was startled to find Baron Pollen behind it, who spoke in a devilish voice. "Heh heh, I won't let you escape." He raised a sharp knife, his eyes hungry and ambitious. "If I kill you," he declared, "the Duke will surely grant me a great reward." The knife, guided by his magic, tore through the air and lunged forward. Slime suddenly froze. Seeing Slime impaled by the knife, he sneered openly.
Looking at your form, I find you even more insignificant. Baron Pollen picked up a torn piece of fabric from Slime's body, saying with a hint of triumph, "I'll take this as proof of your demise." He left, disregarding Slime. Slime was in pain and filled with unwillingness. It faintly remembered her image, Irina. She had said she would come to meet it. She had promised. "Open your eyes now," it urged itself. The more it remembered her, the more it recalled her careful instructions. "Slime, if you ever face danger, you must run to Choco Forest in the north. There's a house there that will be safer." It struggled against the pain, using magic to conjure a small circle, repeating the keyword she had told it in its mind. Choco Forest, north, house. As the circle was almost complete, it stubbornly repeated the familiar name, Irina. And then, Slime vanished from the place where it was attacked by the enemy, appearing directly at the house she had once told it about. It dragged itself heavily, moving its body towards the house's main door. Slime shed tears of grievance, and before losing consciousness, it continued to call out the name, Irina. Elsewhere, Valentine was on his way back. He fiddled with an item in his hand, thinking to himself, "With this level of magical power, I can finally receive the neutralizing potion from Father."
Thinking of her and Slime, his lips curved slightly. Would Irina be happy to hear this news? But very quickly after that, those lips immediately straightened again. Valentine found Slime an eyesore, so he was in a bad mood. That kid is even appearing in my head now. Valentine was lost in memories when Baron Pollen suddenly spoke up, breaking his train of thought. He greeted him. "Hehe, isn't that young Duke Soli?" Baron Pollen said respectfully and ingratiatingly, "Glad you returned safely from Crow Forest." Valentine paid attention to him, thanked him perfunctorily, and asked, "Thank you, Baron Pollen. Where are you coming from?"
He calmly asked, "What is that in your hand, sir?" He held the item that had just been mentioned and softly replied, "Oh, this?" Saying this, he lifted the handkerchief and waved it around, speaking excitedly. "I dealt with a monster at the Duke's command. No, let's see, it was just a slime, and it was even wearing clothes." Valentine was stunned. "What?" He, however, didn't notice the unusual expression on Valentine's face and opened his mouth with a triumphant, boastful look. "I brought this along as proof. Heh. Remembering the image of Irina affectionately and lovingly holding a slime close to her, she vivaciously said, "It's so soft, I love it. If you poke it, it'll be a big problem, got it?" Ending the flashback, Valentine felt so incredulous that he had to ask himself, "The slime, is it dead?" Valentine rushed to find her, anxiously calling out, "Irina." Startled, she couldn't hide her vulnerable tears and struggled a little to say, "Ah, big brother, you're back so soon?" She wiped away the tears from her face, relieved for him. "It's a good thing you returned safely."
Irina raised her slightly reddened eyes, speaking in a low voice. "Thank you for your promise. Come back safe and unharmed." Valentine struggled to speak. "Irina," he looked away, trying to sound as natural as possible. "There's something you absolutely must know." He composed himself, continuing his unfinished words. "Baron Pollen is carrying the handkerchief you made for that boy." As Irina listened with intense focus, she slowly but surely heard news that struck her like a lightning bolt. He said, "It seems he killed Slime and took it as proof." Irina clearly couldn't believe her ears. She exclaimed agitatedly, "That's impossible. I mean, I let him run to a path no one knows about." She choked back tears and sobbed. "How can you know if someone is alive or dead just by a handkerchief? Slime will live." Irina buried her face in her hands, crying until her whole body trembled. Absolutely impossible. Seeing her stubborn and insistent demeanor, Valentine couldn't hide his heartache. He reached out to comfort her. "That's right. There's no way that boy would die." He soothed her with well-intentioned lies. "He's definitely alive somewhere, so don't cry anymore."
She couldn't stop the tears from streaming down. He was the only one who helped her get through this lonely place. He was a slime, one who could use magic. Remembering Slime's mischievous and vibrant appearance as he held a flower facing her and saying, "Irina, good," she suddenly couldn't help but whisper a prayer. "So you must survive, wherever you are." 5 years later, everywhere people were bustling for the upcoming grand ceremony. Merchants chatted among themselves. "I hear the ball is coming up soon, isn't it?" "Indeed, one can only imagine how beautiful the young lady will be." Suddenly the topic shifted to a specific person, and they conversed with curious tones. Come to think of it, the rumored young lady will also attend this ball. The rumored young lady. That's the Duke's youngest daughter who hasn't made her debut due to illness. In that elegant place, they continued to discuss, trying to put a face to the name. "They say that young lady is very beautiful, and her name, it's Irina Sordi." Irina looked up at the place where the maids timidly announced, "His Grace the Duke has arrived."
She lifted her skirt according to etiquette and began to say, well, but before she could complete her words, she was silenced by his dismissive attitude. He merely turned to the servant and coldly asked, how many petals of the Calienda flower have bloomed? Irina replied, 4 petals. He said with satisfaction, good, it's almost complete. However, he didn't stop there. He continued to sternly instruct, making the atmosphere both stifling and oppressive. Grand Duke Ruslan will return after the fierce war concludes. You must strive to make the flowers bloom before then. Irina was slightly surprised. Yes, she thought to herself, the war against the magic beasts has ended.
The mention of this topic sent her mind wandering even further. After a long time, Grand Duke Ruslan had closed all the demon gates and announced victory. How could this be? He pulled Irina back to reality with a low voice. Why are you so distracted? She offered a polite, embarrassed smile and said, forgive me, Your Grace, my chest feels a bit tight, so... Annoyed by her demeanor, the Duke didn't mince words, criticizing, how utterly common. Afterwards, he told her that this debutante ball would be held in conjunction with the war victory celebration. A socially awkward young man had appeared for unknown reasons. He didn't know what schemes he was plotting, but this was an opportunity for me. Duke Sorty gave Irina a meaningful look, compelling her to be intelligent and cunning, as he had arranged. I will act in my own way, so you must try to charm him and make him propose. He raised his precious wine glass, his voice not sounding like a discussion or an inquiry about her opinion, but rather like entrusting her with a mission and forcing her to complete it at all costs. And you must meet him outside, so from now on, I will allow you to go out. She clenched her soft hands under the table, hiding her excitement, and thought to herself, all right, I'm finally allowed out. It's finally time to escape this boring ducal mansion. She feigned the role of an obedient daughter, outwardly replying, yes, I understand, Your Grace.
As the meeting concluded, she walked, lost in thought. On second thought, Grand Duke Ruslan had returned from the war surprisingly fast. The current situation gave her a slight headache. If there were too many deviations from the original story, it would be very difficult for her. Suddenly, someone called out to her, Irina, Irina. Bella, with hands on her hips, asked, what are you thinking about that you don't even answer when I call? Irina habitually murmured, Bella. Bella looked at her, full of joy and excitement. It's your first time going to the beauty salon. Why aren't you prepared at all? Irina was at a loss for words and continued to ponder. I'm the one going, so why is Bella more excited? She smiled gently, realizing that Bella looked completely different from her original counterpart. That day, Bella had also come to apologize to her. Recalling that day, Bella stood in front of Irina, looking dispirited, and spoke with a heavy heart. Irina, I'm truly sorry, but I can't let my mother die. Irina clearly saw the words of distress and the regretful gaze. Bella said, instead, I promise that no matter what happens later, I will stand by you. Bella noticed Irina's lost-in-thought look and asked her, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering? Irina briefly came to, looking bewildered. Ah. When she collected herself, she smiled. It's nothing. As you said, this is my first time at a beauty salon, so I should quickly get ready. At another mansion, 2 servants dared to discuss. Have you heard that the Grand Duke had a very hard time in this war? I have. Such a beautiful body, but those wounds here and there are no laughing matter. Behind them, the butler overheard everything distinctly, so he cleared his throat. Butler Gregory sternly asked, why is it so noisy in front of the Grand Duke's room? The servants immediately panicked, awkwardly admitting their mistake. Butler, I apologize. He walked over and knocked on the door. Grand Duke, it's Gregory.
From inside, a voice echoed, yes, come in. Butler Gregory looked ahead. He said worriedly, your wound is still quite deep. Why are you overworking yourself? Alexei calmly replied to him, there's no other way. With an unfazed expression, he slowly added, I don't have enough time to welcome the distinguished guest. In the clear blue sky, white clouds drifted gently with the wind. A luxurious carriage was traveling on a brick-paved road bathed in warm sunlight. Inside the carriage, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. The other person handed Irina a letter. Miss Sorty, here is the list of attendees for today's meeting. She reached out to take it, saying, thank you. As she opened the envelope containing the letter, she thought to herself, to escape, I need someone to monitor Duke Sorty and report back. In the original work, an important character appeared at today's meeting, named...
Her eyes scanned the neat lines of text, finally stopping at the name Ellie Aisla in the left corner of the page. This is it. Ellie Aisla, the Marquis's daughter, who had a high chance of becoming Duchess Ruslan, just like herself. She turned her face to look outside, continuing her thoughts. She wondered if her rival would open up to her, but she could meet her at the cafe she frequented with her close friends. A gentle, warm light emanated from around her, and at the same time, a thought appeared in her mind. Let's be friends. In a luxurious tea room, elegant, noble young ladies sat around a tea table, chatting with each other. One young lady exclaimed, Lady Aisla, you truly look beautiful today. The person next to her chimed in with a question. Indeed, how can one be so adorable? After receiving everyone's compliments, Aisla, blushing with embarrassment, exclaimed,
Oh, honestly, why do you all keep making me so embarrassed? She then didn't forget to return the compliment to everyone. All the young ladies here are adorable. Everyone became even more delighted. How can you say that? Lady, you speak so modestly. You are truly wonderful. However, an unexpected question suddenly broke the atmosphere. Oh, have you heard about it? That remark made Aisla pause slightly, and she asked doubtfully, what is it? The other young lady continued, I heard that Lady Sortie, who will be attending today, is an absolutely stunning beauty.
The moment those words were spoken, the cheerful atmosphere that had been there instantly turned somber. A slight smile remained on her face. Oh, so that's how it is. Noticing the pervasive silence, the girl sitting next to her gently nudged the arm of the young lady who had just spoken. She said with an embarrassed laugh, Haha, even so, Lady Isla's beauty is still wonderful, isn't it? After being nudged by her friend, she realized she had made a slip of the tongue. Oh, right, and this is our first meeting, yet I'm so late. All of a sudden, a crisp voice broke through the awkward and embarrassed atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. I apologize for being late. As she entered, she offered a gentle, conciliatory smile. A gentle and serene aura emanated from her as she introduced herself. I am Irina Sortie. Her beauty stunned everyone. Aisla couldn't hold the fork steadily in her hand, causing it to fall onto the table with a slightly jarring clatter that shattered the silence.
All the young ladies sitting here seemed dazzled by the light emanating from her, and at this moment they all shared the same thought. Truly, truly a beauty. Suddenly, Aisla snapped out of it. Oh, snap out of it, Ellie, she thought. No matter how much I admire beauty, this person is still my rival. She closed her eyes, raised a hand to cover her mouth, and gave a slight cough to regain her composure. Welcome, Lady Sortie. Everyone has been waiting for you. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze, beginning to chat and laugh as usual, and the gentle, soft voices of the young ladies began to rise again. Well, everyone's gathered. Let's begin. Lady, you're wonderful. I've been waiting for this for so long. As it was her first time attending such gatherings, she was a little unfamiliar. She sat down, smiled awkwardly, and turned to the person next to her to ask, What are we starting? Aisla's face showed a hint of smugness. She raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked over. Ah, this is Lady Sortie's first time at a gathering like this, so she wouldn't know, would she? Then, turning her gaze towards the luxurious tea table, she softly helped her answer the question. If we gather here before the debutante ball, we'll become friendlier with each other and practice our etiquette, like how I'm practicing speaking a foreign language.
After saying that, the young ladies all turned towards her, displaying expressions of slight disdain. But I'm worried Miss Sortie might feel uncomfortable speaking a foreign language, the girl next to her chimed in, since one can't learn it on their own without going through a foreign language academy. At this moment, Miss Aisla also spoke up, her heart filled with malicious intent as she suggested, If that's the case, why don't we start with an easy foreign language for Miss Sortie? The other young ladies also chimed in, agreeing, That's a good idea. Irina watched them display those expressions in front of her, understanding the hidden meaning behind each word. She was somewhat speechless, thinking, Everyone looks down on me because I didn't come from an academy, huh? She mused silently. Oh dear, how childish. Yet she maintained a smile on her lips and said, Thank you for your concern, Miss Aisla. Seeing her say that, Aisla smiled cheerfully and said, Well then, since we've been delayed for so long, let's start right away, shall we? Everyone laughed in agreement. One young lady spoke up, suggesting, All right, today let's converse in an ancient language. Aisla's face showed a mix of shyness and awkwardness. Covering her mouth, she spoke in the ancient language. Oh, didn't we decide on an easy foreign language? Ancient language is too difficult. Everyone shared the same expression. The one who had just made the suggestion flattered her. Who said Miss Aisla isn't brilliant with an A in linguistics? Hearing their conversation, Irina subtly curved her lips into a slightly disdainful smile, thinking comfortably, Let's test these learned skills until they're spitting blood. Thank you all for your concern, her voice rang out, leaving everyone present bewildered, their faces filled with astonishment. Without giving anyone a chance to regain their composure, she continued, her standard smile still on her lips. Among all foreign languages, the ancient language is the easiest.
Instead of the expected expression of shame, she instead created an opportunity for herself to shine. Aisla silently turned to her and asked, Ancient languages are very difficult to learn, even when studying at the academy. How could you— Her voice trailed off slightly. Before she could finish, she covered her mouth and replied, I taught myself during my treatment period due to poor health. She brought a hand to her chin, pondering for a moment, her lips still curved as before, and continued, Besides ancient languages, I can also speak about 10 other languages, such as Zot and Atlantean. Aisla covered her mouth with both hands, stunned and disbelieving. Then she widened her eyes and suddenly shouted, forgetting all about maintaining her image and the etiquette she had been taught. The young lady didn't study at the academy but can speak 10 languages? Irina turned to look at her, a little surprised. After she finished speaking, all eyes turned towards her. Only then did Isla realize what she had just done, and quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her heart in a panic. Oops, I spoke my mind.
Isla was so embarrassed she wanted to leave the place to calm down. She quickly pushed her chair back, stood up, turned around, and forced a laugh, saying, I'm just going to the restroom for a bit. I'll be right back. Leaving that sentence behind, Isla dashed away, leaving everyone bewildered, confused, and stunned. As if realizing something, Irina also stood up, narrowed her eyes, smiled faintly, and said to everyone, "Please excuse me for a moment as well." She then immediately went outside, following the direction Isla had run off to find her. She called out, "Miss, wait a moment." After reacting, Isla spun around, her face flushed, and yelled angrily, as if doing so could mask the embarrassment in her heart. "Why are you following me?" However, contrary to Isla's current expression, Irina's face remained gentle and mild. "Because I want to speak with you privately, miss."
But she was still a little embarrassed. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded, and her voice slightly trembling, she asked her back, "What were you two talking about?" Irina gently said, "I want to thank you for your concern for me." Isla stammered in denial. "Concern? When did I?" She pressed her lips together in silence. She crossed her arms, her face serious with accusation. "Miss Sorty, are you mocking me?" She immediately denied it. "Not at all. You let me know because this is my first time here." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Actually, because I'm in the mansion, I don't have any friends. I hope someone as bright and lovely as Miss Isla can become my first friend." Isla's inherent passion for beauty resurfaced, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" In her eyes, Irina almost glowed. Her voice slightly trembling, she said, "To become Miss Sorty's first friend?" Seeing her expression, she gently continued, "Yes, if Miss Isla is okay with it."
She narrowed her eyes, smiled brightly, and leaned her beautiful face closer, gently asking, "After this meeting concludes, could we talk a bit more?" Faced with such an intense assault of beauty, how could Ellie possibly resist? A thought popped into her head. She's so beautiful, it's hard to refuse. She secretly reminded herself, "Ellie, calm down. No matter how beautiful she is, Miss Sorty is still a girl." Ellie turned her face away, avoiding the gaze and the allure of the person beside her, put a hand to her chin, pretending to think for a moment, then replied, "All right, if that is Miss Sorty's wish." Beside her, Irina joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much, miss." In her heart, she cheered happily. "All right, everything is going smoothly." Then she asked, her voice a mix of confusion and a little embarrassment, "I don't know a good place for us to talk comfortably. If not, could Miss Ellie suggest a place?" Stepping inside, the ambiance of the cafe greatly surprised Irina. She spoke up, "This is Miss Ellie's usual cafe." Ellie wasn't particularly surprised by her reaction, and simply replied, "That's right, because this cafe is in the suburbs. Not many people know about it, but the desserts here are truly delicious." Irina couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's really beautiful."
Both looked for seats. As soon as she sat down, she eagerly boasted about the cafe, explaining that it was a special place, one only those close to her would be brought to. At this, Ellie placed a hand on her chin, putting on airs. "But since you, lady, have shown a desire to be close to me, I made a special introduction." Far from being dismissive, she showed a grateful expression. Irina placed a hand on her chest and, in a respectful tone, said to her, "Thank you so much, lady. It is truly an honor for me." After a while, all the food and drinks on the table were consumed. After finishing her dessert, Irina praised it. It's delicious." Irina wiped her mouth with a napkin and, smiling, said to Ellie, "Just as you said, lady, the dessert here truly deserves to be called the best in the empire." Ellie's expression suddenly became shy and awkward, as if there was something difficult to say. Nevertheless, she slowly spoke up. "But, lady, do you know that we are rivals? Someone as beautiful as you, lady, could make many friends, even if it weren't me." At this moment, Ellie suddenly realized she had spoken out of turn. She quickly covered her mouth, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She chided herself. "I've said what was on my mind again." The other woman, upon hearing this, didn't know what to say, yet she calmly and gently said to Ellie, "Even so, I still want to be friends with Lady Ayasla more." Ellie suddenly felt apologetic and spoke up, "I'm sorry for speaking out of turn while we were talking." A waitress suddenly approached, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. She politely informed Ellie, "Lady Ayasla, the Marquis is about to return. You haven't forgotten the dinner you promised the Marquis today, have you?" She looked at the clock and was startled. "Ah, has time really flown by so quickly already?" "Lady, I apologize, but I have to leave now." Ellie hastily stood up, preparing to leave. The other woman also stood up. "What a pity. Thank you for making time for me despite your busy schedule." Ellie hurried away with long strides. She turned her head back, raised her hand as if to wave goodbye to the other woman, and said, "See you again."
Irina waved back, a friendly smile on her face, and said, "Please be careful on your way home." After Ellie had completely left, she turned and thought to herself, "Now I'll go meet the master of the Shadow Association." Irina walked up to the counter and asked the association representative, "Excuse me, could I see the menu?" He quickly presented the menu to her, politely saying, "Here you go, young lady." Her mind was now filled with calculations. In the original story, this is the association with the most information. If I can get the master of such an association to help me, I might be able to learn more about Duke Sortie. Irina took the menu board and looked at it carefully. To meet the master, she had to solve the question written there. She read through the entire menu board and then stopped at the last line. Within 1 minute, you must pose and answer the world's most difficult question. After a moment of thought, she suddenly realized something. Found it, so it's this.
Irina set the menu down and quickly said to the employee, "Could you please relay a message to your owner for me?" Her face became confident, her eyes resolute. "I will answer this question." Drops of sweat rolled down the employee's face. He looked quite worried. The scene shifted to a certain room, where unpleasant sounds emanated from a young man's mouth. Seriously? He slammed his hand down on the table, showing his current anger. Halcyon placed his arm on his forehead, his face scrunched up and looking dejected. Today is just useless content again. When will I finally get the information I'm looking for?
A voice came from outside the door at that moment. "Master, it's me." He replied, "Come in." Seeing the boy's flustered appearance, he wondered, "What happened? Why are you panting?" Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the boy immediately ran over and hastily said, "Someone wants to answer that question." Halcyon showed a look of weariness, not caring, but in the end he still asked just for the sake of it. "Oh really? How did that person answer?" The employee cautiously replied, "She said that." He stared at him, curious to hear the answer. The boy didn't dare to look him directly in the eyes, but looked away, nervously clutching his hands together, his embarrassment clearly visible on his face. Finally, he had to say it. "The answer to this question wasn't proposed by me. That's Halcyon's responsibility. I will send it back." Not letting him finish his sentence, Halcyon cut him off. "Whoa." The employee wondered. "Yes?" He sprang to his feet, his gloomy face suddenly brightening. He smiled and told the boy, "Bring that person here immediately." His excessive excitement startled the boy, but he tried to remain calm and replied, "Yes."
Halcyon sat on the chair with a satisfied expression. Finally, someone had appeared who understood the taste of happy imagination. He now felt incredibly eager, a constant smile on his face, anticipating the face that was about to appear. It was truly something to look forward to. He wondered who it could be. When the boy led the person in, his face suddenly froze, and his voice stammered. This is Duke JD's precious daughter." Irina, however, showed no particular reaction. She just smiled and said, "You know me?" Halcyon gave a mysterious smile, looking at her as he spoke. Of course, the mysterious lady is the main request of this information association, but I didn't expect the lady to be the one answering that question. As he was speaking fluently, she suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, let's leave that for later." Her eyes showed determination, and her voice was very firm. "Halcyon Sphinx, make a deal with me." Halcyon raised an eyebrow, looking at her skeptically. "It's been a long time since I found someone to talk to, and a deal isn't interesting at all." She wasn't intimidated by his displeased attitude. On the contrary, she even smiled, asserting that, "It will be very interesting when you hear the information about my deal."
Halcyon still showed no reaction to her recent words. He closed his eyes, not bothering to look at her, and waved a hand dismissively. To the master of the Information Association, those words weren't particularly engaging. Irina promptly interjected, "What if it's information concerning your brother?" Hearing this, his eyes widened, and his expression changed from annoyance to surprise. "Huh?" Irina slowly walked closer to him, speaking information related to his brother as she went. Mirian Sphinx, 13 years old, possesses the ability to see the future, an ability only those in the Sphinx family can acquire. As she was about to continue speaking, a dagger was pressed against Irina's neck. Halcyon looked straight into her eyes, his voice becoming serious. "How do you know that?" Without any fear, Irina unhesitatingly fixed her gaze on his eyes and retorted with a chiding tone. "Put the dagger away. Do you intend to wound a lady?" Halcyon paid no mind to her words. He only cared about his brother. He urged her, "Answer me now. How do you know that? Or I'll make you stop breathing immediately." Irina threatened him back. "What if I'm the only one who knows your brother's whereabouts?" He still had a bit of doubt. "How can I trust what you say?"
Knowing he still didn't trust her, she immediately revealed everything she knew. "Your younger sibling is being held captive in a village called Osiria in the north. When kidnapped, they lost their memory and couldn't return. Therefore, it's best that you rescue them before they fall into the hands of wicked slavers." His expression suddenly became tense. Halcyon retracted his knife and softly asked, "What do you want with that information?" Seeing that he had gradually lowered his guard, she regained her confidence and told him, "It's simple. Report every move of Duke Sortie to me." After hearing her offer, he felt quite strange. You bring such high-level information just to get a piece of information like that. A mysterious smile appeared on Irina's lips. Of course not. She looked up and declared her main request: steal the rosary beads from the Archbishop of the Central Temple in the capital. At this moment, in Alexei's grand and magnificent mansion, Vasily was dumbfounded by the strange pile of items stacked before him. Looking at the chaotic mountain of all sorts of items, he could only exclaim, "Oh my goodness!" There were even several chests of strange herbs whose names he didn't know. Vasily, pale and startled, asked Alexei, "What is all this?" He dismounted his horse and replied simply, "Gifts." Hearing his casual reply, Vasily was even more surprised. "Who are these gifts for? There are so many."
With his incredibly handsome appearance, Alexei didn't hesitate to officially announce, "Can't you tell? These are engagement gifts." Vasily was so startled that he stumbled over his words, hastily asking him back, "Huh? What do you mean proposal? Don't you usually need to know what the lady likes before giving engagement gifts?" He shrugged confidently and immediately replied, "Of course I know." Alexei's decisive attitude, coupled with that mountain of strange engagement items, left Vasily utterly speechless internally. How could you possibly know? Are you planning to propose with those things? There are so many more romantic and beautiful things. He tilted his head, looked at Vasily, and frankly told him, "Don't worry about romantic or beautiful things." His certainty made Vasily question life itself. Then where did you get those things? His hunch was indeed correct. Alexei, with sky-high confidence, brazenly declared, "From this very body." His sheer delusion made Vasily's mind reel in shock, yelling, "What in the world are you talking about?" Ignoring his reaction, Alexei mounted his horse and decisively ordered, "What a noisy brat! Quickly, load the gifts onto the carriage." The mansion was filled with their bickering. He coldly told Vasily, "If you don't like it, you can leave it there." With no other choice, Vasily hastily moved the pile of gifts onto the carriage, as per his order. Good heavens, wait a moment.
At this moment, in the imperial palace, the king was urgently discussing something with the queen. Queen, listen to me." She gently sipped her tea before responding to the king. "What is it, your majesty?" He joyfully informed the queen that, "I have prepared a very generous reward for the Grand Duke." Upon hearing this, the queen seemed a little surprised by his decision. "Isn't that reward the reform ceremony being held today?" The king smiled brightly and enthusiastically replied to her, No, I mean an even higher reward." Seeing the king's radiant expression, the queen suddenly had an ominous feeling. Tsk, what could it be that makes him so excited, like an innocent child? She politely thought to herself, "The Akashic Record, a divine power passed down from generation to generation. It connects the mind to a library, which contains all the knowledge that forms the world. If you let your soul leave your physical body and enter the library, you can access knowledge from all over the world. However, upon receiving this power, you must meet one condition. Your soul must be truly pure to receive the vast knowledge, and your mind must be completely empty." The king's carefree nature truly made things difficult for the queen at times. Thanks to him, it felt like she was raising a child her whole life. The king continued to ramble on about Alexei's important matter. "I hear Grand Duke Ruslan is prepared to propose." His eyes sparkled like countless stars in the vast sky as he spoke of it. "Grand Duke Ruslan proposing? Isn't this true love? Therefore I shall bestow my blessings upon the Grand Duke's marriage, and no one shall object."
Hearing this, the queen's demeanor immediately became extremely wary. She set down her teacup and spoke, "Your Majesty." A coldness appeared in her sharp eyes as she questioned the king. "True love, you say?" The atmosphere suddenly grew heavier with her reminder. "Have you forgotten what flows in his blood?" The queen sternly asserted that it was impossible for a creature resembling a monster, mingled with a devil, to be capable of love. The king still tried to persuade her, but the queen, paying no mind to the king's stubborn antics, simply turned her back and curtly replied, "Stop behaving like a child." Nevertheless, he adamantly assured her, "The Grand Duke appears to be truly sincere. I can sense it." Since the grand event was about to begin, the Empress brushed the matter aside and told him, "Stop and come out, Your Majesty. We will begin the improvement ceremony that we have long awaited." Outside the imperial palace, people had already eagerly flocked here to attend this momentous improvement ceremony, mostly because they wanted to behold Alexei's breathtakingly beautiful appearance. Excited chatter echoed incessantly. "They say Grand Duke Ruslan is a masterpiece," someone said. "Finally we can see him. Oh, I'm so excited." On the main grandstand were Irina and Duke Sorty, her father. She quietly listened to the hushed whispers and chatter of the crowd, thinking, "It seems he's about to arrive." She felt a little surprised by the luxurious scale of the event's organization. Was the improvement ceremony in the original story really this extravagant? Irina couldn't help but worry as she thought about her prearranged plan. If her plan were to be interrupted by another unforeseen event, she wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, the announcer quickly proclaimed the arrival of the momentous figure of this improvement ceremony. The greatest sword of the empire, Grand Duke Alexei des Ruslan, is entering. Amidst the triumphant cheers of all the people, Alexei proudly stepped onto the red carpet under the admiring gaze of countless people. Everyone, please show your respect to the Grand Duke who has returned safely. Irina's gaze unconsciously fixed on him. She instantly realized one thing. That person was the male lead of this world.
Alexei's striking appearance made countless young women who saw him in person fall head over heels, exclaiming, "He's truly magnificent." Even noble ladies couldn't help but feel a flutter, remarking, "Why does he look more and more like a sculpture the more I look?" And, "Oh my, his physique is amazing too." Utterly aloof, Alexei still strode confidently to an audience with the king and queen. Bella leaned close to Irina's ear and whispered, "Wow, he's even more handsome than the rumors, isn't he?" Irina nodded in immediate agreement. Exactly. It was then that she suddenly remembered she had also been unconsciously gazing at Alexei continuously. He was both handsome and had a great physique, so she couldn't help but stare. The king and queen officially appeared to preside over the ceremony. The king smiled brightly and enthusiastically called out to Alexei, "Come here, Grand Duke Ruslan." Bowing respectfully before the king, Alexei replied, "I am honored to meet the son of the empire." The king gently praised Alexei's contributions. "I am deeply moved that you have closed all the monster gates for the benefit of the empire." Maintaining his calm demeanor, Alexei politely replied, "I am merely doing what is natural." "Your words move me even more," the king said. "I shall bestow a reward for your great deeds. Secretary." The secretary quickly followed the command, stepping forward to list the items to be bestowed upon Alexei. "Yes, your majesty," he said. Opening the scroll, he grandly announced, "The list of bestowals."
Irina had already guessed what the reward would be this time, so she just thought to herself in silence. According to the rules, she should receive the Northern Ice Peninsula, right? To her surprise, the first item on the list read out by the secretary was completely different from her prediction. The 10,000-year-old hemp plant obtained by the late emperor. She was utterly bewildered upon hearing it and could only exclaim, "Huh?" The subsequent list of items shocked Irina even more. The tail end inside the 10,000-year-old snake, Mock's skin. She was so stunned and bewildered that she cried out, "What?" Then she thought to herself in shock, "What in the world is this? What kind of reward for merit is this? Whose preferences are these things? Could these be what the Grand Duke wants?" Her thoughts were also the common thoughts of the group of people next to her. They whispered in confusion, "Could these be what the Grand Duke wants? They say it's a reward, but there's nothing special about it." Irina was speechless, screaming internally, "Oh no!" The king enthusiastically asked Alexei, "Grand Duke Ruslan, is there anything else you desire?"
Without a moment's hesitation, he answered decisively, "Yes, your majesty." The king then happily asked further, "All right, what is it?" In a gentle tone, completely unlike his usual manner, he expressed his wish to the king. "I wish to marry under your majesty's blessing." This shocking news caused a ripple of discussion throughout the entire ceremony. The emperor came to bless the marriage. It seemed he had fallen in love. Irina also thought to herself in astonishment, "Why is he suddenly getting married? Has he really fallen in love? Could it be that he's already met the female lead?" Seeing Sorty's utterly dumbfounded expression, she vaguely guessed that even Duke Sorty seemed unaware of this. What should they do? The king, excited, immediately approved and eagerly asked further, "Indeed, my intuition was not wrong. I'm eager to hear what kind of woman she is." The queen quickly interjected to remind him, "Your majesty."
"In the name of the emperor, I shall bless the Grand Duke's marriage." Witnessing the king's permission, Irina's hands, clutching her fan, trembled uncontrollably from tension. "I don't know anymore. It's too confusing now." Her inner self was fiercely torn by anxiety and her own safety. "I feel sorry for him, who has found the true love of his life, but my life depends on this marriage." That evening, the imperial palace, every corner within it was magnificent and grand. At the banquet hall, a gentle violin melody marked the beginning. The guests were all nobles, dancing in their own pairs. Only she was alone, idly glancing around, silently assessing. Everything was more complicated now that it differed from the original story. Roland wanted a marriage blessed by the emperor, or so it seemed. Wouldn't the emperor grant permission immediately? This was the first time someone as skilled at gathering information as Duke Sorty had heard of this. Who knows how things would turn out? She recalled him standing with his arms crossed, speaking of the woman he wished to marry. Duke Sorty sternly told her, "Before the emperor blesses the marriage, we must act first, no matter what."
Irina sighed helplessly, thinking, "Should I seduce Ruslan?" The sound of a door opening echoed, and a messenger announced, "His Imperial Majesty, Her Imperial Majesty, and Grand Duke Ruslan will be arriving at the dining table." Alexei appeared coolly before everyone, his face handsome, his aura radiant. Standing in the crowd, she watched Alexei, blushing as she secretly appraised him. He's indeed much more handsome than I imagined after reading the novel, and his body is quite solid too. He suddenly looked at her, and Irina was surprised. "Huh?" She looked back at Alexei, bewildered. "Huh, it feels like Grand Duke Ruslan is looking at me."
The atmosphere suddenly turned strange, and Irina wondered inwardly, is it just my imagination? He looked at her and smiled faintly, and Irina suddenly felt more certain. No way. If it were just my imagination, why would he be smiling strangely with a slight smirk? She blushed, pressed her lips together, and silently screamed, and he even made eye contact with me? Then a voice beside her spoke up. Oh, Irina, you look truly beautiful today.
Irina politely asked, "Oh, what happened to Marquis Igor?" He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Duke Sorty has given me the honor of dancing with you." Irina awkwardly said, "Huh? My father?" "It's truly an honor to dance with you." Igor replied, "The honor is all mine, my Irina." Her heart screamed, "Why did that wicked bastard Sorty make me dance with this pervert Igor?" He subtly said, "You truly are a beautiful flower." Irina reluctantly chuckled, "Even a marquis is attracted to flowers. You're as cool as Jean-Drut Kibar, a famous foreign scholar." He said, puzzled. "What? Jean-Drut Kibar?" She happily replied, "Yes, yes, the marquis knows him too, right?" Igor burst out laughing. Of course I know everything. Now, shall we dance? Give me your hand." Alexei stared at her. He turned to the emperor with a darkened face and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps I must leave my seat for a moment." The emperor turned and asked, "Are you going somewhere?" He said in a serious tone, yet with an excitement he could barely conceal, "I must go dance." The emperor suddenly smiled and said, "Well, that's quite a surprise." He asked Alexei, "Which young lady has had the honor of catching your eye?" Alexei pushed off the table, stood up, and replied, "You'll know soon enough." As they were about to dance, Irina thought to herself, "What if I pretend I can't dance and just stomp all over his feet?" He looked at her, smiling, and said, "Haha, Irina, why are your hands and feet trembling so much?" A deep male voice interrupted, "Marquis Ego." Alexei unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "This young lady has business with me." He turned him around to face him directly and continued, "You should stop here." Ego timidly and hastily replied, My apologies," and then quickly ran off. She looked at Alexei, who bowed and called out, "Lady Irina Sorty." She nervously replied, Yes, Grand Duke." Alexei smiled and said, "May I have the honor of this dance?" Irina unexpectedly looked at the hand extended before her, thinking in confusion, "Why does he want to dance with me?" She could hardly believe that it was Grand Duke Ruslan. Irina gently placed her hand in his and replied, "It would be an honor, Grand Duke Ruslan." She suddenly thought, "Is it me he wishes to marry?" The two danced gracefully to the soft music, looking perfectly matched, but inwardly she screamed in denial. "No way! This is the first time I've ever seen Grand Duke Ruslan. If he wants to marry me, he must not be in his right mind." Irina looked at him. Alexei's hand holding hers was large and firm. Irina thought to herself with admiration, "It's not that ugly pervert. Dancing with such a handsome man instantly lifts my spirits."
She thought with a bright smile, but in the original story, Ruslan didn't know how to dance. Seeing him lead so skillfully, it seems he must have put in a lot of effort. Irina spun, concluding a piece of music, and comfortably murmured to herself, "My mood feels a little odd." He looked at her and called, "Miss Irina Sorty." Alexei approached her, gently took Irina's hand and whispered, "I can immediately fulfill whatever you wish." Puzzled, she asked him, "Do you know what I want?" Alexei calmly replied, "Of course, I do." No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud shout came from behind. "Grand Duke!" Alexei continued. "He's choking on his saliva," interjecting in English, "Oh my God, I'm choking here." The silly clutched his stomach, coughing violently. He still tried to continue. "He's annoyingly complaining. I'm not okay at all. Ah. Irina looked at Alexei helplessly and said, "Your assistant seems to be in a lot of pain. Are you sure you don't need to go to him?" He glanced to Vasily and coldly said, "Don't mind him." Seeing him like that, she felt it wasn't right, and said, "But..." Alexei sighed helplessly. The next piece of music began, and the two continued to dance once more. He seriously asked Irina, "After this dance ends, could you come out to the balcony for a moment?" She replied, "Yes, the balcony?" They looked at each other and smiled, as if time had stopped. Irina blushed as she looked at him. Alexei leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "I have a gift I want to give you." Irina replied, surprised, "A gift for me?" The music stopped, and she said, Just in time. The music has ended."
The two bowed to each other, and he said, "Well then, see you on the balcony." Irina felt a little anticipation, thinking, "A gift for me?" She walked towards it, curious as she went, completely unable to predict what it might be. Irina suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she looked.
Under the starry sky, the moonlight illuminated Alexei in the darkness, surrounded by beautiful flowers swaying in the wind. Alexei nervously pursed his lips, standing tall as he waited for her. Irina's eyes widened in surprise. Was this lilac?
She walked closer to him, the night wind gently blowing her flowing hair towards Alexei. He held the flower in his hand, gently raising it as he said to Irina, "Lilac, I'm sure you'll like it very much." She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear, looking at the flower in Alexei's hand, and hesitantly replied, "Well," Irina thought to herself, the reason she liked lilac was because Slime had given it to her. The image of him blushing, looking at her, smiling brightly while holding the flower and calling out "Mew, mew," suddenly appeared in her mind. He looked down at the flower in his hand. Irina happily reached out and asked Alexei, "How did your grace know that?" He handed the flower to her. Alexei said nothing, only watching her take the flower, then looked at Irina and sincerely replied, "I like lilac too." She blushed as she looked at him. Irina placed a hand on her chest, startled, reassuring herself. "Oh, that startled me. It's just that he likes the same flowers as me." She looked at him and said earnestly, "Thank you for dancing with me, and for the flower. What is the reason for your kindness towards me?" Alexei avoided her gaze and replied, "Is a reason necessary?" Irina said puzzled. "Well, the Grand Duke said that you already have someone you intend to marry." He hesitated, not answering. "Well..." She wondered to herself if he had received information about Duke Sorty's mistreatment of her back then. He had only looked at her coldly and used Irina as a pawn, which could be a reason for him to treat her well and perhaps even turn her into his spy. Irina called out to Alexei, "Grand Duke." He started awake. She continued seriously, "If you intend to use me, you don't have to." Irina looked at Alexei and said, "I am ready to cooperate with the Grand Duke." He gave a slight smile and replied, "I'm very pleased that you're cooperating, but there's something I want to do with you." Alexei leaned closer to her face and continued the latter part of his sentence, "As you've long desired." Just as he finished speaking, the assistant suddenly appeared from nowhere and shouted, "No." Alexei looked at him and asked, "What is it?" She looked up at Vasily. He stammered, That. Vasily composed himself, placed a hand on his chest and said, "Oh dear, hello. My name is Vasily Mutin, and I am Grand Duke Reslin's assistant, a very handsome man." With a smile, he pushed Irina aside. "Excuse me, but I have an urgent report. Miss, please step aside for a moment." She reluctantly replied, "Ah, yes." Click, the door closed, beating Irina outside. She turned back to look at the room, thinking to herself, I really wanted to hear the rest of Alexei's sentence. What a shame. At the palace, he said in a panic, "What are you planning? Always talking about kidnapping and imprisoning her." He said seriously, "Marriage." Vasily shrieked, "Ah, really, Grand Duke?"
He said reluctantly, "Don't all things have a proper order? If Duke Sorty finds out about something like this, a territorial war will break out, and you know what kind of person Duke Sorty is." Alexei rested his chin on his hand and said dejectedly, "That's why, before getting married, I intended to kidnap her in the proper order, but you kept stopping me, so I couldn't proceed." He concluded seriously, "Anyway, getting married first would be better." Vasily exclaimed in disbelief, "Why are you making things up like that?" Alexei said resolutely, "I will propose tomorrow." He stared at him, mouth agape, thinking, what else could possibly come next? Vasily bowed his head gloomily and said, "Grand Duke, I'd rather you kill me." He asked him, "Why must I kill you?" Vasily hugged his leg, sobbing, "That's it. If you propose to her, I'd rather you kill me." Alexei said defiantly and nonchalantly, "I don't want to. I won't kill you, and I will propose to her." He cried out, thinking to himself, "Oh my God, this stubborn man. First, tomorrow I must stall for time so he can't propose." Vasily went straight for a psychological blow. If you propose right away, the young lady will really hate it." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Alexei asked him, "Really hate it?" Vasily replied startled, "Yes, of course."
Alexei whispered softly into Vasily's ear, "She still has no feelings for his grace at all. If he proposed, wouldn't she think his grace had some terrible scheme? Unsuitable. Alexei asked in a panic, "So what should we do?" Vasily heard this and thought, will it work? He shyly looked away and said, "I heard she likes men with good physiques, so I've been diligently exercising." Alexei said sadly, "I need to think carefully. I'm worried I'll be rejected." He called out to Vasily, Grand Duke." Vasily, touched, pressed his lips together and placed a hand on his chest, looking at Alexei and thinking, "Our Grand Duke has never been like this before." Alexei softened slightly and continued to ask, "Besides a good physique, what else does that young lady like?" Vasily impatiently replied, "How many times have I told you? Kidnapping, imprisoning." Before he could finish, Vasily yelled, "Cut it out, man." Alexei rested his hand on his face and gloomily said, "I know." He clenched his fist, determinedly outlining the steps. First, find out what the young lady likes, and remember that a marriage proposal comes next. Back at the party, everyone was still chatting and offering each other drinks. As she stood there, someone suddenly approached to invite her to dance. "Miss Irina Sorty, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Irina was full of questions internally. What now? Who on earth is this person? On the outside, she replied with a bright smile, "Oh dear, what can I do? I'd love to, but I've been feeling quite dizzy for a while now," she said guiltily and waved her hand at the person, feeling apologetic.
He scratched his head and replied, "Ah, no problem," then walked away. Irina thought awkwardly. It's a bit strange to keep refusing. She turned, opened the door, and sighed inwardly. It's just troublesome here. I should go out into the hallway where no one is. Irina walked down the red carpeted hallway. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, smiling and saying, "Hello." She flinched, quickly turned her head, and said, "Who's there?" Halcyon placed a hand over his chest, smiling and said, "Why so surprised? That's disappointing." Irina replied, "Of course I'd be surprised if you suddenly appeared like that." He smiled and said, "If it were you, I thought it would be different."
She looked at Halcyon, smiled, and asked, "By the way, have you found your brother at the location I pointed out to you?" He replied cheerfully, "Thanks to you, I've rescued him safely. Thank you." Halcyon reached into his pocket, pulled out a badge, and said, "Here, the Rosario you're looking for." Irina took it, looked at it, and replied, "Thank you." Halcyon looked at her and asked, "What's that for anyway?" He suddenly thought of a possibility and said, "Are you planning to smash?" Irina slammed the badge onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Halcyon exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, what incredible strength." She smiled faintly, held out a stone, and replied, "What I need isn't the Rosario, but the gemstone inside it. Grand Duke Ruslan, if he doesn't kill the demons, will one day erupt. He is always driven mad by the war. To prevent that eruption, we need a sacred artifact to cleanse the spirit. That is to say, if there's anything nearby that needs cleansing, it's the blue stone that emits a golden light."
Irina looked at the stone in her hand and thought to herself, half of the world's remaining gemstones belong to Duke Shandy. She pursed her lips, gripping the stone tightly. Hers was an intact gemstone. The future was dim and uncertain, but Irina still planned for a fallback. As long as she had this, she would be fine, even if her marriage changed. "I will still make a deal with the Grand Duke. I can find Kalinda's antidote in the Forest of the Dead." He raised his hand and sincerely said, "Well, I don't know what you do, but please use this wisely. Is there nothing else you need help with?" She replied, "Yes, there is." Irina slowly continued, "I have one more favor to ask. Please inquire for me in the north. Has anyone seen a slime with an injured eye?" The image of Irina happily hugging it flashed through her mind. She said seriously, "I also have a friend I want to find."
Seeing Alexei just looking at her without saying a word, Irina could only manage a stiff smile, not daring to move. In her heart, she kept asking herself, "Oh my God, why is he here looking for me?" Sitting idly, Irina began to ponder. He suddenly invited me to dance, then showed up at my house, so he's just another one who enjoys high society gossip. She was deep in thought when Alexei suddenly spoke up. "It's been a long time since we last met." This startled Irina, who stammered, "Yes, it has been a long time indeed." Outwardly, she smiled as if 100 flowers were blooming, but inwardly she thought, "We just met yesterday, old man." "Anyway, I have something important to discuss with the Grand Duke, so I'll just assume this is a good thing." Thinking this, Irina immediately got to the point. "Grand Duke, regarding the transaction I mentioned yesterday." Alexei, ever the relaxed young man, simply replied with a, Ignoring his attitude, she continued, "As for me, what the Grand Duke wants—" Just as she said this, a maid interrupted them, bringing in tea. "Miss Sortie, I will prepare the tea that has been arranged." She could only remain silent and let the maid do her work. After they finished, they didn't leave, but stayed, staring intently at Irina. A moment later, the two of them even turned to each other and whispered something. Their actions made Irina wonder. At first glance, it seems Duke Sortie might have ordered her to supervise. "If I want to make a deal with Grand Duke Ruslan, I'll have to bring out the gemstones." She was surprised at how quickly she had prepared the hot tea. In this awkward atmosphere, she could only speak up to break the silence. "The tea is ready, so please enjoy it before it gets cold. If you had told me you were coming earlier, I might have prepared more thoroughly. What a pity." Alexei politely replied, "Not at all. I came unannounced. This is more than enough." Hearing these words, Irina smiled so widely her eyes almost disappeared. "Thank you for saying that." But inside, she was screaming, "Oh, I'm dying of embarrassment. What on earth should I say now? Should I try to seduce him? To attract the opposite sex, you're supposed to touch your neck like this, right? No, I think it's the earlobe. Or maybe tucking my hair behind my ear." Alexei saw her awkward, almost clumsy actions and froze completely. He didn't understand what she was trying to do. Yet Alexei still asked her, "Are you uncomfortable?" Making Irina only able to force a smile and reply, "It's nothing." Inside, she was already falling apart. "I've never seduced anyone. How would I know? For me, men only exist in books." Not knowing what else to do, Irina could only change the subject. "Is the tea to your liking?" Alexei replied to her with great composure. Well, I don't have deep knowledge about tea, but the flavor is very fragrant."
Hearing his reply made her a little happy. Luckily, I had specifically asked them to bring my favorite tea for the Grand Duke to enjoy. Alexei, hearing her favor him so, went from surprise to shy, his face flushing red. After a moment's deliberation, he awkwardly whispered, "Thank you." This also completely bewildered Irene. She couldn't help but glance at his changing expression a few more times.
She didn't know why, but the way his ear turned red in one spot looked truly adorable. Suddenly, she felt something was not quite right. Alexei, sitting across from her, observed her every move. Irina was extremely worried. Oh no, I didn't take my neutralizing medicine today, so the Kalinda poison. Alexei was taking in all her changes. This made Irina even more anxious. She mustn't be discovered. If he found out, he would certainly not marry her.
Noticing her complexion wasn't very good, Alexei immediately asked, "Are you feeling all right? I've heard before that the young lady was very frail." Irina quickly denied, "Oh no, my constitution was a bit weak before, but now I eat well and am very healthy." Hearing that, Alexei suddenly frowned, stood up abruptly and declared, "No, I must take you back to the north immediately." As soon as he said this, Irina didn't understand what was happening. "What are you talking about?" Alexei clenched his fist, thinking to himself that he couldn't say anything at this moment, but he could only calmly tell Irina, "You must leave this place and go to the great city." She vaguely replied, "Yes, that." Suddenly, as if understanding something, Irina joyfully continued, "Oh, if you're talking about a visit, then any time is fine. I'd love to go to the north too." Alexei, seeing her misunderstanding, didn't rush. "That's not what I mean. I am proposing to you right now, Lady Irina Sorty." These words successfully made her freeze for 5 seconds. Fearing his words weren't clear enough, he repeated, "Marry me." Irina felt like she had been struck by lightning. Am I being proposed to? Grand Duke Ruslan wants to marry me? The marriage I've always longed for? At this moment, she felt very happy. Finally, she could escape the ducal mansion. "Yes, Grand Duke, we will marry." Alexei was overjoyed to hear her agreement. "It is truly an honor to have your consent, Lady Sorty." He gathered all his courage, took her hand, and gently kissed it. "I will instruct my assistant to return to the north and announce our marriage." At the mansion, sounds of utter astonishment rang out. What on earth is going on? The Grand Duke has decided to marry, and has intended as Lady Sorty? Vasily confirmed, "Yes, the Sorty family is our old enemy. The world has truly turned upside down." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. "Vasily, what are you talking about?" Vasily could only stammer. "Well, that..." Najenda, who had just entered, said, "The Ruslan family sides with the emperor, and the Sorty family sides with the nobility. They are inherently enemies, so what kind of relationship is this?" Vasily respectfully replied to her, "Najenda, this is merely an announcement for you. The Grand Duke is very determined about this marriage." Najenda unhappily asked back, "Does that mean I cannot change his decision?" Vasily was at a loss. Oh dear, what to do? Najenda didn't make it difficult for him. She merely smiled as if watching an interesting show. "This marriage, it makes me quite look forward to it." At the Sorty mansion, her father sat with hands clasped, calmly asking Irina, "I hear he proposed to you?" She gently and politely replied, "Yes, I did not forget to win his favor. It is all thanks to you, father. Thank you." Irina secretly counted the days. It wouldn't be long until their meeting. Suddenly, Sorty ordered, "Bring the marriage proposal he left behind here immediately." The maid respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Very quickly, the marriage proposal was brought in. Sorty ordered Irina, "Sign this marriage proposal before he changes his mind." She didn't dare disobey him. "Yes, father." Looking at Ruslan's signature, she couldn't help but laugh. As she put pen to paper, Irina thought, Grand Duke Ruslan's signature is really terrible. He was a man full of surprises. Unlike his cold exterior, he was a little cute. Sorty suddenly spoke, breaking her thoughts, to discuss the wedding.
"We'll simplify it to a wedding and hold it in a week." His words took her by surprise. "Oh, if the wedding is next week, then the preparation time..." Sorty heard this and with a displeased look, mused, "Time really flies. Are you implying something is still lacking?" Irina quickly explained, "No, it's enough." Seeing she had acknowledged her mistake, Sorty didn't press the matter. "Don't forget the petals in your hands, and your mission is to poison and kill him." Hearing his reminder, Irina's hands suddenly tensed, but her voice showed no resistance. "Yes, I will remember. I was raised to complete this mission." One thing only she knew was, "But that is not my purpose. My true purpose is to eliminate you, not Grand Duke Ruslan." Soon night fell upon the mansion. Bella, seemingly concerned, asked Irina, "Irina, are you really okay? Even if he's a handsome man, marrying him, there are rumors that Grand Duke Ruslan is a monster. Everyone is saying that this time's monster extermination campaign was wiped out with unusual speed." Irina, reading a book, calmly replied, "Yes, I've heard that too, but rumors are just rumors." Bella didn't expect such a reaction from her. "You speak so calmly." Indeed, this marriage made her very happy. If she could escape this boring ducal mansion, then whether Grand Duke Ruslan was truly a monster didn't matter, since they would divorce in the end anyway. Bella saw her so happy, and she didn't know what kind of feeling it was in her heart. She was probably going crazy. A moment later, she spoke in a low voice, feigning extreme remorse. "Irina, the Duke said I would go with you. I've been ordered to monitor whether you take the poison regularly every day. I'm sorry I can't help you." Seeing her blame herself like that, Irina couldn't bear it. "Bella, it's okay. If I don't drink it, it'll be exposed immediately, and if that happens, you'll be in danger, and I don't want that to happen. Don't worry, there won't be anything else for you to apologize to me for." The next morning, a cold voice echoed in Alexi's residence. "I never thought there would be a day I would congratulate you on your marriage." Alexi also thought the same. "It is indeed special, isn't it?" The Empress did not answer his question, but continued. "As a condition for victory in the war to exterminate magical beasts, I never expected you to choose marriage, and furthermore to marry the daughter of Duke Sorty." Alexi replied without showing any emotion. "I'm glad your majesty already knows, Empress." His words left the Empress speechless.
A moment later, she spoke up to remind him, even if you eradicate demonic beasts or conquer the continent, there is one thing you can never erase. The Grand Duke knows this better than anyone. This mention made Alexei waver slightly. He knew exactly what the Empress was referring to. "Are you referring to the demonic blood flowing within me?" The Empress did not shy away. "Yes, that has always been the Grand Duke's sole blemish. Grand Duke Ruslan, the loyal dog who has protected the imperial family for generations, is in fact a person carrying demonic blood. It all began when a child, one of your ancestors, was born a monster in human form. I know better than anyone that the curse of Grand Duke Ruslan is also beginning. Those who carry the blood of demons will go mad if they don't see blood for a period of time, and eventually, those unable to live past the age of 40 must face their destiny with the demonic power in their family's bloodline. Alexei knows the next outcome better than anyone, and he will be buried in the forest on the Grand Duke's estate. Previous Grand Dukes recognized their deaths. It was the Forest of Death, where they entered to end their lives. The Grand Duke and the imperial family, only these two families know this truth, and the Empress also knows this better than anyone. At this moment, she went straight to the point, asking directly, "So what is your reason for bringing this up?" Alexei didn't beat around the bush. That was the main issue. If through this marriage the Emperor's loyal dog, Grand Duke Ruslan, intended to cooperate with Duke Sorty to expand his power, this intention of his made the Empress slightly worried. "Our imperial family will never forgive you." Alexei understood this well, and he explained his purpose. "I am trying to cooperate with Duke Sorty." Alexei seemed to want to clarify his true objective, not to align with him, but to destroy him. He affirmed his intention with a determined look. "My goal is to overthrow Duke Sorty, Your Majesty." He seemed implicitly certain of his victory. "So, Your Majesty, don't worry and please congratulate me." The Empress seemed to trust him. "Remember what you've said. I'm leaving now." He turned and walked away, not forgetting to bid farewell beforehand. "Then I shall take my leave first."
The Empress stood there, watching his retreating figure disappear. The Empress truly placed all her trust in the formidable Duke, Grand Duke Ruslan. "Looking into those eyes, I believe you are sincere." Whispers and murmurs rose from outside the castle hall. "Such a sudden marriage really took us by surprise, didn't it?" a young man exclaimed. "Indeed," another agreed. "Duke Sorty might feel quite empty having to send his daughter away." A girl nearby seemed more cheerful, "But this groom is both handsome and dashing, so he must be trustworthy, right?" The other person also seemed to agree. "Haha, exactly. He looks even more handsome in his ceremonial attire." However, the bride's beauty had also become a subject of scrutiny and curiosity. Alexei was already standing there in his ceremonial attire, waiting. Just then, the carriage carrying Irina arrived. Her long, pristine white wedding gown fluttered in the wind, and a clear voice called out, "Ah, Grand Duke!"
Irina said softly, "You've come to pick me up, haven't you? How wonderful." Alexei was a little flustered by this, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing him dazed, Irina proactively approached and asked, "Grand Duke?" He stammered in response, "It's nothing, Irina." Duke Sorty seemed displeased with her. "Everyone is waiting, so please go inside." She obeyed him. "Oh, yes, father." Duke Sorty's gaze was indescribable. He discreetly gave Alexei a challenging glance. Alexei returned the gaze resolutely. "I'll see you inside." The grand hall, splendidly decorated, welcomed the bride and groom as they entered for the ceremony. Duke Sorty sat with his legs crossed in the front row. The priest asked Irina, "Are you ready?" She replied, "Yes, father, please proceed." The priest began his address. Today's ceremony will be simplified in procedure at Duke Sorty's request. The priest prepared for the signing, where the two would sign the marriage covenant and vow their love for each other. Suddenly, the words were interrupted by the sound of a large door opening. Valentine, still in his battle armor from returning from war, stood at the entrance of the hall and shouted in the middle of the wedding, "Irina, stop!"
Irina stopped, leaning forward to look at her brother, utterly surprised. Brother, aren't you supposed to be on the battlefield?" Valentine explained. "I heard news about you and rushed back here right after the war ended." He clenched his fists, seemingly heartbroken by his sister's marriage. "How could you get married without me present?" He almost wanted to shout, "This marriage isn't—" Suddenly, Duke Sorty loudly interrupted him. "Valentine!" He stood in front of Valentine and spoke. "To finish the war so quickly just to attend your sister's wedding? That's truly remarkable." Duke Sorty's eyes were bloodshot again. "Today is a happy day for her.
come here and sit next to me. It sounded like a command. The priest continued, all right, then the wedding ceremony will now begin. The two faced each other, listening to the priest officiate. I want you two to promise each other before the divine in this sacred place that no matter how many difficulties arise, you will overcome crises together. The priest continued, you will love each other with no regrets. Alexei looked very serious about this wedding. The priest asked the groom, Alexei, do you promise to cherish the bride for life? Do you dare to swear before the divine? He answered without hesitation, yes.
Then the priest asked the bride, Irina, if she could love and cherish the groom for her entire life. Irina looked up at Alexei, wearing her wedding dress and declaring her love before God. Feeling truly nervous, she replied, yes, I do. An indescribable feeling welled up within her, as if they truly loved each other. The priest told her that after their vows, she should sign the marriage certificate. She picked up the ink pen with a look of determination, thinking, from now on, I must be truly clear-headed. The priest officially concluded the wedding ceremony with the declaration, and I now pronounce you husband and wife. Irina believed this was the best time for her to make her move, thinking, I will begin the revenge plan I've been waiting for all this time. The wedding ceremony had concluded, Duke Sorty had departed, and Valentine then spoke up. Father has gone ahead, so I will speak with the Archduke. Alexei replied to Valentine, feel free to call me brother-in-law. Please speak freely, brother. This angered Valentine. What's wrong with you, calling me brother? Valentine grew even more annoyed with Alexei, thinking, he just got married and immediately called me brother. How cunning.
Only then did he express his surprise. Earlier, I restrained myself in front of father, but I've never seen a noble proceed with a marriage so quickly. He glared at Alexei and roared, unless the Duke threatened my innocent sister, this would never happen. Irina interjected defensively, he didn't threaten me. Seizing the moment, Alexei added, brother, we understand each other. Valentine lunged forward to argue, don't call me brother anymore. I'm even younger than the Grand Duke. Alexei calmly stated, since we are now husband and wife, it's only natural to call you brother-in-law. He seemed very angry. Ah, husband and wife? Nonsense. We could just get a divorce. Hearing the two words divorce, Alexei's eyes darkened. The two men began to glare at each other. Irina immediately sensed danger. Sk, if this continues, they'll surely come to blows. She diverted Valentine's attention, flashing a sweet smile. Oh, brother, you really are. You truly care for your sister. With that, she said no more and pulled him out by the arm. Let's talk for a bit.
The two were now chatting in a private lounge. Irina spoke first. Brother, what's wrong? Aren't you here to congratulate me on my wedding? Valentine, seemingly displeased by this, reacted sharply. Congratulate? What are you talking about? He almost wanted to reprimand her. How can I congratulate someone like him? I thought you were being forced into marriage, so I rushed here to help you escape. Valentine lowered his head. Ha, but have you two already come to an understanding? Irina stammered. Brother. Valentine still seemed intent on persuading her. Irina, you deserve to fight a man like me. He clutched his head in helplessness, not acknowledging that he himself was similar to Alexei. I can't imagine how someone as innocent as you could live with a war devil like him, Irina thought helplessly to herself. You're a war devil too. How thick-skinned. She looked up, reassuring him. Don't worry. If anything happens, you'll come and save me, won't you? Valentine quickly replied. Of course. Do you think I'd just let you be in danger? Then he pulled out a map and gave it to her, not forgetting to instruct. Since I can't stop this marriage, I'll give you the map I made. I've marked all the secret passages of Grand Duke Ruslan's city. If you sense danger, escape quickly, and I will definitely come for you.
Irina was almost in tears. Oh, honestly, you're making me so emotional. Her brother was truly too kind. Brother, thank you. Valentine didn't forget to add, and that was also his previous request. Irina was surprised. A request? Valentine suddenly spoke cryptically. The slime's whereabouts. Irina was startled. Yes? She secretly rejoiced. Had they found the slime's whereabouts? In that grand and magnificent castle, words filled with worry continuously echoed. Valentine began. I heard from the patrolman that he saw a very special slime. Irina was surprised after he finished speaking. A special slime? Seemingly anticipating her reaction, Valentine calmly replied, yes, its expression is exactly like his. Irina was now on tenterhooks. She couldn't help but speak up. Brother, please explain clearly. He patiently explained the full story. This slime is blue, and out of curiosity, during a hunt, I found it crawling with wounds on its body.
He meant it was dripping water-like liquids as it moved. A quick glance also revealed an eye injury that reminded him of him. She began to recall. Unease was evident on her beautiful face, and then she suddenly realized. The blue slime with the eye injury? It was him. At this moment, Irina's curiosity was piqued, and she asked her brother, did you perhaps go hunting slimes? Caught off guard by her question, he found himself in a difficult position, his voice becoming flustered. Well, Valentine didn't dare look her in the eye, glancing away as he replied,
Suddenly, fire spread throughout the forest, so I quickly returned. As if not believing her brother's explanation, Irina pressed on. Why did fire spread throughout the forest? He calmly replied, that fire couldn't have just started on its own. Valentine fell into contemplation, beginning to recall the events of that time. It was as if someone was intentionally creating fire with magic. Irina, however, seemed only concerned about the slime, looking at her brother with worried eyes. What about the slime then? If he's injured, how could he escape quickly?
Understanding his sister's current anxiety, he gently replied, that fire spread very quickly, so the hope of survival is very slim. I heard his direction is towards the center of the Grand Duchy of Ruslan. After hearing him speak, Irina was puzzled. Yes, the center of the Grand Duchy of Ruslan. I told Slime to go north, but why is it the center of the Grand Duchy? Valentine shared her confusion. He didn't know the reason, but it was probably instinct. He didn't think the residence of Grand Duke Ruslan was a good living environment. He awkwardly called his sister's name. Irina, you should have received news of his safety by now. I apologize for this update. Valentine's face now clearly showed confusion and self-reproach. Not wanting her brother to agonize over this, she immediately spoke up to reassure him. No, there's nothing to apologize for. It might sound foolish to say this, but I think Slime is still alive somewhere. She began to recall Slime's image, secretly comforting herself. He is a special kind of slime. Who knows, he might have survived that fire. I believe so, Irina told herself.
Perhaps not wanting to upset his sister, he chimed in agreement. He's a special kind of creature, probably living somewhere out there. Then Valentine turned to look at her, his gaze firm, assuring her that he would continue searching. Upon hearing his offer, Irina quickly refused. No need, that's enough. She thought to herself that she had already asked Halcyon to find a slime, so there would surely be some news. Valentine sighed, saying dejectedly, "If you say so, then I understand. This big brother will find you a slime smarter than him," he affirmed to her. Irina didn't show any disdain. She merely gently covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "Haha, all right, thank you for not forgetting my request." Irina spoke with eyes full of respect and affection for her brother, more than ever before. What big brother could ever resist his sister's cuteness? Valentine's cheeks flushed red, his face clearly showing delight, and his words weren't quite clear. "Thank you. See, a man like your big brother is the best, isn't he?" Having received thanks from his sister, he seized the opportunity to put on a proud, self-satisfied face and speak. Seeing this, she didn't comment, merely offering a gentle smile.
Not content with that, Valentine looked up at her and asked, "Don't you have a reward for me?" Irina pondered for a moment, then remembered something. "Ah, I have this. I don't need it anymore, so I'll give it to Valentine," she thought to herself, then turned to get the gift for him. Clutching the gift in her palm, Irina took his hand and placed the gift on it. "Here, this is your reward." Valentine wondered. She placed a sparkling, rather beautiful stone in his palm, then thought to herself, Duke Sorty's brainwashing technique is very powerful, so this will be very useful. Valentine held the stone up and examined it for a while, but still couldn't glean any information from it. "What is this?" he asked her. Irina confidently replied, "This thing is very expensive, you know." She even diligently reminded him that he must keep it for his entire life. Do you understand? Hearing her say that, he also thought that it must be something precious for her to speak that way. Although he was very happy, Valentine still tried to remain calm, putting on an act. "For my whole life? Seriously? Then I'll keep this until I'm in my coffin."
I also have a gift I really want to give you. I can't give it to you right now because I haven't found it yet, Valentine said, his voice tinged with hidden sadness. Seeing her brother like this, her mood also sank. "But I promise I'll bring back the antidote," he said, placing a hand on his chest with a look of determination. Irina smiled and said, "Brother, it's okay. I won't die that easily." Then she quietly thought, "I already know the antidote." Hearing her words, Valentine couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "You were naive then, and you're still naive now." Tears began to fall from his eyes. Not wanting his sister to see his weak state, he covered his face with his hand. "How can someone so naive marry the devil of the battlefield? Don't go." Irina sighed exasperatedly. "I'm already married. How long are you going to keep protesting?" Valentine stepped forward and gripped her shoulders tightly, his expression turning serious. "I won't say anything more. When you want a divorce, just tell me, and your brother will take care of everything for you." She looked at him with loving eyes and gently said, "Yes, if I want a divorce, I will definitely tell you." The two of them walked out of the room. Alexei glanced over and saw the familiar figures. "Are you two done talking?" Irina politely replied, "Yes, thank you for waiting, sir." He kindly added, "It's all right. If your brother needs a little more time, just say so." Seeing his hypocritical demeanor, Valentine felt immense disgust. He growled, "There he goes again, your brother."
He slowly walked up to her. "Now we have truly become husband and wife, madam." Hearing Alexei call her that, she was somewhat taken aback. "Madam?" He remained perfectly calm at her surprised reaction. "Yes, madam. Isn't it natural to call you madam now that we're married? Is something wrong?" he asked, puzzled. She, however, now felt incredibly happy. "No, I'm just embarrassed." Alexei gave a sweet smile. He leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. "I don't intend for her marriage to be a mere formality, so I will strive to fulfill my marital duties. You can look forward to it, madam." While he spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on Irina. She felt quite uncomfortable at this moment, thinking to herself, marital duties? What kind of marital duties? Valentine, who had been observing their intimate moment from the side, could no longer hold back and had to step forward to intervene. "Even though you're married, please don't discuss such matters in a holy temple. I will send a messenger when you return to the north," he said, pulling her hand and leading her away. "Come on, Irina." She looked back at him with a wistful gaze. He, too, watched her without blinking, but had to let her go. Alexei placed a hand on his chest. Right now, he felt immense joy in his heart. Finally.
They're finally married. A magical scene with wondrous light filtering through the window. A timid female voice rang out. "Grand Duke? Wait a moment." Alexei leaned closer, whispering, "Are you scared, my lady?" Irina blushed shyly, turning away, not daring to look him in the eye. "No, it's my first time, so I'm a little—" Alexei propped one hand on the bed, a dangerous and cunning smile playing on his lips. "You don't need to worry. I'll show you everything. Don't be nervous." He reached out to touch Irina's flushed face. "I told you, I have no intention of being a husband and wife just for show." The dim light around them only made the atmosphere more intimate. Their eyes met, full of affection and tenderness. "I only think of doing my best to meet my wife's expectations." The distance between Irina and Alexei grew smaller. "What expectations?" Through a thin shirt, her hand touched Alexei's left chest. Irina's eyes widened, looking directly at Alexei, thinking in surprise. Soft." Suddenly, a cheerful slime appeared, letting out a mew. "Slime!" Irina's eyes snapped open. She froze, realizing it had all been a dream. "What?"
Irina clutched her head, rolling back and forth on the bed, sobbing and screaming. Damn dream, why did it have to be there? Did slime do that? She hugged her blanket, crying with regret. That was such an important scene. Sunbeams pierced through the clouds in the sky, shining down on classic European buildings. After the wedding, that dream kept recurring, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. Under the clear blue sky, urgent, solemn voices rang out. Everything must be completed before His Grace the Grand Duke arrives. Quickly, quickly. 2 maids were busily cleaning and arranging everything. Where should the new bed be placed? Mary is bringing it now. The blonde maid turned back with a very worried expression. It seems the new carpet will take a while to lay. What should we do?
The black-haired maid organized her tasks before rushing off, saying, "I'll go check. Please spread out the blankets when they arrive." In the grand hall, with its luxurious interior design, mages and guests alike were present for an important event. A mage was using a book that emitted a purple light to cast a spell. Incomprehensible incantations echoed through the air. The mage performed magic, creating a matrix imprinted on the wall. The slow footsteps of a man and a woman approached. It's been a long time since the mansion was this busy. A stern-faced Gregory stood behind Olga. She replied to him, "Indeed, I heard that the Grand Duke requested a temperature spell to be cast on all the walls of the mansion for the Grand Duchess." Olga bowed her head and closed her eyes, her hand touching her forehead in helplessness. This was the first time something like this had happened since Olga began serving the Grand Duchy. It was as if the mansion had turned into a greenhouse. Gregory turned to look at her, smiling teasingly. "It seems the housekeeper isn't pleased with the changes to the mansion, is she?" Olga pursed her lips, her face pensive and speechless. She replied, "At first, I can't express how delighted I was to welcome the Grand Duchess. The Grand Duke, who had only ever thought of war his entire life, finally has a peaceful family. It reminds me of the Emperor and Empress." Olga closed her eyes and sighed. "But our opponent is Duke Sorty. No wonder I've been having extremely unsettling dreams. If my ancestors were here, they would surely be furious."
Gregory just calmly smiled and said, "I know what the nanny is worried about, but it's all over now." In the corner of the room, 2 mages are discussing amongst themselves, and the Grand Duke is not someone who acts without thinking. He also advised Olga, so he must have some intention. We just need to do our best in our respective positions. I hope you will be able to do that. Olga prepared to leave. "I don't know," as the butler said. "I'll excuse myself and return to my post." A figure lurked behind the wall, eavesdropping on Gregory and Olga's conversation. "Haha, the mansion is so warm. Isn't it wonderful? I find it very warm, to the point of being suffocating." Maria seemed to have heard everything. Inside the quiet study, Najenda was working alone when Maria entered. "It's Maria, young lady. Come in."
Maria reported the situation to her. "I'm busy right now. What is it?"
I have confirmed and wish to report what you ordered. So what? She stood upright, her face serious. Currently, it's very warm inside the mansion because the witches are casting temperature spells. The Grand Duke has ordered this to welcome the Grand Duchess. Najenda held up the paper, reading it as she asked again. Temperature spells. Maria replied. It seems he is very concerned about that frail lady. Najenda rested her chin on her hand, glancing around, her voice slightly resentful. My brother really is something. This mansion is my territory, but he didn't bother to tell me anything. Maria raised her hand, asking for Najenda's opinion. Should I stop the spells? Najenda refused. No, it's fine. Najenda rose from her chair, shrugging as if about to watch a new joke unfold. Turning the northern castle into a warm greenhouse? Isn't that quite interesting? She thought. I heard he married the young lady of the Sortie family, so I thought it was a political marriage. Najenda leaned both hands on the table, pondering as if she were alone in the room. He's even using a budget he normally wouldn't touch.
Below the room was a large fountain, with many people walking around it. She wondered, I don't know what my brother is thinking anymore. Najenda walked closer to the window, her hand touching the large glass pane. Please give me an order. Najenda commanded. Go and check the situation, then report back to me. Yes, my lady. She crossed her arms over her chest, her expression very displeased. Irina, with me in the picture, you absolutely won't get this estate. Najenda smiled triumphantly, as if she was certain to win. That's for sure. A carriage was speeding along the paved road. Irina sat in the carriage, glancing outside when she heard the coachman's voice. We have arrived at the Grand Duke's castle. She looked out through the clear glass with an expression of awe. Ah, so this is it. A magnificent castle stood majestically under the azure sky, the grand city of Ruslan. The carriage stopped in front of the castle gates. Upon seeing Alexei, she immediately brightened. Grand Duke. His gaze also softened. Please, my lady, welcome to the north.
He bent down, smiled, and kissed Irina's small hand. She seemed very happy. You must be tired from the long journey. Thank you for waiting for me. She gestured towards Bella, who was bowing, and introduced. This is Bella. She will be staying with me. Oh, hello, Grand Duke. Thank you for your assistance. Yes. Irina's hands were red from the cold. The weather in the north is much colder than I imagined. Alexei looked at Irina and explained. Because your body is weak, you will feel the cold more. Alexei took her hand, saying with concern, Your hands are almost frozen. He held Irina's hand. I've already warmed the inside of the castle for my wife, so please come in quickly. Irina didn't expect him to do that for her. You didn't have to go to such lengths. And that's not all, Alexei smiled and said. If you go inside, you might be even more pleased with this place. The light from the skylight shining on the chandelier in the hall made the castle even more magnificent. Oh my goodness, Irina exclaimed in surprise upon entering the castle. It's so warm in here. Although it can't be like the place my wife used to live, I've tried to make you feel warm. Irina's eyes were filled with happiness as she looked at what Alexei had done for her. She blushed and looked up at him. Thank you, Grand Duke. With you caring for me like this, I can live more comfortably now. Alexei was embarrassed by Irina's polite thanks. It's my responsibility. Welcome, my lady.
Gregory and Olga. All the servants in the castle bowed to her very formally. Welcome, madam. I am Gregory, the butler. I am Olga, the nanny. Alexei pointed to the two of them and introduced them to her. Madam, they have been working here for a long time. You can trust them and entrust everything to them. I see. I hope for your kind consideration. If you need anything, please call me any time, madam. Grand Duke Ruslan. Vasily excitedly ran over when he saw Irina. Ah, madam. Irina gently greeted Vasily back. Welcome to the Grand City. Ah, Assistant Vasily, it's a pleasure to see you again. He happily spoke loudly, oblivious to Alexei's very displeased expression. Seeing this, Irina could only cover her mouth and chuckle. It is truly an honor that Madam remembers my name. Thanks to Madam, the castle has become very lively and warm. Even though I am from the north, I get cold very easily. Vasily, what are you trying to say?
Vasily turned and whispered to Alexei. About that, the patrol squad has an urgent matter to report. Perhaps you should go to your office immediately. What? After hearing Vasily's report, Alexei had no choice but to say to Irina, I wanted to personally show you around the mansion, but it seems there's no other way now. I'm fine. Please go quickly, Grand Duke. He entrusted the task to Gregory, who bowed to receive the order. While I'm occupied, I will entrust Gregory with showing the lady around the mansion. Gregory, I'm counting on you. Yes, I understand. Irina watched Alexei's retreating figure. Her heart blossomed at the thought of Alexei, the Grand Duke. It was truly touching how much he cared for her. In the luxurious space, the light filtering in from the windows made the room even more dazzling. The tour ends here. After giving Irina a brief introduction, Gregory turned back to her and said, You must be tired from your long journey. May I escort you to your room now? Yes, please lead the way.
When she thought of the bedroom, she immediately blushed, her own room. Irina shyly turned to ask Gregory. Bella, walking behind, looked on in confusion. Is that the bridal chamber?
Oh no, he chuckled at her question and shy expression. In accordance with northern tradition, the lady will stay in the guest room for a while. For now, please relax and enjoy your comfort. So that's how it is. Irina blushed, thinking of the dream she had about Alexei. Perhaps because of that dream I've been conscious of sharing a bed with the Grand Duke. What a relief. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at her words. If you regret it, should we speak to the Grand Duke to arrange something? Oh no, there's no need for that. The white door opened. This is the room. Gregory instructed her after leading her to the room. I will go prepare dinner. Please rest. I'll take my leave now. Thank you. Irina and Bella turned to look at each other and smiled. Bella took off her cloak. We worried too much. Everyone is quite friendly. Exactly. As soon as she handed the cloak to Bella to put away, Irina immediately jumped onto the large bed. She lay on her stomach, swinging her fair, slender legs. Bella also sat down on the bed with Irina. Oh, this soft bed is really nice. Yeah, your old bed was really hard, wasn't it? Sorry. When they heard a knock at the door, Bella and Irina both simultaneously sat up, alert. Oh yes, she went to open the door and saw Najenda standing outside. Oh, thank you.
Najenda entered the room, greeted, and introduced herself to Irina. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Najeda Ruslan, the Grand Duke's younger sister. Upon hearing Najenda's introduction, Irina happily replied, Oh my, you're the Grand Duchess. It's a pleasure to meet you. She extended her hand, smiling at Irina's bewildered expression. I know you must be very tired, but there's something I absolutely must tell you, which is why I came. What do you mean? Najenda told Bella to step outside. Hearing this, Bella bowed and retreated. Since it's an important matter, could you please excuse us for a moment? I understand. Please speak freely. After Bella left, only Irina and Najenda remained in the room. Najenda looked at Irina and said with a smile, You've never left the Sorty Ducal estate, have you? Irina replied, Yes, that's right. I'm better now, but my body is still quite weak. Hearing this, Najenda became very friendly and cordial. For someone like you to have risen to the position of Grand Duchess, I believe there are many problematic aspects about you. She still announced very kindly, Therefore, I am compelled to take over and carry out my mother's duties.
A dark aura emanated from Najenda, just like her sinister plot. Next, I'll take your place. How about that? Come on, answer me, Irina Sorty. She smirked, thinking Irina wouldn't be able to answer. I wonder if you truly want to become the Duchess of Ruslan. You'll work in my stead. Irina's eyes lit up, thinking Najenda genuinely wanted to help her. Oh my, how could you be so kind? Irina confided in Najenda about her worries, but Najenda scoffed at her answer. Actually, I was very worried. My physical strength isn't good enough for busy work, and I'm not familiar with the situation here. What? But since the Grand Duchess has already said so, how can I refuse? That's truly wonderful. Najenda pursed her lips, her eyes glaring angrily at Irina. Irina Sorty. Did she become a duchess with this kind of thinking? What does she take Ruslan for? Enraged, Najenda immediately ran off to find Alexei to set things straight.
She brazenly flung open the large main door and announced, Excuse me. Alexei looked up at her, a hint of surprise on his face. Vasily, taken aback, spoke up, Grand Duchess, what's going on? After a moment's thought, he speculated, could it be that you've come to see me? I was planning to meet you anyway. Before he could finish his sentence, Najenda smiled disdainfully and dismissed him directly. Vasily, could you step outside for a moment? Her eyes gleamed with cunning malice as she heard Vasily weakly protest, But I have something to discuss with the Grand Duchess. Once only Najenda and Alexei remained, he said sternly, What is it? Still maintaining a fake smile, she countered Alexei. Brother, what should we do? She unequivocally criticized Irina in front of Alexei. I cannot accept the Duchess at all. Without a hint of wavering, he coldly questioned, What do you mean? Maintaining that same insolent attitude, she continued in a sharp tone. I'll explain more clearly, as you don't seem to understand me very well. She put her hands on her hips and arrogantly declared, Irina Sorty is not worthy of becoming the Duchess of the Ruslan family. Alexei calmly retorted to Najenda, wondering if she truly understood the meaning of her own words now. Only she brazenly continued to challenge Alexei on every point. What good has my brother done to allow someone from the Sorty family to become Duchess? Did you not even know what it meant before you went ahead and got married? Her hands clenched tightly in uncontrollable anger. Initially, when I heard you were getting married, I thought it was just an arranged marriage to prevent Duke Sorty from sending spies.
She adamantly accused Alexei with her baseless reasoning, but he used the year-end budget for a single person, Irina Sorty, who didn't even care about the Ruslan family. He calmly listened to his sister's reproaches. How can I welcome the Duchess in this situation? As she spoke, her words grew more outrageous, and she yelled in dissatisfaction. Aren't you ashamed before our deceased parents? Alexei spoke in a low, firm voice. Najenda. His eyes reflected determination and absolute conviction as he personally defended Irina. I truly love the Duchess, which is why I married her. She still stubbornly dismissed Alexei's opinion. What, you actually like someone from the Sorty family? Once again, he firmly emphasized Irina's status. From now on, she is not a Sorty, but a Ruslan. Though she had run out of arguments, she still stubbornly insisted. You're impossible.
Irina's image in Alexi's heart was complete and cherished. She is gentle, warm, and vulnerable. If you cast aside your prejudice against the Duchess, you will see her true worth. However, if you continue to not accept the Duchess,
In truth, only the head can truly look after you. Alexei declared firmly to Najenda that he would consider her to have turned her back on the Ruslan family. Upon hearing this, she was furious, turning purple with rage. Key gritted her teeth and thought to herself, am I being pushed out now just because of Sorty's people? I'm the one who cares about the Ruslan family more than anyone else. Though seething with anger internally, she maintained an arrogant facade. All right, let's see how this plays out. But if I am not wrong, you will never survive in the Ruslan family again. With a sneer, she delivered a chilling remark. Brother, please keep this in mind. At this moment, in Irina's private room, she was sprawled on her bed, muttering complaints. I'm so hungry. I wonder when they'll bring the meal here. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted in, making her sit up in surprise. Oh, this smell. Then, a knock sounded at the door from outside the room.
Irina hesitated before asking, "Who is it?" Alexei's familiar voice responded, "It's me, my lady." She joyfully opened the door immediately. "Grand Duke, what brings you here? I heard you were very busy today, so I thought we wouldn't be able to meet." Alexei smiled gently and kindly replied that no matter how busy he was, he couldn't miss the first meal with his wife. His sincere concern was evident in every gesture, every action. "You said you would dine in your room, so I brought it up here." It was then that Irina noticed the maids carrying breakfast following him. "Oh, so that's why it smells so good." She smiled brightly like a flower and happily told Alexei, "It's perfect timing. I'm just hungry. Thank you. What a relief." Seeing her say that, he quickly ordered the maids to set up breakfast for Irina. Serve the prepared food. They bowed quickly and immediately replied, "Yes, my lord."
The familiar dining table reminded Irina of the past. These dishes, they were like the slime dishes she was given for the first time. Now that she thought about it, even the bag of cloves, these dishes, her heart was filled with endless nostalgia for her old friend. Whenever she was next to the Grand Duke, she would recall her memories with slime. After the maids finished setting up, Alexei subtly gave an instruction. "I will call when needed. You may leave so my wife can eat more comfortably." They obediently replied, "Yes, sir." He thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Irina. "Please sit." She happily replied, "Oh, thank you." With eyes full of anticipation, Alexei told her, "Please try it." Irina picked up her spoon and began to eat. "Wow," she exclaimed in her mind. "It's delicious." Alexei, truly a model husband, attentively asked Irina about her thoughts. "Is it to your liking?" She brightly praised him without hesitation. "Yes, it's absolutely delicious." He doted on Irina immensely. "If my wife is happy, then I am happy too." A strange premonition suddenly arose in Irina's heart. Her mood became truly peculiar. "I know it can't be, but when I look at the Grand Duke, I can see slime." She continued to gaze at Alexei without stopping. Finally, he noticed her expression. Alexei curiously asked Irina, "Is there something on my face?" She merely smiled and immediately denied it. "No." Still not letting it go, he insisted, "You're clearly looking at me."
Knowing she couldn't hide it, Irina decided to honestly express her feelings. "Actually, when I look at the Grand Duke, he reminds me of my childhood friend." He hesitantly repeated her words. "Childhood friend?" With excitement, she affirmed to him, "Yes, he was a very smart and cute boy, and he always cared about me." She smiled brightly and shyly, comparing him, "Just like the Grand Duke." Alexei expressed his sincere feelings aloud. "I'm happy because it seems my feelings have touched you." He resolutely affirmed to Irina, "I will become the best husband for my wife." During the heavy snowfall that year, Slime Lay walked alone beneath the cold snow. "I must protect her. I must protect Irina." The radiant image of Irina with her affectionate call, "Slime!" Suddenly it seemed to awaken from a trance. It looked up at the surroundings as if searching for something. The massive castle before it sparked an idea. This place. But the bone-chilling cold made its head dizzy.
Agonizingly, he thought to himself, "So, am I going to die now?" In that moment of life and death, his only wish remained one thing. If he had another chance, he wanted to be stronger, strong enough to protect Irina. Just then, Alexei woke up with a start. He lay on his bed, utterly bewildered. The realistic sensation confused him, and he mumbled, "Ah, that dream again." Alexei sank deep into his tangled thoughts, not uttering another word. Suddenly, he decided one thing. I need to be absent for a while. The next morning, at the Ruslan family tassel, Bella gently knocked on Irina's door and called out, "Irina, it's me, Bella." She replied casually, "Yes, come in." Bella brought her medicine, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, but Duke Sorty also told me to check if you've taken your medicine today." Irina smiled and told her, "It's all right, just give it to me." Bella still hesitated, holding tightly to the medicine tray. But
Irina took the cup of medicine herself and confidently reassured Bella, saying, "I told you, what you're worried about won't happen, trust me."
Bella watched Irina drink all the medicine, feeling extremely uneasy in her heart. 4 blooming petals on my wrist. I don't know when the demon will be summoned, so I must quickly decipher this. The Grand Duke has left the mansion for an inspection, so this is a good opportunity for me to start acting. Before leaving, Alexei instructed her, saying, "I'll be back, my wife." Needing to investigate urgently, Irina said to Bella, "Could you go call the butler for me?" Bella quickly followed her instruction, saying, "Oh, all right." A moment later, Butler Gregory was present in Irina's room. "You called for me, madam?" he asked. She smiled and replied, "Yes." He enthusiastically reminded Irina, "But madam, why are you using honorifics with me?" She could only give an awkward laugh and reply, "I'm still not quite used to it." Fearing she might be embarrassed, Gregory thoughtfully said, "Madam, please feel free to give me orders." Irina nodded, indicating she understood his sentiment, and replied, "I understand."
Irina solemnly stated, "I called the butler because I want him to guide me." He promptly and attentively asked her, "What guidance do you seek?" Irina skillfully expressed her purpose. "As the Duchess, I have a responsibility to pay my respects to my ancestors, don't I?" A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Could it be? Gregory straightforwardly asked Irina, "You want me to guide you to the forest of the dead?" Without hesitation, she confirmed, "That's right." He hesitantly warned Irina, "Madam, do you know what kind of place that is?" Maintaining her resolute attitude, she promptly and firmly replied, "Of course I know. It is a sacred place for worshipping ancestors." Gregory's voice grew cautious as he emphasized to her, "Yes, that's true, but it's also a habitat for wild animals, with monsters that the Grand Duke has not yet been able to eliminate." He adamantly tried to dissuade her, not wanting her to go. "This is a dangerous place, so you cannot go. If it's for remembrance, staying at the mansion would also—" Not letting him finish his sentence, Irina sharply cut him off. "No, that cannot be done." Asserting her authority as the Duchess, Irina began to use her power with Gregory. "As the Duchess, I cannot shirk my duties simply out of fear of danger. This is an order, so guide me." Her resolve made him realize that she was a courageous person, unlike her delicate appearance. Indeed, the Grand Duke falling for her had its reasons, which meant he absolutely could not guide her there.
Bowing his head in apology to Irina, Gregory still earnestly advised her, saying, "My lady, I apologize, but I cannot guide you. The Forest of the Dead is a very dangerous place, as I've said, difficult to enter and exit. One must have a key to enter, and the key is held by Lady Negenda, who is of the Grand Duke's lineage." This huge obstacle gave Irina a splitting headache. A key? What kind of key? She had thought she could move freely just by finding the entrance. If that was the case, there was no other way but to go get the key. Fearing she might miss the opportunity, she decided to act immediately. "I understand. In that case, I will meet and speak with the Grand Duchess directly." At this moment, Negenda was busy meticulously calculating. She thought irritably to herself, "It's not enough, far too little." Clutching the report, she inwardly screamed in frustration, "How can this much money be enough?" Thinking of Alexei's favoritism towards Irina made her tremble with anger. Her brother had spent too much money on monster extermination, and even repaired the entire Grand City for that girl. "My budget is completely depleted." Suddenly, Maria's voice rang out from outside. "My lady, may I come in for a moment?" Negenda coldly replied, "Yes, come in." As soon as she saw Maria, she immediately asked in a sharp tone, "What is it?" Maria bowed her head and reported to Negenda that the Duchess had come to see her. Speaking of the devil, Negenda guessed, puzzled, "She's looking for me? Could she be trying to take over the budget work from me? No way." She told Maria, "Take her to the reception room. I'll be there shortly." Negenda put aside her work and quickly went to meet Irina. She politely lifted her skirt and bowed respectfully to Irina, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you."
She smiled back at Negenda. "Good morning, Grand Duchess." She slowly sat down opposite Irina and coldly asked, "Yes, what brings you to me so early in the morning?" Irina gently flattered her. "I've come to ask for a favor that only your grace can help with." Negenda's intuition firmly told her that it was indeed about taking on a task, but contrary to her thoughts, Irina quickly stated her purpose. "Please help me enter the Forest of the Dead." She was utterly astonished when she heard this request from Irina. Negenda, puzzled, asked again, "The Forest of the Dead?" Without a hint of hesitation, Irina dramatically stated, "Yes, I have now become a member of the Ruslan family, and I wish to pay my respects to my ancestors." Hearing that reason, she froze completely. Visit ancestors? What on earth is she talking about? Fearing she wouldn't be willing to help, Irina quickly continued, "But to enter the Forest of the Dead, I need the key that the Grand Duchess holds." Negenda smirked haughtily and asked Irina, "Are you really planning to go there? Do you even know what kind of place it is?" Suddenly, a wicked idea sparked in her mind. No, this could also be an opportunity.
Because she wanted to harm Irina, Negenda immediately feigned agreement. "As a member of the Ruslan family, I am truly grateful. Our ancestors will surely be deeply moved by your noble heart." Irina gently replied to her, "It's nothing. It's what I must do. Thank you, Grand Duchess." Negenda's words, while outwardly generous, harbored countless sinister implications. "There's no need to thank me. I am the one who should be grateful."
After receiving her help, Irina obtained the key to the Forest of the Dead. Najenda personally opened the door for her. The desolate and barren scenery made Irina feel a little excited. Wow, so this is the Forest of the Dead. It's even gloomier than what I'd heard. She cheerfully rejoiced inwardly. Due to her elated mood, just standing at the entrance made her feel her body getting better. After opening the door, Najenda quickly found an excuse to back out. "Oh dear, I have urgent matters to attend to. I can't accompany you now. Whatever shall I do?"
This suited Irina even more, and she happily saw Najenda off first. "It's fine, Grand Duchess. I'll be enough on my own, so please, go and do your work." She feigned concern for Irina, looking a bit uneasy. "Will you be okay going alone?" Without a hint of fear, she brightly and confidently replied, "Of course, I'll be right back." Seeing Irina's enthusiastic attitude, she was stunned and marveled at how she could be so strong. Irina began to venture deeper into the forest alone. As she slowly walked, she observed her surroundings. "I heard there's an antidote somewhere in this forest, but I don't know the exact location, so it's going to take some time." She reassured herself. "But it's fine. Who knows? Today might be the only chance. After all, the Grand Duke is also absent, and I can't be sure that Najenda will happily open the door for me again next time like she did today."
She was determined to find the antidote in this dense jungle. That's right. First, try to search the forest as thoroughly as possible. Thanks to the Kalinda poison, she was perceived as part of the forest, meaning she wouldn't be too conspicuous to the monsters. The danger was reduced, so taking her time to search was fine. Irina searched while exploring her surroundings. This fruit looks so wondrous. I wonder if it has any use. Her mood was truly like going camping in a nearby park, without a hint of worry. Oh, this flower is also really beautiful. Irina admired one thing after another. This isn't edible, is it? Her cheerful voice echoed everywhere. Wow, what's this? Oh, this also looks so wondrous. After a while, she had picked up countless odds and ends. Irina cheerfully wiped the sweat from her forehead, contentedly thinking to herself, "I've collected all the things that look wondrous, and finally gathered so many."
She had to put everything into the magic bag she was given. After putting everything away, she muttered doubtfully, they're all so beautiful. I don't know which one is the antidote." Noticing the sky gradually darkening, Irina hurriedly looked for a way out. She had to get out before sunset. Suddenly, she saw something. Irina looked up in astonishment and whispered, that. Irina stood amidst the trees, surprised by the sight before her. Before her was just a large, lush, ordinary tree. Just a tree. Looking at its rough trunk and wide-spreading canopy, Irina guessed, so this tree has been living here for a very long time. She seemed curious to explore. Can I get closer to see? She stood under the tree's canopy, looked up at the leaves, and secretly marveled, I can't believe there's such an ancient tree here. Suddenly, she saw a strange yellow fruit among the leaves. This is the first time I've seen this fruit. She stood there pondering, trying to search her memory about this type of fruit. Isn't the antidote supposed to be a sacred fruit that glows golden? I don't think it's it, but I'll take it just in case. Suddenly, an unusual sound around her startled her awake. What's that sound? A pitch-black snake slithered out and coiled around the fruit as if to protect it, its eyes staring directly at her, emitting a terrifying golden glow. Seeing the snake, she turned pale, both frightened and surprised.
Unable to run in time, she could only raise her hands to shield her head and scream as the snake lunged quickly, intending to bite her. But then, it didn't bite her. She was now sitting on the ground, looking up at the snake slithering on the tree trunk. What was that? A snake? A magical creature? Then it slithered closer to her. Once again, she was motionless. Oh, what should she do? She could only sit still, waiting to become the snake's prey, because somehow she couldn't move. She wanted to run away, but her body wouldn't budge. The snake's eyes were so bright that she could see her face reflected in its pupils. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited, thinking, this is it. But then she opened her eyes again, because nothing had happened after all. Instead of biting her, the snake rubbed its head against her hand, as if seeking affection, looking incredibly docile. She flinched, then yelled to chase it away. Go somewhere else. But it actually retreated. She couldn't help but be surprised. It backed away immediately. Does it understand what I'm saying? She touched the back of her hand where the snake had just rubbed and wondered aloud, weren't you going to attack me? But the snake showed no sign of responding to her, only stared docilely at her. Then it turned and continued to move. She wondered at its strange behavior. This snake, it's like it's showing me the way. Where is it going? She bent down, intending to follow the direction the snake had gone. Over there? She looked up in surprise, following the snake's path, and then was stunned. That, in front of her, the entire large tree trunk was emitting a beautiful yellow light. The whole tree was glowing. She was surprised. That fruit is glowing too.
She slowly touched the glowing fruit, certain of her conviction. No mistake, it was the antidote to Kalinda poison. She picked the fruit and held it up, knowing that just eating this would be enough to detoxify her.
She didn't hesitate to bring the fruit close to her mouth. That's right, it was time to get rid of that hateful poison. After eating, her surroundings suddenly glowed, and her petal mark gradually faded away. The petal mark, it's gone.
She suddenly smiled brightly, seemingly very relieved. Good, now I will become the strongest person in the world. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit Irina. What is this? She suddenly fainted and lay on the ground, and the snake's eyes glowed again. Irina didn't know how long she had been unconscious. She slowly opened her eyes. She sat up, clutching her head. Oh my head. Did I just faint? She looked around but couldn't see the snake anywhere. Wait, the snake! She looked up at the tree trunk, which was no longer glowing, and couldn't see it either. It was gone. The tree wasn't glowing anymore either. She closed her eyes, feeling something strange in her body. Instead, it felt like she could sense some kind of light within her body, a mysterious power. Is this divine power? She quickly became pleased with herself. If she could just use this power correctly, she could become the strongest person in the world. She needed to quickly cultivate it further. Seeing that the sky was already turning to dusk, she told herself, wait a minute, I need to hurry back before it's too late.
She walked on, finally reaching a certain tree canopy. She looked around, bewildered. This isn't it. Another part of the forest was the same, and that wasn't it either, nor was the next spot. Her face darkened as she realized she was lost. A strange rustling sound in the bushes caught Irina's attention. I think I heard something at the crossroads, she thought. I need to go back before sunset. The little slime accidentally bumped into a dry branch, breaking it in two and creating a sound. She turned her head, startled, thinking it was a monster. Is it a monster? I need to avoid it first. But then the familiar mew sound made her immediately realize it was her little slime. She turned her head again. That voice? A blue blob, and even the scar under its eye. She was stunned, almost wanting to cry. Is that you? She spoke. Slime? It mewed in response to her. She looked at the little slime before her, feeling a bittersweet mix of joy and relief. It's slime. It's clearly my slime. She couldn't hide her smile in delight. My brother said he saw you heading towards the Ruslan Grand Duchy, so you were here all along, she happily called out. Slime! However, in response to her delight, the little slime jumped up, mewing a few times with an annoyed look, seemingly angry at her. Oh, why is he getting angry? Doesn't he remember who I am? She bent down and gently said, It's me, Irina. But Slime, still sulking, gave her a light tap. It touched her hand, at this moment conveying its meaning to her. It's very dangerous here. What are you doing here, Irina? She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he still remembers me. Then she replied to Slime, Why am I here? I have something I need to find. Suddenly she bent down and scolded the mischievous little slime. But on second thought, why are you here? I told you to go to the chocolate forest, you silly thing. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? The little slime crossed its arms in a sulk, not answering Irina, which surprised her. You don't want to answer me? She picked Slime up onto her shoulder, comforting it. Ha, all right, it's good that we found each other again.
Little Slime blushed, flailed its hands, and let out a whimper. A sentence from her made Little Slime freeze. I miss you so much, Slime. Her eyes sparkled. Don't you miss me? Little Slime was silent for a moment. Then Slime also responded to Irina. I miss Irina too, but I'm not ready to see Irina.
Irina was surprised. Huh, why isn't it ready yet? Suddenly, Slime ran off somewhere out of her reach, and she yelled, Ah, Slime, where are you going? She immediately turned her head and called out, Slime! She ran very fast, trying to chase after it. Slime, wait, Slime! She ran so fast she was out of breath. Why did it run away? She was surprised. I thought Slime would be happy to see me. She tried to chase after it in vain. Slime! She began to wonder, Slime, does it feel uncomfortable seeing me? She stood alone amidst the vibrant yellow maple forest. Then, bewildered, she murmured, It's gone. She worried about Slime. Where could it have gone? Suddenly, a voice called her from right behind, making her turn around. Madam. The butler stood formally, greeting her, but was panting heavily, as if he had done something very tiring. She exclaimed in surprise, Butler, I finally found you. Did you come out of the gate? Were you waiting for me? Finally, she understood. Did Slime lead me out of the forest of the dead? The butler replied, Yes, a long time passed and you still hadn't returned, so I was very worried. It seems you're not hurt anywhere. Thankfully, you're safe and sound. She apologized to the butler. I'm sorry for making you worry. The butler seemed to dismiss her apology. The princess was also very worried. Let's quickly return to the mansion. Irina was surprised. The princess was too? The butler recalled the princess scolding him at that time. She's still not out. Go find her immediately.
Irina still seemed uneasy, even turning her head to look towards the forest once more. The gate remained silent, and nothing magical happened. She was puzzled but also hopeful, not knowing why he was avoiding her, but she knew he was here and would meet him again soon. When evening came, the entire castle was lit up. Bella saw she had returned and asked, Where have you been? You're so dirty. But she said nothing more, only replying, It's a secret. She looked into the distance, as if something was happening. It turned out Alexei had returned. The male servants in the house quickly welcomed him. The Grand Duke has returned. He said nothing, only silently directed his sky-colored eyes towards Irina. Gregory also bowed. The Grand Duke has returned, he said. Then Alexei turned to call his name. Alexei's voice rang out, sharp and cold, making Gregory fearful.
My wife went to the forest of the dead, didn't she? Gregory looked up, seemingly panicked. Grand Duke, but Alexei cut him off. The key to the forest is managed by an agenda. He turned his head and spoke, his expression terrifying. Summoned agenda to my study. Gregory dared not disobey, and could only comply. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Bella and Irina silently hid in a corner. Summoned to the room, Najenda seemed fearful. What's going on? How did he know the Duchess entered the forest? Najenda bit her fingernails repeatedly. I thought the Duchess would run out immediately from fear. I never expected her to stay in there for so long, she muttered, letting out an annoyed "Ch."
Opening Alexi's room, Najenda spoke. Brother, it's me, Najenda. I heard you called for me. As soon as Alexei saw her, he went straight to the point. My wife has gone into the forest of the dead, hasn't she? Although she was his sister, Alexei's tone whenever he mentioned anything related to Irina became frighteningly somber. And you're the one who opened that forest, aren't you? She stood facing her brother, clearly seeing his mood, and felt a little scared. Nevertheless, she explained, the Duchess requested to enter the forest of the dead, and it would be strange to refuse the Duchess's request. He moved closer to her, his voice a mix of worry and anger. You know what kind of place the forest of the dead is, yet you still let my wife go in there. Najenda stammered. Well, suddenly the door creaked open, interrupting the tense conversation between the two siblings.
Irina poked her head in, suddenly speaking up. Excuse me, I'm truly sorry for interrupting your conversation. Seeing Irina, Alexei's demeanor softened. Wife. Najenda turned her head in surprise. She spoke up to defend Najenda. You shouldn't be so harsh on the Duchess. She's not at fault at all. She gasped in surprise. She confessed, the butler had already warned me that it was a dangerous place, but I stubbornly went there anyway. I'm sorry, I was too careless. Seeing his wife speak, his attitude immediately softened. He hesitated, saying, Wife, but... Irina turned to Najenda and told her to leave the room. I'll talk to the Grand Duke. Grand Duchess, please step outside first. Najenda exclaimed in surprise. What? She suddenly realized Irina's intention. Was she helping her? Irina turned to Najenda, appearing not to fully grasp her question. Najenda said, then I'll excuse myself and leave first. And then she left the room. Irina suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Alexei calling her wife made her jump. I've already entered the Forbidden Forest, and now I've interrupted their conversation too. He's definitely furious.
He wondered, why are you defending Najenda? It's lucky nothing happened, but you could have been in danger. She looked up at him in surprise. He didn't seem angry at all. Quite the opposite. She asked, Are you worried about me? He replied, Of course. She innocently asked, Why? Why are you always so worried and concerned about me? He turned his face away, stammering, Well, because my wife is very important to me. She looked up at him blankly. Alexei looked straight into Irina's eyes and gently said, Because Irina is very important to me. She blushed under his gaze and softly asked, Is that true? Alexei's sweet words made her extremely shy. For him to suddenly say that, it was so embarrassing. But thinking back now, I realize I've been so focused on survival lately that I haven't paid attention to why Grand Duke Voslin has such goodwill towards me. That's not how it was in the original story. It seems he's had a good impression of me since we first met, as if he knows me very well. Irina pondered for a long time, constantly questioning her life. This train of thought made Irina unable to stop herself from asking Alexei, Grand Duke, I wonder if we've met before.
This question surprised Alexei a little. Why? Irina immediately explained. I think the first time I met you was at the victory celebration. You've treated me very well since then. The second time we met, you suddenly proposed to me, so I'm wondering if you knew me before. Alexei froze for 5 seconds upon hearing her words, unsure how to respond, but he didn't keep Irina waiting long before he answered. It's true that we've met before. Honestly, that meeting didn't leave any impression on you? Really? When was that? Seeing that Irina didn't remember, Alexei wasn't too disappointed. Well, explaining it now might be a bit long-winded. I'll tell you about it gradually later.
As Irina listened to him speak and looked at his face, her infatuation with handsome men flared up again. Oh my God, look at his expression. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out, Grand Duke, I wonder if... This made Alexei extremely displeased. What is it? It's already late. He could only gently advise her. You should go to bed early, my dear wife. But Irina was about to say something more. When Alexei interrupted. I still have work to go, so I probably can't escort you all the way to your room. Have a pleasant evening, my dear wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door. Irina was left somewhat bewildered outside. He had just told her she was important. Unable to do anything else, she could only ponder to herself, have I met Grand Duke Ruslan before? When did we meet? If I had met the male lead, there's no way I wouldn't know. Suddenly, she noticed footsteps. Irina immediately looked towards the approaching person. The appearance of this person greatly surprised her. Grand Duchess. Without a second thought, Irina immediately asked, Why are you still here? Najenda replied very frankly,
I have something to ask. Irina didn't understand. Huh? What is it? She had no idea what Najenda wanted to ask her. Seeing her expression, she quickly said, I don't understand why you insisted on defending me. Surely you know that I wanted to put you in danger. These words successfully made Irina even more bewildered.
Najenda couldn't believe she could be so kind. Clearly, she must have some ulterior motive. There's no way she would do that. Irina was indeed a little taken aback. Oh, about that? Najenda was just as curious to hear her answer. That? Unexpectedly, Irina spoke up boldly. I'm just telling the truth, because I myself asked the Grand Duchess to take me there. Moreover, I don't want the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess to argue because of me. Najenda asked again, half believing, half doubting. Is that all? Irina didn't understand what else she wanted to know. Do you need anything else? Najenda still didn't believe her. She's taking responsibility just for that reason? Because Najenda always knew, when I was young, there were people who helped me when I suddenly had to shoulder family responsibilities. There are people who owe me, those who claimed loyalty to the Grand Duke and sycophants whose sole purpose was to gain rewards, and in the end, they've all bitten the dust. Of course, like them, I thought the Duchess was the same. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Sorty family helped me without asking for a reward. It's unbelievable. Irina said nothing more, just stood there silently, as if deep in thought. A moment later, she softly spoke. I know how much the Grand Princess loves the Grand Duke. Najenda didn't expect her to say that. What? Irina continued. I know you're not pleased with me, because the relationship between Duke Sorty and Grand Duke Ruslan isn't good. Now I have also become a part of Ruslan. As the Duchess, I will do my best for the family. I hope the Grand Princess will trust me more. Najenda was a little touched by her words, but still tried to maintain her cold demeanor as a lady. What? We'll see about that. Irina didn't press her. In that case, I'll take my leave. Watching her retreating figure, Najenda felt a slight waver. Looking at the hand Irina had just held, she thought to herself, it's been so long since someone acknowledged me. Have I misunderstood her? Snap out of it. I'm Najenda. The Duchess is from the Sorty family. I can't just overlook that. In any case, I need to find out more about the Duchess. The story continued to unfold. At this moment, in a seemingly magnificent place, Halcyon looked surprised. Huh? He smiled with interest. 2 requests from the north, I see? Halcyon cheerfully held a letter in his hand. One is from Our Lady Irina. He happily read the content. Please help me sell those herbs for a slightly higher price. But he was a little disappointed. How boring. He picked up another letter, and another one. Oh, this is Lady Nadenda's request, isn't it? The content inside read, Please investigate and report to me about Duchess Irina Ruslan. This made Halcyon ponder a little. He thought to himself. If it's about the Sorty family, I've already investigated it. Here, I just need to select the information related to Irina, right? I suspected it from the moment she asked me to monitor her father, but I didn't expect her to grow up in such circumstances. The Duke of Sorty, he pretends to be normal, but in reality, he easily goes mad like a demon and abuses his children. He is a fanatic who collects demonic artifacts, and also a difficult old man. I don't know what Duke Sorty's purpose is, but I feel truly uneasy. At the mansion, a new day began. The servants in the mansion were rushing somewhere. Everyone looked very hurried.
Irina and Bella, also in the room, realized something unusual was happening. Irina exclaimed, "The mansion is so noisy today." Bella, feeling the same, said, "I know, right?" Irina continued to ask, "Could it be a party?" Bella chimed in, "That would be wonderful." Bella hesitated for a moment. "But Kalinda poison, will it be all right if I don't drink it? I can manage for now, but eventually the Duke will notice." Hearing these words from Bella, Irina smiled slightly. She reassured her, "Bella, it's okay, don't worry." Hearing her say that, Bella still wasn't reassured. But Irina quickly continued to dispel Bella's worries. "I already told you it's fine, trust me, there's nothing you need to worry about." Bella could only agree. "All right, and you're right, now that you're the Duchess of the Ruslan family, what can the Duke possibly do?" Irina thought to herself, "I've already detoxified and gained divine power, so I don't need to drink poison anymore." Irina suddenly started coughing incessantly. Hack, 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 hack. Seeing this, Bella worriedly called her name. "Irina, lately you've been coughing up blood too often. Could it be a side effect of stopping the poison?" Irina, still covering her mouth with her hand, reassured Bella, "I'm fine." Bella said worriedly and then quickly ran off. "It's nothing. Wait for me a moment. I'll bring you some sedatives right away." Irina reached out, calling after her, "Ah, Bella, I'm really fine." Saying this, she took out a handkerchief and wiped away the traces of blood still lingering on her small lips. She secretly marveled at Bella's speed. She had already run off. She looked at her small hand and thought to herself, "After detoxifying, I often vomit blood, but this phenomenon will soon disappear naturally. The most worrying thing is..." A light flashed on her hand, but it quickly faded away. She froze, staring at her hand for 5 seconds. "I have no idea how to use this power."
Bella returned, bringing medicine for Irina in a cup of tea. "Here," Irina thanked Bella. Thank you. Still worried, Bella asked her, "Are you really okay without seeing a doctor?" Irina, sipping her tea, said, "Yes, I'm not in pain anymore." As she took a sip of tea, she got lost in her own thoughts. In the original story, how did Grand Duke Jocelyn use this power? It seems there was no way to harness this power in the novel. Bella saw her deep in thought about something and didn't know what to say. Bella suddenly remembered. "Ah, I heard it when I was outside." Mid-sentence, she was interrupted by a voice. "Madam, I am Olga." Irina replied to the call. "Come in." A maid, leading a group of servants, came to her and said, "Madam, good afternoon." Irina asked with a hint of doubt, "Good afternoon, but what is it?" They told her, "We have prepared the bridal chamber, so I would like to help you prepare for this first night." She stammered, "Prepare for the first night?" The maid then said to the servants behind her, "Help, madam." The servants immediately replied, "Yes." The servants surrounded her, repeatedly saying, "Madam, we will take care of you." This sudden enthusiasm left her a little stunned. "Wait a minute," Irina thought to herself. "Why are they suddenly preparing for the first night? It's not that I didn't know this would happen. But I don't know why Grand Duke Jocelyn has a good impression of me. It's different from the original story, and he even said he would fulfill his marital duties on the wedding day. Moreover, the novel I transmigrated into is a heavy 19+ trashy read, and to be honest, I'm also looking forward to it."
The maid's voice woke her from her tangled thoughts. "My lady, it's done." She continued her interrupted train of thought. But she admired her beautiful reflection in the mirror, thinking eventually the Grand Duke and the female lead would be reunited. Would everything be all right as her relationship with him deepened? On Grand Duke Ruslan's side, he stood before the door to the room. He seemed very anxious. Finally, with a hint of nervousness, he let out a sigh and then gathered all his courage. "Wife, it's me." Hearing his voice, Irina replied, "Come in." He opened a door and stepped in, saying, "Wife, today..." He looked up as he spoke, then froze. She was beautiful, sitting by the bed in that delicate nightgown, as if she had been waiting there since the afternoon. Seeing him enter, she said, "You're here?" Alexei remained standing there, bewildered, his gaze fixed on her figure. Seeing this, she called out to him, "Grand Duke." Only then did he utter a sound. "Ah!" His face was as red as a tomato, as if a virgin had just complimented her. "You look truly beautiful today." Irina blushed, looking at him, then turned her face away, raising a hand shyly and saying, "Thank you, Grand Duke. You also look wonderful today. Your hair falling like that suits you." Hearing her compliment, he touched his own locks of hair. Alexei knelt on the bed, pressing close to her. "Wife." Both blushed as they faced each other. He asked, "May I come a little closer?" She softly replied, "Yes." He brushed a lock of her hair aside, pressing his face close to her ear, the intimacy making her feel a little ticklish. He leaned in and asked, "Is it uncomfortable, dear?" She said no, just a little ticklish. Irina looked at his handsome face, thinking to herself, "Ah." She unconsciously reached out and touched his face. These beautiful blue eyes, why do they seem so familiar? He took her hand, pressing it closer to his face. He then placed his hand on her face, drawing her closer. Their lips were only a millimeter apart. At that very moment, she suddenly coughed. "Wait." She pushed him away with her hand. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "What?" His eyes widened at the sight before him. Her coughing grew increasingly violent, even coughing up blood. Hack, hack. She coughed so violently it felt as though her internal organs would be expelled. He called out desperately, "My wife!" Irina's violent, heavy coughs continued to ring out. Hack, hack. After the coughing fit passed, she suddenly realized, "Oh no, I just coughed up blood in front of Grand Duke Ruslan. I need to come up with an excuse." Before she could even wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, she hastily spoke up, "Grand Duke, this..." Her face was filled with bewilderment. Irina saw the Grand Duke's trembling hand moving towards her. Why was he doing this? The man brought his large hand to wipe away the bloodstain on her lips and continued to say, "Why are you still bleeding like this?"
She didn't move, only one thought surfaced. His hands were trembling. He asked her in a low voice, "Are you in a lot of pain?" This question made her even more bewildered. She wondered to herself, how could someone who subdued all the monsters in the Empire tremble at the sight of her pain? She spoke up, wanting to comfort the man. "Grand Duke, I'm fine." But before she could finish, she was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace. She then raised her bloodless hand to hug him back, comforting him. She softly called out, "Grand Duke." The other person didn't answer, only saying, "Just let me hold you like this for a moment." Hearing those words, she relaxed her body and leaned against the man. Suddenly, she felt a familiar warmth that she had experienced before. She thought, so warm, just like that time. She spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Grand Duke," she awkwardly explained, "I'm really fine. There's nothing special about it." Seeing Alexei didn't react, she called him again. "Grand Duke." Suddenly, he draped a thin blanket over her.
The man gently pushed her onto the bed, making her exclaim in surprise, "Oh?" But he calmly said, as if nothing happened, "You must be very tired. Let's go to sleep. I'll wash the bed sheets later." Irina could only curl up in the blanket. Yes, she sighed with a hint of regret. Why did it have to happen now? I'm truly useless. Alexei's hand rested on her over the blanket. She turned her head, her gaze fixed on him. And thinking back, the two found themselves face to face. This was the first time she had someone by her side when she had an episode. Suddenly, she remembered something and unexpectedly asked, "Grand Duke, but you still haven't told me when we met before." This question left him stunned. He immediately chose to evade it, slightly bowing his head as he said to her, "My wife is tired now. I'll tell you about it later." She asked him again, "Later?" He replied in a gentle, low voice, "Yes, later." Hearing that, her mood improved, and she smiled brightly as he said to him, "Then you absolutely must tell me next time. I'm really curious when I met the Duke." Seeing this, Alexei pondered for a moment and reaffirmed, "I will definitely tell you." Early the next morning, when the gentle sunlight shone everywhere, Irina woke up, still groggy. She looked around blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. This place? She sat up, gently rubbed her eyes, and sorted through her memories. I slept in the bridal chamber last night. She glanced to her side. Grand Duke Ruslan. But what met her eyes was a small green slime sleeping soundly. Irina couldn't believe her eyes. She squinted. Am I dreaming? But reality remained reality. She was utterly panicked and bewildered. Irina raised a trembling hand and pointed her index finger at the blob, which was still sleeping, oblivious to everything. Slime. She poked its cheek. Startled awake by her prodding, it finally opened its beady eyes to look at the world. The slime, made suspicious by her actions, softly questioned her. Mew? She stood frozen like a statue for a moment before regaining a bit of her composure. You? It replied to her with even more confusion. Mew? Irina completely regained her calm, a look of disbelief on her face as she pointed at it. Why are you here? Still not fully awake, it was dumbfounded by her series of actions. Mew?
Slime began to panic, its mouth incessantly uttering meaningless mew mew sounds. Finally, as if unable to accept its current situation, it scowled. Irina regained her composure and began to ask it anxiously, "When did you get here? Did you run into Grand Duke Ruslan?" But it still couldn't calm down, shaking its head and continuously crying mew mew. Not understanding what Slime was saying, she sank into her own worries, thinking, Grand Duke Ruslan went out early, didn't he? What a relief. She turned her head to look down at Slime, which had been flailing its limbs, and paused for a moment before saying, You. She knelt in front of it, hands on her hips, and questioned loudly, Why did you suddenly come here? She seriously recounted all the rumors about him to it. Do you know how dangerous this place is? That's Grand Duke Ruslan. He's a very terrifying person, and a monster slayer, so a slime like you will be in danger. Hearing her say these words, Slime seemed to disagree, letting out a mew. Unfortunately, it cried out too hastily, so Irina didn't understand its meaning. Huh? What are you trying to say? She reached out to pick up Slime, which was continuously waving its limbs and crying mew. Slime's intention was to say that Ruslan wasn't scary, he was a good person. Understanding what it was trying to say, she also began to reflect and said, That's true, he's kinder than I thought, the way he treats. However, what it didn't expect was for her to suddenly ask it a question. But how do you know? Have you met Grand Duke Ruslan before? It feigned ignorance, turning away as if it knew nothing. Mew. She understood its implied meaning. You don't want to say, huh? You're really stubborn.
She thought to herself, how could Slime possibly know Grand Duke Ruslan? What if he had been protecting Slime all this time? She came up with the most logical explanation for them, picturing him holding Slime close and saying, Slime is so cute, I will protect you. Not long after, she dismissed the thought. She sighed, wondering how that could ever happen. He was the one who massacred all the monsters in the Empire, after all. She closed her eyes and stepped off the bed. But luckily, I got to see you again before the divorce. The moment she said this, Slime was utterly shocked. Divorce? Irina, without a hint of caution, continued speaking, oblivious to the trembling Slime, who looked like it was about to fall apart. That's right. Grand Duke Ruslan will eventually marry the female lead, so before that, I have to get you out and then divorce him, right?
By then, Slime had also regained its voice, and it loudly protested, Meow, meow, meow. Its entire demeanor and expression were filled with anger, which confused Irina, making her sweat as she asked it, What is it? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? It looked at her with a serious expression, Meow, meow. Conveying its meaning to her, it opposed the divorce. By the long window, the sun had risen high. Irina questioned, Why do you object? It didn't know how to speak or explain, only vaguely thinking, Well, it just can't be. She smiled, thinking to herself, Seeing it scream like that, is Slime hitting puberty? It's as stubborn as a mule now. A knock sounded at the door. Irina, are you awake yet? It's time to eat.
It fell silent, and she turned her head towards the door. Oh, wait a moment. She quickly picked it up, lifted the bedspread, and pushed it under the bed. First, you go in here. It refused and screamed again. Mew! Irina bent down and put a finger to her lips, signaling it to be quiet, warning, no matter what happens, you are not to come out, understand? Once it was settled, she heard the call again. Irina! She quickly went to the door. Oh, I'm coming right out. She opened the room door. Come in.
Bella asked suspiciously, Oh, isn't the Grand Duke here? I clearly heard talking. She stammered, No, you might have misheard. She didn't ask further. Is that so? Let's go eat. It's all ready. The two went out, and she glanced worriedly at the room. The bedroom remained silent. I've hidden him. Surely he won't be discovered, right? A moment later, there was a sound at the door. Najenda stood there silently. She stared at the door, recalling the truth she had learned. What? Clenching the paper, she read in disbelief. The Duchess grew up under the abuse of the Sortia family. The contents spoke of a pitiful girl shrinking away. This report was nothing short of a record of abuse and suffering. The daughter of the Sortia family. After reading everything written on the paper, is it all a lie? She pondered. Is it all true? A voice answered her question. Yes. Najenda watched the unknown man approach. Why did Duke Sorti abuse his own daughter like that? Halcyon hid his face under the hood of his cloak. I think he used her as a pawn to gather information. He chuckled softly. But it seems the Duchess has rebelled. After marrying the Grand Duke, her family's enemy, didn't she defy them by going to the Forest of the Dead? She looked at the paper again. Could it be that she tried to escape the Sortia family by gaining recognition from Grand Duke Ruslan? Najenda was filled with regret. How could I have misunderstood such a person as being on the Sortia family side? This is my fault. I must admit my mistake and apologize to the Duchess. That's why I came here. Her thoughts returned to reality.
But then again, a problem that needs serious thought is how I should apologize, because she's never done that before. Was I wrong? Me, I've never apologized to anyone. Before she could finish thinking, she heard a voice call from behind her. Grand Duchess. She turned around. It was Irina. We meet again, Najenda greeted the Duchess. Irina asked, What are you doing here? She stammered, flustered. Well, Irina smiled suggestively. Do you have something you want to tell me?
She opened her mouth, speechless. Najenda decisively turned her back and ran off, leaving behind only one sentence. I just happened to be passing by. A huge question mark appeared in Irina's mind. Wasn't she just standing blankly in front of the door a moment ago? Perhaps Najenda felt guilty, which is why she ran off. Someone approached from behind. She turned around and saw a man in black approaching. The young man smiled and waved. Hello, long time no see. She exclaimed in surprise. Halcyon! She broke out in a cold sweat. Why are you here? He shrugged. It's normal. Why wouldn't I be? She quickly pushed him into the room. Get inside first. The door slammed shut with a bang, and she leaned against it, panting. He looked at her, amused. You're so strong. After catching her breath, Irina scolded. What if someone saw you, just suddenly? Before she could finish, he held out a brown bag. Here. Halcyon, with his usual boastful smile, said, The precious herbs you asked for sold for a very high price. She happily took the bag. They're all sold already? He put on an arrogant air. I'm a high-quality information provider, you know. Hoping to extract information, he moved closer and asked, But where did you find these precious herbs? Irina smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. He complained. That's mean. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Oh, and this, he said. This is a report on Duke Sorti's movements. Hearing that, her face immediately turned serious. She took it. Thank you, he added. You know, he's not crazy, is he? They're frantically searching for demon artifacts. She looked up, listening to Halcyon speak further, having even recently looked for books about demons. She asked again, Books about demons? It seemed the time for her to look for books about demons had come sooner than in the original story. He stroked his chin, turning his head in thought. I'm a bit worried, not knowing what they'll do with that old relic. After a moment of silence, Irina spoke up. Halcyon, could I ask you for one more favor? He put his hands on his hips and asked, What is it? She looked at him. I know a place that has a fake golem heart, just like a real one. Could you find it and sell it to Duke Sadie? In principle, when summoning demons, a golem's heart is required. If it's replaced with a fake, the demon's power can be weakened. The room was bathed in sunlight. Halcyon stood there, arms crossed, his expression serious as he pondered. He agreed. All right, just trust me. She smiled faintly. Thank you. He closed his eyes and turned his face away. Between us, there's no need for thanks. She chuckled. Anyway, how's your married life? He asked, bringing his face close to Irina's, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, he changed his demeanor, grinning playfully. Hearing about your marriage so suddenly made me quite sad. No sooner had he finished speaking than a slime flew out of nowhere and kicked him squarely on the cheek with its stubby leg. She froze at the sight, only reacting a second later with a shout. Slime! He was kicked down to the ground, but it remained standing on his head, tormenting him despite its master calling out, Slime! It's really angry, Mew. Irina, full of worry, asked, Halcyon, are you all right?
Halcyon rubbed his forehead, quickly lamenting. I'd be surprised if I was all right. It's so tiny yet incredibly fierce, isn't it? The slime also displayed a very defiant attitude. Mew! Irina angrily turned to question the slime. Slime, why would you attack someone like that? The slime was equally unyielding, its expression fierce. Mew! Halcyon rubbed his forehead, almost in tears. I'm fine, you two stop arguing. What a strange atmosphere. He glanced towards the slime. That slime. It seemed to be the slime Irina had mentioned before. This is the first time I've seen such an intelligent slime. How interesting.
Slime immediately noticed the intense gaze directed at it. Caught, Halcyon felt a little uneasy. It seemed to have a grudge against him. Was she sure she wasn't being controlled by slime? To break the tense atmosphere, Halcyon started a conversation with Irina. This is the slime you asked me to find, isn't it? So you finally found it. Irina replied, yes, just recently. Halcyon flashed a radiant smile and continued amiably. I heard this is your important friend, right? It's good that you found it. Irina was enveloped by the warm atmosphere. She smiled gracefully and replied, thank you for helping me search all this time. Seeing that suggestive atmosphere, Slime naturally wouldn't let it be.
Meow.
This left both Halcyon and Irina speechless. Oh, for heaven's sake. Finally, Halcyon said softly, well then, I'll be going now. Irina felt a touch of regret. Leaving already? Halcyon shrugged and replied, I've said everything I needed to say. Besides, if I stay here, I might just become the first person in the world to be killed by a slime. He waved goodbye to Irina with a bright smile. Remember to take care of yourself. I'll be in touch later. Irina also replied gently, ignoring Slime's discomfort. All right, Halcyon, get out of here quickly. The room fell silent. Irina looked at Slime with a scrutinizing gaze. She began a long lecture. Slime, why do you use unprovoked violence against others like that? It's a good thing it was Halcyon.
What if it's someone from the mansion? Then we're in big trouble. Slime was still full of attitude. It pointed its finger and declared, no divorce, no cheating. Irina was stunned. What? She immediately clarified. Is it because of Halcyon that you're acting like this? Halcyon is just a friend. Slime began to speak softly. Irina, you mustn't abandon me and leave. Irina held Slime in her arms, bringing it closer. Slime, come here. She looked at it and whispered affectionately. If I leave you behind, where would I go? I will always be by your side. Slime's eyes welled up, almost shedding tears. Really? Irina assured, yes, it's true. Don't lie. If Irina leaves me behind, I'll find that person I just mentioned and eliminate him. Irina was stunned by Slime's shocking declaration. Slime. Her whole body froze, stiff and motionless. We've been separated for a long time, so is he feeling insecure? Suddenly, Slime realized something and paused for a moment. It called out, Irina, that's strange. What is it? Slime's eyes widened and he continued curiously. The power coming from Irina's hand. Irina enthusiastically explained, ah, that's divine power. Divine power. Yes, do you remember the poison I used to drink? Recently, I purified that poison and gained divine power. This is a secret, okay? Originally, this belonged to the male lead, but I took it. Slime was so excited that his joy was evident on his face. Irina took it from Grand Duke Ruslan. Excellent. Seeing Slime's happy face, Irina also felt happy. I'm a bit hesitant, but I still don't know how to handle this power. Perhaps I should go see a priest to ask about it. Seeing Slime suddenly startled, Irina asked with concern, Slime, what's wrong? Nothing. Night fell upon the bell tower, and silence enveloped the entire space. In the encroaching darkness, a figure was walking. Light peeked from the opening door, accompanied by a reproachful voice. How many times have you refused to visit the temple now? What exactly is the reason you're staying away from the temple? The dark figure reached out, preparing to open the door. Her voice interrupted the tense conversation. Archbishop, I am Kay. The bishop coughed a few times, regaining his composure. Miss Kay has arrived? Yes, I'm here today to observe and participate in training. From the recent argument, Kay immediately knew something was going on. But what happened?
The bishop rubbed his head and sighed. This time, Grand Duke Ruslan had refused to visit the temple, and the priest next to him was even more agitated. This is clearly disrespecting our temple. We must strongly protest so that it reaches the emperor's ears. The bishop became increasingly awkward. I don't know why he suddenly avoids the temple, and I still have to baptize the new duchess. My nephew seemed quite curious. You've met the Grand Duke before, haven't you? Yes, he is truly terrifying.
Kay couldn't help but ask further. So what kind of person is Irina Sorti? Do you mean Duchess Ruslan? Yes. The bishop wasn't entirely sure either. I've never met her directly, but I've heard that their relationship is very good. This made Kay suspicious. It's strange. If it were like the beginning, there's no way they would have gotten together. It's different from the future he knows. It seems Grand Duke Ruslan is trying to prevent the temple from approaching, so he'll just have to approach Irina Sorti instead. At this moment, at the Grand Duke's castle, the moon shone brightly. Slime cautiously spoke up. Irina, it's so cold. What are you doing out here? Irina, who was enjoying the breeze on the balcony, replied, Oh, Slime, I haven't seen Grand Duke Ruslan all day, so I'm worried and can't sleep. Slime tried to choose words to comfort her. Perhaps he's busy with work. Is that so? Slime wore a thoughtful expression. It continued to converse with Irina. Are you waiting for Grand Duke Ruslan, Irina? Yes. Slime grew even more curious. Why? Irina hesitated for a moment. Because if Grand Duke Ruslan suddenly returns, you might be discovered. Her hair gently swayed in the late night breeze.
She sighed, admitting, the Grand Duke actually disappeared suddenly without a word, so I'm a little sad. What am I going to do? The Grand Duke is destined for the female lead, and yet I've already developed feelings for him. In the warm room, Irina heard sincere words of comfort. Irina, don't worry. Slime stood on the balcony beside her and said, the Grand Duke won't end up with the female lead. Irina felt disbelief, softly denying, how can that be? Suddenly, she quickly heard Slime's explanation, because Grand Duke Ruslan likes Irina very much. In that brief moment, Irina's heart was touched, and she was truly stunned for a moment by Slime's idea. The poetic moonlight outside struggled to emit beams of light, illuminating the cloudy and starry night sky. Following the endless light source, looking at Slime, Irina was momentarily touched and thought, is he comforting me? She smiled gracefully, playfully kneading Slime's face and said with immense gratitude, thank you, friends really are the best. Slime struggled incessantly, almost reflexively rejecting her actions. Don't. The more Irina looked at it, the more she wanted to tease it. She innocently said, what's wrong? You're cute. Slime immediately retorted, I'm not cute, I'm cool. Just as Slime thought it had to surrender to it, it heard Irina seriously praise it and make a suggestion. Slime is very handsome. The Grand Duke probably won't be back today, so how about we sleep together? Slime was almost overjoyed, running like mad from the balcony towards the bedroom. Stepping into the spacious room, Irina reached out and turned off the only light source in the room. She turned to Slime, gently saying, good night. Upon hearing this, Slime comfortably returned her good wishes. Good night to you too, Irina.
Irina looked at the slime, and the heavy emotions from the past seemed to have been completely blown away at this very moment. She closed her eyes with a sense of peace, sinking deep into sleep. In her drowsiness, she told herself with relief that she would talk about the slime later, when the Grand Duke returned. The Grand Duke was very kind to her, so he might understand. Thick darkness enveloped the warm room.
Irina groggily opened her eyes slightly, unable to shake off a strange feeling. Unconsciously, she thought, it's so heavy, it feels like someone is hugging me. A naive idea flashed through her mind. Did slime make me a slime bed? To her surprise, when she fully woke up, what met her eyes was Alexei's handsome face. She was so startled that more than half of her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Only a piercing scream echoed in her mind. Why is he here? Looking down, Irina froze, and moreover, she couldn't stop panicking. Again, she couldn't suppress the agitated thought. Why is he shirtless? Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes, making Irina instinctively wonder, oh, he's awake? Feeling the current situation was extremely awkward, Irina chose to abandon a direct confrontation. She came up with a plan. First, she had to pretend to be asleep. Alexei looked at her intently, his lips slightly parted, as he softly and doubtfully called, wife? Irina desperately put on her acting performance, but a second later, Alexei's gentle kiss suddenly landed on her beautiful forehead. Then she clearly heard him say to her, have a beautiful dream.
With that, he lay back down in his position. Irina's complex emotions, which had been surging with turbulent undercurrents, gradually calmed down. She let out a relieved smile, as if realizing a profound truth. Ah, so it was just a dream, nothing serious. Just go to sleep and it'll be fine. The next morning, Irina woke up to see the room bathed in light, listening to the sounds around her. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, momentarily oblivious to Alexei's presence, and asked completely unconsciously, Slime, why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Receiving no answer, Irina stopped rubbing her eyes and turned to that very particular spot. Seeing Alexei in the act of buttoning his shirt, she was utterly bewildered, her mouth slightly agape as she exclaimed, Grand Duke? In that brief moment of eye contact, Irina was utterly stunned. Alexei froze, not knowing where to begin. At this moment, only one question kept repeating in Irina's mind. Why was the Grand Duke getting dressed here? She was too embarrassed to voice her thoughts, only managing to awkwardly ask, when did you get back? Alexei replied stiffly, I just got back. Irina suddenly remembered. Where's Slime? She looked everywhere, searching for Slime.
Irina didn't leave out a single other corner of the room. When she couldn't find it, she didn't give up, but stubbornly continued, dragging her small figure across the room. She paced back and forth restlessly, unable to find it. They were clearly together just yesterday, so where could it have gone now? Alexei watched her busily fumbling around, unable to resist asking, Wife, what's wrong? Irina was in no mood to answer Alexei's question. She was engrossed in her own speculation. Did he run away because the Grand Duke returned? She stopped searching, silently discarding that answer, and didn't hesitate to add a new one. But if that's not it, she turned around, directly facing him. Alexei was slightly startled. What's wrong with you? Irina, without any concealment, boldly asked, Did you see Slime here?
Alexei didn't expect her to ask him so directly. He stood there dumbfounded. Then his gaze unnaturally shifted elsewhere. To Irina, that was a suspicious act of evasion, and she immediately asked, "I'm sorry for not saying anything and bringing him here without permission, but slime is very important to me, so I want to ask." She struggled to utter a few words. "Could it be?" Her face fearful, she weakly mouthed, "Did you kill my slime?" Alexei couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He honestly replied, "I didn't kill him." Poor Irina, as if having lost something incredibly important to her, urgently asked further, "Then do you know where my slime is gone?" Alexei saw her extreme worry and impatience, which made him a little flustered. "Well," he clenched his fist, and under Irina's stubborn, waiting gaze, could only stammer out, Alexei tried to compose himself. He seemed to have made a momentous decision in his life. Alexei looked at her, serious in every word. "Irina, that's me."
As if afraid she wouldn't understand, he forcefully added, "I am your slime." Faint images appeared in his mind, accompanied by disjointed sounds. Alexei broke free from the grip of memories, jolting awake. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, he dazedly asked himself, "Where is this?" Alexei struggled to sit up, rubbing his throbbing head, and couldn't help but groan. "My head feels like it's about to explode." He looked down at his sturdy palm, utterly astonished, and screamed internally, "Huh? This is a human hand." Suddenly, a voice cut through his complex thoughts. "Grand Duke." Alexei, nervous, did not reply.
Butler Gregory couldn't contain his joyful voice, quickly exclaiming, "Wonderful, you're finally awake." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to his bed and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Before Alexei could even open his mouth, he darted out of the room, leaving behind only his elderly figure and a hurried remark, "I'll go get the senator, please wait a moment." Seeing the situation, he suddenly didn't know what to make of it. In the quiet room, only the medic's voice rang out steadily as she pensively asked, "Do you not remember anything?" The medic hesitated, reluctant to give the diagnosis, but ultimately had to honestly inform Butler Gregory of Alexei's condition, finally also making sure to reassure him. "I think he might have been in shock and suffered temporary memory loss. His memories will slowly return, so you don't need to worry too much." Butler Gregory said, looking dazed, "I see. What a relief." Alexei at that moment paid no mind to the whispers around him. He was only absorbed in thought. "I've been missing for a long time."
Besides that, there was also a need to carefully review and try to piece together the events that had transpired not long ago. A soldier found himself around the Grand Duke's mansion, his only remaining memories being those of when he was a slime. He vaguely recalled the appearance of a person, and his emotions became a chaotic mess, difficult to describe. And then he could only suspect that perhaps all of it was just a dream, both that little girl and the slime. The physician gently stood up and scheduled a time, saying, "I will return tomorrow for a checkup." Before letting her leave, Alexei, neither quickly nor slowly, uttered his first word since waking up. Could you tell me what my name is?" She looked at Alexei with a calm demeanor. "Ah, I forgot." Then she quickly clarified for him. "Sir, your name is Alexei Ruslan, and you are Grand Duke Ruslan." Hearing this familiar name, he immediately thought to himself, "If it's Alexei Ruslan, then..." As he repeated the name and thought of a secret, an expression of excitement and anticipation immediately appeared on Alexei's face, one that even he didn't notice. He silently added a shocking piece of information. "He is the male lead Irina mentioned, Irina's husband." Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he suppressed and hid his embarrassment.
At that moment, from the bottom of his heart, he affirmed that if he was Alexei Ruslan, then everything that had happened until now was not a dream. So he lifted his head, and God only knew how much of a hurry he was in. So rushed that he had to pretend to be calm and immediately ask about his condition. "How long will it take for me to recover my body to how it was before?" At that time, he had established a persistent belief that this time he would truly be able to protect Irina. Time continued to flow, and Alexei remembered very clearly the calculations made with a special purpose. Throughout that process, there was one thing that made him ponder many times. As soon as his body recovered, he began to conquer monsters to expedite his marriage to Irina and help her escape that tower. As time passed, the lost memories of Alexei Ruslan also returned, but he still couldn't remember why he had become a slime. After some time, having achieved glorious feats, Alexei still clearly distinguished his initial decision and resolutely gave up searching for the answer, because he thought, "But that's not important to me." At that moment, as he raised his eyes, he unconsciously realized what was important to him. Alexei Ruslan saw the beautiful figure of the girl he longed for day and night. He affirmed one thing, being able to protect Irina.
Currently facing Irina, Alexei frankly admitted, "Irina, I am your slime." Irina, indifferently, controlling her expression, calmly and gently asked, "What did you say?" Alexei Ruslan struggled to explain. "I had intended to tell you before, but I wasn't ready, but I was afraid you'd misunderstand, so I confessed. I don't want you to despise me."
He lowered his voice, urgently saying, "Please believe me." Apart from the crackling of burning dry wood, the room was strangely quiet, as if cut off from the outside world. Irina was utterly bewildered. So he truly is her slime? She looked at Alexei right in front of her, then once again compared him to the slime in her memory. After all, it was very hard to accept a slime turning into a human. Was that even possible? She rubbed her eyes in bewilderment. I must still be dreaming. How can a slime be human? Or rather, can a human become a slime? He stopped her vigorously rubbing hands, advising, "You'll hurt yourself if you rub any more." She slapped his hand away. "What exactly are you talking about?"
Unable to conceal her negative emotions, her voice was slightly hoarse with reproach. "Give me back my slime. If you killed it, just say so. Why are you playing such a strange joke? Why would you claim to be the slime? Am I forced to believe that now?" She restlessly repeated her words. "I'm asking again, where is my slime?" Alexei nonchalantly replied, "I am the slime." Irina, taken aback, immediately retorted, "Humans and slimes are entirely different races. How could a Grand Duke be a slime?" Alexei, with the same blank expression as before, stated, "But that doesn't change the fact that I am a slime." Irina found it utterly absurd, so she stubbornly insisted on proving his words were preposterous. "Fine, if you are truly my slime, then you must be able to explain when, where, and how I encountered the slime." He looked at a flustered Irina without a hint of panic. Remembering the past, he spoke in a gentle, slow voice. 5 years ago, Valentine picked me up from the Celtic River on the Path Plains and gave me to you as a gift. Although I was just an ordinary slime, thanks to you, I gained eyes, a mouth, and even a heart to feel emotions and sentiments. Irina strongly countered, "That alone is hardly believable. You have to tell me in detail what happened between me and the slime." He calmly began to recount everything they had experienced together when she was in that tower. Irina, now devastated, was forced to accept it. Yes, everything the Grand Duke said was true. He knew all her memories with the slime. She looked up at him, already having an answer in her heart. So, a thought flashed through her mind. He really is her slime. Irina cried without tears, frantically tearing at her hair. So now, is he my husband or my beloved slime? No, how could the male lead have been a slime from the very beginning? Could it be that the slime is the male lead in that 19+ novel? Irina froze. Then, thinking back, she suddenly remembered the shocking revelations she had once said to the slime. Actually, this world is a 19+ novel, and a little bit more will explode. Irina felt as if struck by lightning, breaking out in a cold sweat, with waves of silent screams erupting within her. So I've blurted out all of that in front of the very person concerned? Silence fell once again around them. Alexei, thinking she must be overwhelmed by excessive shock, immediately reached out to comfort her. "Wife, although it's a bit sudden, I want to say—" Irina quickly covered his mouth, shouting, "Hold on!" She stammered, trying to hide her awkwardness. "I haven't sorted out my thoughts yet. Can we talk later?" He fell silent, stopping his action.
Seeing that, Irina became even more embarrassed. She darted out like a small rabbit, fleeing in a hurry, finally only leaving one sentence. "Then I'll go outside first." Alexei stood stunned, falling into deep thought. The next morning, as if noticing something unusual, Bella asked her, "Irina, what's going on between you and the Grand Duke?" Under her friend's concerned gaze, Irina only said she was fine, but Bella thought she was lying, wondering inwardly, "Nothing at all?" Afterwards, Bella asked again, "Is there really nothing going on?" Irina replied, "That's right." But seeing Irina's miserable appearance, Bella didn't hesitate to point out, "So why is your face like that?" Holding a teacup in her hand, Irina wearily managed to say, "What's wrong with my face?" Suddenly, footsteps approached from this direction. The two simultaneously paused their conversation and turned to look. The butler's voice came from outside. "Madam, I am Gregory." Irina replied, "Come in." Butler Gregory respectfully entered. He began, "Good morning." But before he could finish his sentence, as soon as he saw Irina, he himself was stunned and stammered, "Madam, why is your face like that?" He anxiously rushed to Irina and quickly asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Seeing this, Irina also felt helpless and thought to herself, "Is my face really that terrible?" At this moment, the butler was also a little curious and inquired about yesterday's events between Irina and Grand Duke Alexei. "What happened between you and the Grand Duke when you suddenly ran to the living room last night?" In Irina's mind, a long explanation automatically poured out. "I have possessed the body of Irina, a character from the 19+ novel, and told Slime about the Grand Duke, but it turns out the Grand Duke is Slime." But in the end, Irina could only cry bitterly and say, "It's nothing." She felt utterly helpless because she couldn't explain. Seeing Irina's distressed appearance, Gregory could only look on, puzzled. After that, Irina turned and asked, "What brings you here?" Only then did Gregory remember the purpose of his visit. He replied, "I wanted to give this to you." He handed Irina a letter and said, "This is a letter for you."
Beneath the letter, only the symbol of a single letter K was visible, looking quite mysterious. Since the sender was unknown, I didn't know whether to handle it or not, but I thought it should be shown to the intended recipient first. Seeing that symbol, a thought immediately arose in Irina's mind. K? Could it be the Holy Knight K? Taking the letter, she immediately opened it, her mind still full of questions. Why would the female lead, K, send her a letter? After seeing the contents of the letter, Irina was surprised. She turned to her butler and said, "Butler?" Gregory respectfully replied, "Yes, my lady, please speak." She asked, "I know the Grand Duke and Duchess must be baptized by a bishop after marriage, but when will the temple visit the Grand Duke?" Hearing this, Gregory hesitated. About that." A moment later, he replied, "The Grand Duke forbade people from the temple from entering the mansion the other day, so there will be no more baptism ceremony." Hearing this, Irina was startled by surprise. She turned, stammering in a panic, "Slime? No. The Grand Duke has forbidden it?" Irina froze for a moment, her heart filled with worry. So what am I supposed to do to meet Kay? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vasily spoke to Lady Najenda with an extremely serious expression. "My lady, can you feel it?" Lady Najenda, who was indifferently reading a report at the moment, replied, "Feel what?"
Vasily elaborated. "That Duchess." At the mention of Irina, Najenda paused. She asked, "What about the Duchess?" Vasily crossed his arms and replied, "I've been observing her for the past few days, and it seems something has happened." Najenda's expression changed, and she asked curiously, "What happened?" Vasily recounted everything he had witnessed recently between the two. Lately, she's been constantly avoiding the Grand Duke. Could they have had an argument? After hearing Vasily, Najenda murmured, "An argument?" At this point, Vasily suddenly remembered. "That's right, the princess despises the Duchess." Thinking of this, he stammered, "That..."
Contrary to expectations, Najenda was extremely angry with the Grand Duke and spoke words defending Irina. How dare he torment someone who was already in such a difficult situation? If her brother wasn't a demon, what else could he be? Looking at the scene before him, a huge question mark appeared in Vasily's mind. He himself didn't know why things had turned out this way. Then Vasily blurted out, "The princess seems to be very fond of the Duchess." Najenda quickly denied, "When have I ever been like that?" Just then, Irina's voice came from outside. "Princess, it's Irina. May I come in for a moment?" Najenda replied, "Come in." Irina, with her captivating beauty, smiled gently and stepped in, saying, "Pardon my intrusion." Vasily couldn't help but stand up with a bright smile. "Hello, Duchess. You look very beautiful today as well." Najenda then asked, "What brings you here?" Irina stammered shyly, looking at Vasily. "Well," Vasily, understanding the hint, subtly exclaimed, "Ah!" Vasily, understanding, quickly slipped away, and at the door he paused and said, "I need to prepare documents for the Grand Duke, so I'll be leaving now. Please feel free to talk." Irina, with a shy glance at Vasily, quickly said, "Thank you." The door closed, and now only the two women were left in the room. It was then that Najenda spoke again. "Is this matter so serious that Vasily had to be sent away immediately?" Irina smiled and explained, "No, it's not like that, and it's nothing special. I just have a gift I want to give to the princess." Then Irina presented a cloth bag containing something inside. Najenda took it, opened it, and asked, "What is it?" When she opened it, inside was a bag filled with dazzling, glittering gold coins. Najenda said, surprised and astonished, "This is..." It was then that Irina smiled and replied, "I heard that a lot of money has had to be spent recently to renovate the Grand Duchy.
Now that I'm also a member of the family, even though I still have shortcomings, I still want to help out a little. Please accept this small token of my sincerity." Witnessing this series of images just now, Najenda was so moved that she had to cover her face. In her heart, Irina seemed to be radiating a sparkling light along with angelic wings, and her heart couldn't stop cheering. The Duchess was clearly an angel descended upon Ruslan. Clutching the money pouch, Najenda happily replied, "Thank you for your generosity, Duchess. I will use the money you've given for the Grand Duchy." Seeing this, Irina's heart also swelled with joy. Then, as if remembering her true purpose for coming, she said, "Ah, may I ask you for a favor?" Najenda generously agreed. "Of course. What do you need help with?" Irina replied, "I want to invite a holy knight to the ducal mansion. I wonder if that's possible. I already asked the butler, and he said the Grand Duke has forbidden it." After hearing this, Najenda also felt awkward and said, "Let's see. Since my brother himself forbid it, I'm not sure if my authority will be effective, but it's best if you go ask him directly."
Upon hearing the word, Irina froze awkwardly and replied, "Directly?" Noticing Irina's apparent reluctance, Najenda offered, "If you'd like, I can go ask on your behalf." Irina shyly declined, "No need, I'll go try. I don't want to inconvenience her ladyship." Najenda was moved once again, praising incessantly in her heart, "She truly is a kind person." Najenda appalled what Vasily had just told her. "My brother argued with someone like this?" She then concluded without hesitation, "My brother is truly terrible." Meanwhile, in the Grand Duke's study, Vasily probed, "So?" Looking at Alexei, he asked directly, "What exactly happened between you and the Duchess?"
Realizing that even Vasily had figured it out, Alexei covered his face and honestly confessed, without trying to hide it, "I lied to my wife about something." Vasily sighed helplessly. "Oh my, what did you lie about? Do you know that men who lie are terrible?" Alexei felt a headache coming on as he thought about it. "I concealed my identity because I wanted to see my wife. I wanted her to see me as a strong and magnificent man, not a cute one." Upon hearing this, Vasily felt as if he'd been struck with a realization, thinking in disbelief. The Grand Duke? Cute? Alexei dejectedly voiced his worry. What if she gets even more disappointed and doesn't want to see me anymore? Vasily pondered for a moment. Then he offered, "Try this method."
He revealed his plan. Grand Duke, try to charm the Duchess. Alexei, as if he hadn't heard clearly, asked again, "What?" Looking at Vasily, he asked, "I try to charm her?" Vasily affirmed, "Yes." After that, Vasily expressed a series of his opinions, stating that even though the two of them were already married, there had been no affection between them before. Gaining momentum, Vasily spoke boldly. "Ultimately, why did the Duchess agree to marry you? I truly don't understand." At this point, Alexei couldn't stand it and slammed his pen hard onto the table, causing ink to splatter everywhere. Vasily, at this point, also shut his mouth and dared not utter another word.
As if a sensitive nerve had been struck, Alexei's face darkened as he threatened, "Do you want to die?" Vasily, frightened, quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." However, Vasily didn't stop his plan, continuing, "Anyway, to appease the Duchess, you should try to win her heart." Facing Alexei's expressionless face, he confidently declared, "Just trust Vasily. I will create a special romantic world for the two of you." After finishing her conversation with Najenda, Irina returned to her room, but on the way, she couldn't stop thinking about the letter Key had sent. "Do you know the secret of this world?" She gently rubbed her chin and thought, "Why would she send this letter to me?" Then she speculated on the answer. Could it be that Key also knows about the original story? Looking at the scenery outside the window, she secretly resolved, "I've been here for a few months now, so I need to speed things up to get the two main characters to meet." But she paused, distressed, wondering how to do it. How to convince Grand Duke Ruslan now? While she was deep in thought, Vasily suddenly appeared from behind, seemingly excited to have found her. "Madam, so you're here." Hearing the call, Irina turned around, and seeing Vasily, she asked, "What is it?" Vasily scratched his head shyly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing."
He said, "It's just that the Grand Duke wants to meet you for a moment. I wonder if you have time?" Hearing the name that was giving her a headache, Irina asked, "The Grand Duke?" Vasily thought to himself, "Don't tell me she's going to refuse. Oh no." But contrary to his expectation, instead of refusing, she decided to accept. "I understand." She secretly resolved in her heart, "I can't keep avoiding him forever. I have to try talking to him." Hearing Irina's agreement, Vasily was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he quickly urged her towards the meeting place, continuously pressing, "Hurry, hurry, the Grand Duke is waiting, so let's go quickly." Seeing Vasily lead her to a place completely unfamiliar to her, she spoke up, "This is my first time here. Where are we going?" Vasily quickly replied, "Today the Grand Duke has invited you to a very special place." Hearing this, Irina asked again, uncertainly, "A very special place?" Vasily cheerfully replied, "Just go and see and you'll know." Irina didn't ask anything further, following along like a puppet. Despite that, in her heart, she couldn't stop thinking, "I said I would try to talk to him, but I'm still so scared." Arriving in an unfamiliar room, Vasily cheerfully announced, "We're here." Looking at the large door in front of her, Irina could only utter, "Huh." Vasily proactively opened the door, then respectfully invited, "Please go in first." Seeing the scene inside the room, Irina couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. This place? A vast and incredibly splendid, beautiful scene unfolded. Vasily introduced, "This is the greenhouse at the Grand Duke's estate. It's very special. You won't find anything like it in the north." Vasily continued his lecture without pause. "In the north, plants are very underdeveloped, so all rare plants are protected here." Irina, still captivated by the surroundings, replied, "I never imagined there would be a place like this in the Grand Duchy." At this moment, something seemed to catch her attention. "Huh?" Looking at the dreamy purple flower in front of her, she murmured, "That flower."
Vasily saw her paying attention to it and immediately said, "Ah, you saw this flower at the debutante ball, didn't you? It seems to hold a very special meaning for the Grand Duke." Vasily continued to praise his Grand Duke to Irina. He may seem cold, but in reality, he is a very warm and affectionate person. But in Irina's mind at that moment, what appeared was the image of Slime holding that bouquet and giving it to her, and the future image of Alexei. "Slime had given me this flower when he proposed to me. I never expected him to value it so much that he would plant it in a greenhouse." Suddenly, a beautiful bouquet was presented. Alexei appeared before her from out of nowhere, holding that purple bouquet in his hand, and affectionately called out, "My wife." He gave her a gentle yet captivating smile and said, "Do you remember these flowers? I want to give them to you, just like back then." Seeing the scene before her made Irina freeze for a moment, her heart fluttering incessantly. She gazed intently at his face from up close, at the wound beneath his eye and his sky-blue eyes. At this moment, the image of an incredibly adorable slime appeared in her mind, as if those eyes were looking only at her. In her eyes, although he had changed a lot, seeing Alexei's sincerity now, she seemed to recognize that the Grand Duke's affection was indeed that of her friend, Slime. It had been a long time, Grand Duke Ruslan. It turned out he had always been waiting for her. After receiving Alexei's bouquet, the two seemed to be slowly accepting each other. Irina thought to herself at that moment, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Vasily had moved away to give them space, not forgetting to say, I hope you two have a good time. Alexei also shyly glanced at Irina. Then he spoke, perhaps you have many questions about me, so please, ask away. Irina, no longer shy, replied, well,
She immediately asked the question that had been bothering her for days. Was the Grand Duke's true identity a slime, or was he human from the very beginning? Alexei replied uncertainly, perhaps this is my true identity. Seeing Alexei's vague expression, Irina asked again, perhaps? He recalled the events from when he transformed into a slime and when he was with her, replying, I don't know anymore. The first time I met you in slime form, I had completely lost my memory and consciousness. After that, I gradually regained my senses, but I was still just an unconscious monster. Only when I parted ways with you and returned to human form did my memories of Ruslan slowly come back. Alexei was extremely puzzled about why he was like this, but he didn't know why he had become a slime. Hearing this, Irina also sensed Alexei's sadness. Even he himself didn't know the reason. She recalled the original story. There was no mention in the original story of Grand Duke Ruslan becoming a slime. What was the reason after all? Seeing her expression, Alexei asked insecurely, are you disappointed in me? Irina was startled to see Alexei's unnatural demeanor and asked, disappointed? Alexei said self-deprecatingly, Ruslan in the original story, the person you like, is strong and incredibly wonderful, but I'm just a monster who doesn't know when I'll transform into a slime. After hearing this, Irina paused, still processing Alexei's words. Huh? At this moment, she thought to herself, it's true that I'm a bit surprised, but the Grand Duke not knowing why he became a slime must be even more confusing for him. Then she quickly denied it. I'm not disappointed. She smiled gently and explained, it would be a lie to say I'm not surprised, but no matter what the Grand Duke's image is, you will always be my precious slime friend, forever unchanged.
Irina's words were like honey poured into Alexei's heart, dispelling his worries. But that wasn't the main point he was focused on. He asked, not husband and wife, but just friends? Cornered by his question, Irina could only give a wry smile and say, let's take that slowly. I haven't mentally prepared for slime to become my husband yet. After hearing that, Alexei paused for a few seconds to think. Then he smiled and replied, I understand. If my wife wishes, then let's start with a friendship first. He looked at her seriously and said, also, I have something to say to you as your slime. Irina wondered, what do you want to say? Looking at her, Alexei called out tenderly, Irina. He said, I've returned, and I'm stronger now. After hearing these words, Irina paused for a few seconds, then recalled Slime's adorable appearance and burst out laughing. Yes, you really have become stronger. He interrupted her laughter, saying, I'm here to protect you. His hand gently took hers, placing her hand on his cheek, touching the wound near his eye. He said, do you remember this wound? I promise you, just like that day, I will always protect you.
Alexei's next words made her freeze. So now, I'll indulge your preferences, which are obsessive confinement. This made Irina quickly become embarrassed and stammer. Why would you say that? Alexei asked. You don't like it? Irina replied, it's not that I don't like it. Not letting her say another word, Alexei cut her off, quickly making his command. So you're not allowed to divorce me. Keep living with me. He continued. You understand, Irina? She couldn't react to his words in time, stammering, that. Clutching her hands tightly, he leaned close to her embarrassed face, teasing, are you still going to avoid me now? She quickly turned away, shouting, I know, I won't avoid you anymore.
Seeing her evasive demeanor, he smiled and said, avoiding me again. He let go of her, stopped teasing, and then said, well then. Facing her, whose expression hadn't yet returned to normal after what just happened, he said, from today onwards, let's share a room. She quickly objected. From today? That's too fast. Alexei calmly replied, but didn't we already share a room before? He continued, if newlyweds use separate rooms like that, it will tarnish the wife's reputation. She let out an embarrassed cry. Ah! Inwardly, she painfully thought she couldn't refute it at all, but outwardly replied, yes, I understand. Happily having achieved his goal, Alexei decided, excellent, then let's sleep together starting tonight. Looking at the cheerful state of the person in front of her, Irina secretly thought to herself,
I have a feeling I'm being tricked. By evening, at the Grand Duke's mansion, Alexei and Irina were now sharing a room. As she climbed into bed, she kept reminding him, because of everyone's eyes, we'll just sleep together like this for now, but you're not allowed to do anything strange, okay? Seeing Alexei's gaze still fixed on her, she smiled shyly, thinking to herself, sleeping next to a slime who has become human is still very nerve-wracking. At this, Alexei, blushing, spoke up. So, he leaned close to her and said with a smile, aren't you going to give me a goodnight kiss? Hearing this, Irina stammered. A goodnight kiss? She quickly retorted. How can friends give goodnight kisses? Alexei calmly replied, didn't you often do that when I was still a slime? She, with reddened eyes, spoke up. Back then you were still a slime, but now... But before she could finish, Alexei interrupted. We are husband and wife.
She helplessly watched his smug demeanor, her heart crying out in misery, feeling utterly shameless in her humanity. Then she compromised, saying, I know. She cupped his face, stood on tiptoes, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. After kissing him, she said, are we good? Let's stop here. At this moment, Alexei reached out his hand, pulled her towards him, and lightly touched his lips to hers, very quickly, then pulled away. While Irina was still bewildered, not knowing what had happened, Alexei smiled contentedly and said, good evening, wife. The next day, the clatter of horse hooves woke Irina up. She was momentarily confused, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Where was this place? She was clearly sleeping in her bridal chamber, wasn't she? Or was this a dream? She looked out the car window and involuntarily let out a gasp. The Grand Duchy of Ruslan. Before her eyes was an incredibly familiar castle. As she stepped out of the car, Irina secretly thought, it's just like the first day I came to the Grand Duchy. Back then, I came to the Grand Duchy and met Grand Duke Ruslan just like this. While she was thinking, she was drawn by the sound of footsteps. It was Alexei with his retinue of guards. Alexei stood there, staring intently at Irina. Irina secretly rejoiced. Ah, it's Grand Duke Ruslan. She was about to happily say, my dear. But suddenly, his expression changed. He glared at her threateningly. A member of sortie like you, how dare you set foot in this residence? Irina was stunned by those words. That voice echoed in her mind. Someone like you can absolutely never become one of Ruslan's people. Wife, Alexei's voice called, jolting her awake from the terrible dream. Irina gasped in fright. She rubbed her temples, calming herself, realizing it was indeed just a dream. But this dream was so vivid, as if it had truly happened. Alexei came to Irina's side and asked worriedly, wife, are you all right?
Irina reassured him that she was fine. It was just a nightmare, but he was still not at ease. He hugged her tightly, making her bewildered. He didn't know what she had dreamt, but he would always protect her from that nightmare. Irina blushed, foolishly thinking, he's hugging me, and I don't feel any aversion. She looked at him affectionately and unconsciously smiled faintly. She secretly thought, slime, then or now, is always the same. He always tries to protect me. Irina returned his embrace, cherishing the man in front of her. Indeed, he's such a kind person, she thought. That dream was so illogical. There was nothing special about it. Scene change. It was now night at some castle. Baron Paulin was anxiously biting his nails. He worriedly muttered to himself, why is it so late? Suddenly there were footsteps behind him, and Paulin instinctively turned his head. It was Halcyon, who mysteriously asked him, are you the client? Startled, Paulin quickly and loudly reprimanded him. What took you so long? Did you prepare the item properly? Halcyon sneered. You're too impatient. With that, he opened the box. Inside was a sparkling, heart-shaped pink ruby. He continued, this is what you requested. Paulin hesitated. Halcyon, are you sure it's that? Halcyon calmly replied, of course. I guarantee it, as the leader of the Merchant Guild. Well, if you don't believe me, you can cancel the commission. Hearing this, Paulin quickly snatched the box. No, don't cancel. Proceed. Looking at the treasure in his hand, he muttered, is this the golem's heart?
Paulin's face turned malicious, unable to hide her self-satisfaction. I finally have it. From now on, I will be recognized by the Duke. Halcyon gazed at Paulin thoughtfully. Then he smiled a sinister smile. A wineglass shattered on the ground. A voice spoke up. So you still haven't found the book about demons. The man, thrown and bleeding from his head, knelt trembling on the ground. Yes, I couldn't find any information about it. I apologize. Duke Sortie's eyes turned icy. The man lowered his head, fearfully saying, if you give me a little more time, I will surely find it. A sword swung through, blood splattered, and the man cried out in pain. Ah! He died instantly.
Sorty wiped the blood from his mouth, muttering, "How pathetic." Then he said, "Next." The 3 remaining people, witnessing the scene before their eyes, were all extremely terrified. Suddenly, Pauline appeared from nowhere and spoke up. "Duke," she said sternly, "I have something to say." Sorty replied, "Speak."
Valen brought the box he had exchanged with Halcyon to the Count, regretting that he couldn't find any books about demons. He opened the box and respectfully introduced, "But I went through great trouble to find this golem heart. I entrusted a capable merchant guild, and I received this item directly from their leader." Sorty smiled. "All right, so that's how it is." He picked up the golem heart, examining it, and happily thought to himself, "So all the materials to summon the demon have been found. Now all that's left is to become emperor." His voice echoed through the castle. "How is the situation in the north?" His subordinate replied, "According to the messages sent from Bella at the surveillance camp, the flowers are about to bloom." The Count asked again, "Didn't Irina request an antidote?" The subordinate looked a little worried. "I've never heard of that, sir," Sorty muttered. "That's strange. By now she should be in pain from the poison, yet she hasn't requested an antidote," he wondered. But he didn't pay much attention to it. Well, it doesn't matter. If we can summon the demon, Grand Duke Ruslan will be nothing, so we can deal with Irina later. Saying this, he turned back to look at the pitiful Valentine, who was cruelly bound. Coincidentally, I've already prepared to brainwash that boy. Valentine weakly looked at him with a resigned expression. Valentine sighed sadly. After all,
"Why do you treat Irina and me like this?" he yelled. "We are your children." "My children?" Sorty scoffed. "I never once thought you were my children." He moved closer to Valentine, saying sinisterly, "You're just a very useful, foolish tool for me to exploit and then discard." Every word he uttered made Valentine unable to believe his ears. "Do you think you're so important to me just because of blood ties?" Saying this, he slowly extended his hand. Then, "Good night." Simultaneously, his hand covered Valentine's face. The scene shifts to Ruslan Castle. Irina was looking for Alexei. "Where is the Grand Duke? They said he was in the training room." She thought shyly about the previous night. She should have told him that day that she wanted to meet Gay, but because she was too embarrassed, she completely forgot about it. She definitely had to tell him today. While she was thinking, shouts from the other side caught her attention. It was Alexei dueling amidst the cheers of the crowd. "Ah, Grand Duke Ruslan."
The sight of Alexei concentrating on fencing made Irina gasp in admiration. This was the first time she had seen him like this. She then thought of the cute slime and couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, he's seriously strong. Alexei suddenly looked in a certain direction, realizing he was looking at Irina, who was smiling to herself. His opponent saw him lose focus and immediately seized the opportunity. Right at that moment, Alexei unexpectedly delivered a finishing blow. Irina was frozen by the scene before her. Huh? It's already over? The opponent had been knocked out cold for who knows how long. Suddenly, Alexei started unbuttoning his shirt, which confused her. What's going on? She naturally felt embarrassed. The sight of Alexei's chiseled six-pack made her face turn as red as a tomato. "Why are you taking off your shirt, for goodness sake?" Alexei suddenly noticed Irina. He gently called out, "Wifey," which startled Irina a little. He quickly ran over to her. "I was training, so I didn't know you were here. Have you been waiting long?" She stammered in reply. "No, I just got here. But aren't you cold?" I guess it's because I just finished a match, so I feel really hot." The couple's conversation left the onlookers completely dumbfounded.
"So, what brings you all the way here?" Irina hesitated at Alexei's question, shyly saying, "Well, it's—" Finally, unable to bear it, she turned her face away and said loudly, "Could you please put on a shirt first and be decent?" It turned out that her brother's bare chest made her flustered. Alexei complied. "If that's what you want, then fine." She breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his unclothed body was indeed very dangerous, especially since they were still outside. She quickly composed herself. "It's nothing too major. I forgot to tell you about this yesterday. Do you have time now?" "Of course I do," he replied. With that, the two affectionately left the room, to the astonishment of those present. "Huh? Isn't that the Grand Duke?" The silly suddenly smiled. He was delighted. Spring had finally arrived. The scene shifted to the couple. "So," Alexei's voice began. "What did you want to say?" he asked. "I heard that you've forbidden people from the temple to come to the mansion," she replied. His eyes flickered, and then he admitted, "Yes, that's correct." She continued, "May I ask the reason?"
She was worried. Perhaps that day had its own reasons. Alexei shyly avoided Irina's gaze. He didn't like it, and his answer left Irina utterly unsettled. He then clarified that he didn't want to meet Ki, the girl she referred to as the female lead. "Why don't you want to meet Ki?" Irina couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Alexei nonchalantly blurted out, "The person I like is you, yet for some reason you told me you'd be dating the female lead. I don't want to be tied down to anyone associated with that girl." Irina was speechless at his ridiculous reason. Could it be that just because of that, you forbade them from coming to the mansion? Exactly.
he replied innocently, making Irina feel utterly disillusioned with life. She sighed helplessly. She began to state her purpose. Your Grace, I have to go meet Key. Why? He asked. She explained. Not long ago, Key sent me a letter. Although she didn't mention it specifically, it seems she knows about the original story, so I must meet and talk with her in more detail. Alexei felt a little hurt. Do you really have to go? Can't you just live like this with me? His question made her feel a little conflicted. She clutched her dress, trying to persuade him. But she's already sent me a letter, so I can't just leave things as they are.
My dear wife, do you feel troubled when I meet the female lead? He asked her. Irina's face showed hesitation. She pondered. The Grand Duke's affection for her was clearly very sincere, and she also had feelings for him, but perhaps it was because she only considered Slime a friend. She didn't want to hurt the Grand Duke with her vague feelings. Looking at the man before her, she truly couldn't bring herself to. She lowered her face and replied to him, I'm sorry, I still don't fully understand my current feelings. I understand, Alexei replied. If that's what you want, then I will have Kaiden come to the mansion. Alexei's agreement made her feel it was a bit too easy. Then he stepped closer to Irina, taking her hand. And also, I won't demand your affection anymore, because that would only make you more confused. But I will not love the female lead. His unwavering assertion made Irina smile. He said seriously, I will be by your side, waiting until you sort out your feelings. You must remember that. I won't love the heroine. I will stay by your side, waiting until you sort out your feelings. You must remember this. Irina recalled his words from earlier and couldn't help but smile. Irina, a voice suddenly called out. It was the super cute cosmic slime. What are you thinking about? Looking at the utterly harmless-looking slime in front of her, Irina was speechless. She pictured Alexei's two contrasting images and couldn't help but compare them. When he was a Grand Duke, he spoke such incredibly romantic words. Yet now, he looked so innocent. They're truly nothing alike, she thought to herself, but still replied to the slime. Nothing at all. She gently thanked him. Thank you for accepting my request, and thanks to that, I got to meet Key. The slime declared. I can do anything Irina wants. But as I've said, I don't like the heroine. I only like Irina. Its words made her burst into laughter. Haha, all right, I remember. But tell me, what's your cycle for turning into a slime? Irina asked him.
Slime crossed his arms, feigning thought. He didn't know either, but lately the transformation cycle had been a bit fast. Irina exclaimed in alarm. What? Could something be wrong? It's probably nothing like that, he reassured her. Even if there's a change, it'll quickly return to normal. Don't worry. He cheerfully assuaged her worries. Irina couldn't help but wonder, if I could control my power, would it help at all? The slime cheerfully took her hand. Irina, you really don't need to worry. This isn't a big deal. If you keep making that expression, I'll be very sad. He was worried seeing her expression. Irina was touched. Whether in the form of the Grand Duke or Slime, he always put her first. She said softly, Thank you, Slime. Scene change. A terrifyingly thick stack of papers slammed onto the table. Irina gasped in alarm. Lady, this? In front of her was not just one, but countless stacks of such papers. Najenda, standing there sternly, didn't let her finish her sentence. Recently, because the Duchess hasn't been well, I've been lending a hand, but you also need to grasp things to some extent, so I will show you some basic tasks. I'm fine, Irina said, putting on a sweet, demure act, but she couldn't get past Najenda. Najenda firmly stated, I know you lack ambition, but this will be necessary for the position of Duchess. I will definitely help you. Each word that flowed out made Irina want to cry internally. Thank you for your kindness, but she still managed to say, yes.
I hate working, Irina's inner self screamed. This is... Najenda's nimble fingers began to write. Irina secretly watched Najenda, unable to help but admire her. The lady was truly excellent at this. It seems she had never seen her do anything other than work. What is the lady's ideal type? She suddenly asked, making Najenda pause. Najenda raised a hand to think. Ideal type, huh? Let's see. I've never thought about that before. I like people who can defeat a large bear. Men from the north must be truly strong and fierce, she declared.
Irina was overwhelmed by the ideal image of this princess. But why did you suddenly ask that? Najenda asked her back. Irina gave a wry smile. I just suddenly felt curious. I still have many shortcomings, so I thought, what if the princess gets married? She explained. Najenda replied, you don't need to worry, because I have no intention of getting married. Why is that? Irina asked, surprised. Najenda began to express her feelings. Because when women marry, they have to take their husband's surname. If that's the case, I will no longer be a member of this family. I like everything that has been built up by my own abilities, so I don't want to leave. Princess, Irina said, you really cherish this family, don't you? Najenda smiled and replied as if it were something to be proud of. Of course, because this is my foundation and my shield. She then pondered, but it's not that I don't trust the Duchess. Don't misunderstand. as today's lesson is for the position of Duchess. Irina gave a forced smile. Yes, I understand. Irina quietly smiled, looking at the princess, who had once again fallen into deep thought, as she had been doing for some time now.
I had unconsciously assumed that this was just a world in a book, and the characters here were merely stories and words. So when I interacted with others, I also unconsciously used prejudice to judge them. But when I arbitrarily judged them based on the original work, they had already created their own worlds. Had I missed something important by confining myself to what was called the original work? She asked herself. Irina pondered like this for a long time, until Alexei's voice interrupted her unfinished thoughts. "Wife, are you free?" She replied, "Yes, come in." Alexei entered, and Agenda asked, "What's wrong?" He told Irina, "Your brother has come to see you." Then he asked her opinion. "Shall we go together?" "Yes," Irina replied. "My brother?" she wondered, as the scene shifted to Valentine. His face was lifeless and devoid of vitality within the splendid mansion. Irina was walking with Alexei to meet her brother. She didn't know why Valentine had come here. "My brother suddenly came here. What's wrong, dear?" Alexei gently replied, "He probably misses you. That's why he came. Isn't it natural for a brother to care about his sister?" Hearing this, Irina asked, "Does the Grand Duke also cherish the princess like that?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes, that's right." This answer was somewhat beyond her imagination. I never would have thought so, because Irina remembered when Alexei talked in Agenda, as he had seemed very cold when speaking to her. He said very naturally, "Who told her to be disrespectful to my wife?"
This sweet answer momentarily stunned Irina. Alexei softly explained that their parents had passed away long ago. Therefore, as an older brother, he wanted to protect Agenda. But he didn't know how to act properly. It seemed he had only been acting cold towards her until now. His parents were very kind people, but back then he was too young and very sensitive about protecting the Grand Duchy. Irina saw him, seemingly moved, and gently addressed him as Grand Duke. She understood clearly that, though he didn't show it, Grand Duke Ruslan had also endured much hardship, which made her cherish him even more. Irina also knew that someone like Alexei, who awkwardly spoke of love or marriage blindly, only now did she understand the reason. He was still too clumsy in expressing his true feelings.
Thinking of this, she gently took his hand. Smiling, she looked into his eyes. "Thank you, Grand Duke." This made Alexei a little confused. "What are you talking about?" Irina gently replied, "You must have worked very hard, yet you still treat me so warmly." Her words made Alexei blush and become flustered. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Quickly taking her hand, he gently kissed it. "I'm the one who should be thanking you for saying that." Irina's face immediately turned red as if she were drunk. Irina timidly pulled her hand back. Her reaction made Alexei chuckle. She didn't pay attention to him anymore. Always with the touching, huh? Suddenly, Alexei wanted to say something. On second thought, which made Irina extremely curious. It turned out he wanted to talk about Valentine. "Your brother said he's very tired, probably because he traveled a long way to get here. While he's here, I'll wholeheartedly help him." Irina was extremely happy about this. "Thank you for your concern." The two continued walking to the starting point and pushed the door open. Irina was extremely excited. "Brother, we're here." But suddenly, she saw Valentine looking quite strange, very cold.
Irina was a little worried. He looked truly exhausted, his complexion not very good. She softly called out, "Brother." She asked him with great concern, "Your complexion isn't very good. Are you in pain anywhere? Was the journey here very tiring for you? Do you need some hot tea?" Suddenly Valentine coldly called out to her, "Irina." In a corner unseen by anyone, his hand was tightly gripping a knife. Irina cried out in alarm, "Ah, brother!" Valentine suddenly lunged at her with the knife. Instinctively she raised her hand to shield herself. "No." But the pain never came, because Alexei had used his hand to tightly grip the knife, and blood began to seep from it. Even so, he still pulled Irina into his embrace, shielding her. Seeing him bleeding, she cried out in alarm, "Grand Duke!" At this moment, Alexei looked very cold. He struck Valentine with a single move, sending him sprawling. Looking at Alexei's bleeding hand, Irina was extremely worried. "Grand Duke, are you all right?"
"Your hand is bleeding profusely," he gently reassured her. "I'm fine. You should go outside first." Irina was still very firm. "No, I can't just leave like this. You need to get treated immediately." At this moment, Valentine stood up again. "Irina." He looked like a puppet, his eyes glowing red and lifeless. Irina also sensed that empty gaze, feeling as if she had missed something. Suddenly someone shouted, "Get back," and a hand appeared, emitting light. The light grew brighter and brighter, shining directly on the Valentine. His eyes suddenly seemed to change, and then he collapsed. Irina frantically knelt beside him, calling out loudly, "Brother, are you okay?" A slow voice rang out, "No need to worry. The demon's curse has vanished, so he's just unconscious." It turned out Key had helped him. "Looks like I arrived just in time, didn't I?" She introduced herself. "Hello, I am Holy Knight Key." Irina was surprised by her appearance. "Key? I just sent the letter and she's already here?" Seeing this, Alexei immediately asked,
The butler said it would take quite a while to get here, so how did you arrive so quickly? Key humorously said. That's a shame. I thought you two were very eager to meet me, weren't you? At this moment, the two looked at each other as if sparks were flying, like a male and female lead meeting, while Irina felt like she had been kicked to the curb. But she no longer cared about that, only anxiously asked Key, "What did you just do to my brother?" Key calmly explained. Because I sensed a faint evil energy, I soothed it with my divine power. Irina unconsciously repeated, "Evil energy?"
Key continued with concern. First, we need to treat this person before we can discuss anything further. So, everyone had to move Valentine onto the bed for treatment. Irina asked worriedly, "Is my brother all right?" Key didn't hide the truth. "It's much more serious than I thought. He has been brainwashed for a long time, so both his physical and mental states are in danger." This made Irina even more anxious. "Is it that dangerous?" Key slowly explained. "Yes, even though he is no longer in a brainwashed state, there's still a lingering trace. For a full recovery, we'll need a fairly long period of treatment." Irina finally understood. "Brother, you've been through so much hardship," she thought to herself. "If only I could control my current power, I could have helped him somewhat." While still feeling sad, Irina heard Key say, "But even so, it's fortunate that he was able to survive thanks to this gemstone." Irina looked at the stone, seemingly recognizing it. Isn't that the gemstone I gave you?" she thought. "At that time, I never expected this to happen, but luckily, it helped him." After a moment to compose herself, Irina asked Key, "So when will he wake up?" Key replied, "It's a bit difficult right now. For a normal doctor, this treatment would be very challenging, but I will do my utmost."
Irina was immensely grateful to Key, thanking her for helping him heal, and also for treating him when he was brainwashed. Key kindly replied, "You're welcome." Suddenly, she noticed Alexi's hand was bleeding profusely. Key promptly pointed out, "Grand Duke, your hand is wounded too, isn't it?" He coldly replied, "I'm fine." Key persisted, "That wound is quite deep. If you don't mind, I can treat it for you." But Alexei stood his ground. "I already said I'm fine."
Kay still tried to persuade him. "If you leave it for too long, it will get pus. Do you want to have your hand cut off?" Seeing this, Irina gently advised him, "I hope your wound heals, Grand Duke. You've been quite badly injured." Alexei didn't expect such a reaction from her, so he gently replied, "I know." After that, Alexei also let Kay treat him. Irina quietly stood watching the two of them. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her. What is this? When I see the two of them standing next to each other, my mood suddenly sours. Kay finished treating Alexei and diligently advised him, "It's done. You must be careful when using this hand. You never know what might happen." He merely replied indifferently, "I know." Suddenly, Alexei saw Irina standing in a corner, looking very lonely. He quickly walked over to her. "Wife, are you feeling uncomfortable here?" Caught by him, Irina stammered, "No, I just suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go ahead, sorry." Alexei quickly called after her, "Wife." She didn't stop, making him worried as he chased after her. "Irina."
She watched the two of them, not knowing what she was thinking. Irina ran off without daring to look back. At this moment, she was extremely flustered. She had clearly been waiting for this situation for a very long time. By bringing the male lead and female lead together, she would be able to live a normal life. But why, after all, was she feeling so bad? Finally, Alexei caught up, gripping Irina's hand tightly. "Wife, wait a moment. You don't look so good. Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Irina looked at him with pitiful, tear-filled eyes. Unable to hold back, she burst into loud sobs, making the straightforward Alexei utterly bewildered. "Are you in a lot of pain? Let's go get you treated." Irina wiped her tears as she explained. "No need, Grand Duke. It's not like that." Alexei cupped her face and asked clearly, "Then why are you crying?" She didn't know what to say. "Well, anyway, it seems I've fallen for the Grand Duke." Alexei was extremely surprised by this answer. Irina, blushing, blurted out a string of words. "I don't know either. It's just that I really like the Grand Duke. But what if, when the Grand Duke meets the female lead and falls in love, just like in the original story? I'm afraid you'll forget about me. That's truly terrifying."
But now I won't think like that anymore. I like you so much. It's not because of the Grand Duke's principles, but because of the person standing right in front of me. Hearing her confession, Alexei was deeply moved and softly called out, "Wife, thank you for telling me. For me, there's only one female lead. That's you." Alexei and Irina pressed their faces close together, both radiating a sweet atmosphere. Irina was so moved that tears of happiness streamed down her face. They both shared a sweet, passionate kiss. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears rolling down her cheek, gently comforting her. "Wife, don't cry anymore." She smiled and replied, "I won't cry anymore now." Alexei also simultaneously broke into a happy smile. "It's like a dream. I can't believe you think the same way I do." Irina also happily thought to herself, "I didn't think the Grand Duke would be so fond of me. Since he has acknowledged his feelings, I feel much more relieved." Alexei wanted to tease his wife, so he suddenly questioned, "But wife, I wonder if the reason you're feeling unhappy is because of jealousy." Irina shyly turned away. "Do I really have to say it?"
He pressed on. Yes, I need you to say it so I can know. So just say it once. It's fine. As the two were happily enjoying themselves, a voice rang out. Please forgive me for interrupting your happy moment.
Someone slowly entered, causing the couple to temporarily halt their affectionate display, but I must quickly say this. Key suddenly appeared, speaking seriously about the secrets of this world that she knew. The three quickly moved to the tea table to converse. Irina was extremely curious. She worriedly thought, what exactly was she going to talk about? Would the secret Key was about to reveal be vastly different from the original story she knew? Irina's anxiety was clearly visible on her face. Unable to contain her curiosity, she spoke up, asking, Key, what is the secret of the world you mentioned? Key slowly put down the teacup in her hand, immediately returning to a serious state, her expression extremely tense. I think you've already guessed something, haven't you? Would you find it too difficult if you spoke first? Faced with that ambiguous answer, Irina's face went blank. The space quickly fell silent, the atmosphere thick and awkward. Seeing Irina's hesitation, Key immediately spoke up. Well, all right. It seems quite difficult to say, doesn't it? In that case, I'll go first. She widened her sparkling purple eyes. When I was little,
I happened to read through the Bible. Irina was a little taken aback, still didn't quite see the connection. The Bible? Kay continued to recall. Yes, initially I thought that story made no sense at all. Irina and her husband quietly listened as Kay explained. I have dealt with the demons according to the destiny written in the Bible, and I am preparing to break the loop of this world. Irina grew increasingly bewildered, asking again with a puzzled expression, What do you mean by loop? The original story didn't have this. Kay rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. I'm not entirely sure either, but according to the Bible, this world is caught in an endless loop. No matter how many demons we deal with, we always return to the starting point. That's why I'm trying to break that loop. Kay wore a puzzled expression, but he didn't know when this world began to deviate from the Bible. Kay's keen insight astonished Irina and her husband, and it was centered around Grand Duke Ruslan and Duchess Irina.
Key continued to press her questions. Are you aware that if things keep going this way, we can't continue with our plan? Seeing Key's challenging tone, Alexei frowned. Your words are far too arrogant. Key, showing no fear, quickly retorted, Forgive me if you two feel uncomfortable, but I'm only telling you what I see in the Bible. Key and Alexei glared at each other, sporks flying from their eyes. Irina, observing from the side, was utterly speechless. Clearly fate had changed. This was a conversation between the male and female leads and, To break the tension, Key spoke. I think that's enough talk, isn't it? Now can you tell me what you two know? The couple looked at each other simultaneously. Irina hesitated slightly. Actually, After Irina's explanation, a concluding remark finally came. I see. Key, seemingly understanding the situation, reconfirmed. You're not from this world, so you came to this world after reading a romance novel? Irina softly admitted, yes. However, she still concealed some awkward details. I absolutely must not mention that this was an adult novel and that Key was the female protagonist.
Irina expressed interest in the flow of this world. What happened to the flow of the two different worlds? Key couldn't make sense of this issue either, and the exact reason remained unknown. Suddenly, she looked directly at Irina. But anyway, I think you are the important key to changing the fate of this world. Irina was a little vague. Me? Key continued to nod, amidst their curiosity. Yes, but of course, it's just my feeling. Irina clasped her hands together, thinking to herself, in the end, nothing is certain. Only the questions are starting to multiply. Ah, come to think of it. She suddenly spoke up, asking Key for a favor. Key, can I ask you for something? Key was a little surprised. What do you want to ask me for? Irina spoke with great urgency and seriousness. Please tell me how to handle divine power. A skyful of question marks appeared on Key's face. Divine power? I'm sorry, but Key immediately dropped a bombshell, making Irina's face go blank. I can't sense any divine power from you at all. This time it was Irina's turn to fall into confusion and panic. You said you can't sense divine power? Key affirmed. I can sense a bit of power, but it doesn't seem to be divine power. Irina's surprise was evident, and she could only continue to plead. Then can you help me check what kind of power this is?
Kay had no reason to refuse this request. Yes, all right. She clasped Irina's hand tightly, beginning to sense. A dazzling aura of light emanated between them. Kay focused on sensing, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Finally, she let go of Irina's hand, her face looking as if she had just received shocking news. Kay's demeanor made Irina a little uneasy. Why is that? Kay hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. The power I just sensed from you isn't divine power, but it's sacred power. Irina was completely shocked to hear this. Still disbelieving, she asked Kay again, Sacred power? She looked at Irina and smiled, placing a hand on her chest as she replied, Yes, it's truly surprising. I never thought I'd witness this power with my own eyes. Irina suddenly said, Excuse me, but she raised her hand to voice her question. What exactly is sacred power? Alexei, standing nearby, turned to her and said,
I don't know either. Kay flinched, looking at them. She cleared her throat a few times, closed her eyes, rested her chin on her hand, and calmly replied, Perhaps I was too excited, so my words were a bit jumbled. Sacred power isn't a very common concept for most people. Kay began to explain seriously to both of them. If divine power is the strength that God blesses a select few with, then sacred power is the strength that directly connects to the origin of the world, and true to its name, sacred power is on a higher level.
She emphasized the final point, and only God possesses that kind of power. Irina said astonished, I have that kind of power? Unbelievable! Alexei suddenly spoke up. Unbelievable. She turned to look at him, unable to discern his emotions, thinking to herself, that's right, even the Grand Duke finds this too absurd. Alexei turned to look at Irina, his eyes shining brightly with pride, saying, if that's the case, then my wife is a god. I knew it all along. He rubbed his hands, thinking deeply as he asked for her opinion. What do you think about building a temple in the duchy? Irina, embarrassed, protested loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? Alexei stared at her with sparkling eyes. Irina, unfazed, cleared her throat. Cough. On second thought, even though she hadn't considered this type of power, it was quite fortunate. If she had this power, dealing with Duke Sortie would be much easier. She placed her hand on her chest and seriously asked, so can you help me control this power? Kay reluctantly replied, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot help with that. Irina heard this like a bolt from the blue. She stammered in panic, looking at her and asking, why not? Kay replied, as I've mentioned, divine power is the highest level of power, so a holy knight like me cannot help you control it. Irina anxiously asked her, so what should I do to control this power? Kay rested her chin on her hand, thinking of a solution. Let me see.
She said that in the Bible, there's a verse like this, everything in this world is paired with its origin. If you want to know the answer, go find the root of the problem. She focused on listening to the tree speak. Once she had finished speaking, she drew a conclusion. Why shouldn't she go find the origin of this power? Irina carefully thought back to the origin of this power, and she suddenly remembered a place, the forest of the Chek-Sao people.
By evening, she was still standing, lost in thought about the matter. Alexei approached Irina and sweetly called, my wife. Hearing his voice, she turned to look. Irina replied, Grand Duke. He smiled and said, you're still not asleep? Alexei asked, how is your brother doing? She replied, I just went to check on him, but he hasn't woken up yet, and Keys said he needs further treatment. He responded, I see. Hearing that, Irina said nothing. Suddenly, she continued, there's something I want to say. Hearing this, Alexei gently replied, yes, go ahead and say it. Irina calmly said, tomorrow, I plan to go to the Forest of the Dead. He flinched, his smile fading. Alexei anxiously asked her, why are you going to that forest? Irina speculated in her reply, because I think perhaps by going to the source of the power, I might find a way to control it, since even Key doesn't know, so that place is my only hope. He hesitated, calling her, wife, Irina looked, waiting for Alexei to continue. He looked at her seriously and said, I hope you won't use that power. Irina looked at Alexei puzzled and asked, why is that? Alexei thought deeply, then said worriedly, I was very happy that you would no longer be sick, but if that power becomes stronger, you will have to endure more things. I'm worried that you will be in danger trying to protect other things. Danger lurks everywhere, all the time. He said firmly and resolutely, I will become stronger to protect you. So, Alexei lowered his voice and sincerely said, I want you to be safe. Irina seemed to press her lips together, looking at him without replying. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent after that statement.
Irina hesitated and said, Grand Duke, Alexei looked at her without any reaction. Irina, feeling guilty and helpless, continued, when the Grand Duke was injured protecting me, I couldn't do anything. The feeling of being utterly useless tormented my mind immensely. Irina recalled the moment he took the knife for her, becoming even more certain, if I had power, the Grand Duke wouldn't have been injured because of me. She tried to find a reason, or perhaps I could have recognized that my brother had been brainwashed earlier and helped him escape that state. The image of him looking haggard and collapsed on the ground pained Irina deeply. She took Alexei's hand and said bitterly, I've been tormented by those thoughts. Irina, determined to become strong, said resolutely, I don't want to keep hiding behind the Grand Duke. She took him as an ideal figure and gently reassured Alexei, just as the Grand Duke protected me, I also want to protect you and those important to me. Hearing this, he smiled faintly.
Irina was determined. I want to protect everything with my own hands. It would have been a very serious moment if her face hadn't involuntarily flushed. Seeing this, Alexei felt an indescribable tremor, his mind no longer agile enough to respond to Irina's words. After a while, he said supportively, All right, I will trust and follow whatever path you choose, but you must remember one thing. She replied, Yes?
Alexei leaned in, firmly telling her, "I will always be by your side." Irina smiled happily and replied, "Thank you, you're so dependable." The two looked at each other without speaking. Alexei suddenly pushed her onto the bed. Irina gasped in surprise. "Ah!" He propped his hands beside Irina's head. She looked at Alexei with wide eyes. He opened his mouth. "Perhaps—" Alexei knelt over Irina, blushing and vaguely saying, "I guess I'm not allowed to play any more naughty tricks on you, huh?" She blushed, looking at him. Irina shyly replied, "No, it's fine." In the forest, the sky and the surrounding trees all exuded their own gloomy aura. She had set foot in this place once again. Alexei walked with Irina, looking around and saying, "It's been a long time since I last came to the Forest of the Dead." She replied, "Indeed." Irina looked at him and smiled, gently saying, "It wouldn't have mattered if I came here alone, but still thank you for coming with me." He smiled back at her and replied, "How could I let my wife come here alone?" Alexei took the opportunity to tease Irina. "You must have had a really tough morning, didn't you?" She blushed, shyly avoided his gaze, and coughed a few times.
Irina suddenly looked to one side, pointing in that direction and saying, "Over there." He heard her and looked. In the direction Irina pointed, there was a very large tree. She continued, "That's the ancient tree that emitted the light I saw back then." Irina led Alexei to the tree in front of them and explained it to him. Alexei seemed to understand. So places like this really exist. Irina seemed surprised by her husband's reaction. "Is this the first time your grace has seen this place?" He looked up at the massive tree and replied to Irina, "Yes, I've been into the forest several times, but this is the first time I've seen this tree." He looked at Irina, seemingly enjoying this time with her. "It's truly magical." His voice softened, and his tone was completely different. "It's as if it was meant only for you to see."
Irina stood a distance from him, pondering her husband's words. Just for me to see? She was surprised that this seemed to deviate from the original plot. If she recalled, in the original story, Grand Duke Ruslan was the one who found this tree, but now it was his first time seeing it. Could it be that some condition had to be met to reach this place? She subtly glanced towards Alexei. After all, she had followed the tree's words and come here, but what should she do now? She walked towards him, lingering questions still open in her heart. Does this place truly hold something that will awaken my power? She looked up, seemingly seeing something on the tree again. The snake from before was slithering on the tree trunk again, crawling down to its base. She was momentarily stunned. Wait! From the snake's color and the yellow mark on its head, she was somewhat certain it was that snake. It's the snake I met back then. Before she could react further, Alexei had already stepped in front of her, shielding her, sensing danger. He was ready to act, spreading his arms to cover her. "Hide behind me, I will protect you safely." Irina was too surprised to say anything more. Grand Duke. She intended to lean close to his ear and remind him not to be wary of that snake, when suddenly another voice interjected, "Hello."
She stared blankly at the snake for a moment. She realized this was the snake that had almost bitten her last time, the very snake she had encountered back then. She was surprised because it could speak. It had just spoken. The snake seemed very happy that she understood what it said, and it asked delightedly, "Can you hear me speak?" Irina, startled, grabbed Alexei's sleeve, almost wanting to scream. "It can talk." He propped his chin, feeling amused. "A monster that speaks human language? How strange." The snake spoke again. "You shouldn't be so surprised. It's all thanks to the power within you that I can speak." Irina stammered, "Is that so?" The snake looked at Alexei and then explained, "As for you, you carry blood similar to mine, so you can also hear me speak." Hearing that, Alexei merely remained silent.
The snake said to Alexei, face to face with him like an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time, "Let's make our introductions official. My name is Snake. I am both a prophet of God and the guardian of this tree." Irina was astonished. "You are a prophet of God?" The snake replied, seemingly curious about Irina's reason for returning. "Indeed. So what is your reason for returning to this place? I already gave you what you desired before, didn't I?" Irina stated her request. "I want to know how to control this power. Can you tell me? You must know, being who you are, right?" The snake replied, "What a greedy child. That power was never yours to begin with." It continued, emphasizing that she shouldn't demand too much. Wanting to control power that isn't inherently yours is truly absurd. Don't be greedy for even greater things. Irina questioned the snake's words. "But you were the one who gave me this power. If it wasn't inherently mine, yet you gave it to me, could there be another reason?" The snake replied, "That's right." It recalled its previous encounter with Irina and recounted, "According to the destiny God had ordained, I was not to give you that power, but in the moment I faced you, I impulsively bestowed that power upon you." Irina was surprised. "How can that be?" The snake spoke cryptically. "For now, I cannot elaborate. You will understand when you follow the natural order, perhaps when the time comes." She simply bowed her head in silence, seemingly saddened.
The snake suddenly changed its mind. "All right, I'll help you, because to some extent, I'm also responsible." She immediately brightened up upon hearing that. "Thank you, Snake." It crawled closer to Irina and asked, "Can you get down to my eye level?"
She immediately knelt down as it requested. Like this? The snake made its next request. Its golden eyes began to glow brightly. Now, look deep into my eyes. Irina started to feel dizzy, her vision blurred. Ah, I suddenly feel so dizzy, it feels like I'm about to faint. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, startling Alexei, wife. Then, in a fit of anger, he drew his sword, pointing its tip close to the snake's neck. He spoke loudly, his face and eyes darkening. What exactly have you done to my wife? The snake remained calm and unperturbed. Still the same temperament, I see. Seemingly not understanding the snake's meaning, and also worried for Irina, Alexei urgently demanded, "Answer what I asked." Irina lay unconscious on the ground. "You don't need to worry," the snake said. "I'm just helping her awaken her power. She'll wake up tomorrow." Alexei threatened the snake. "If anything happens to her, I won't let you get away with it." The snake still seemed unafraid of Alexei. "I already told you not to worry." He then carefully lifted Irina up and carried her.
The snake suddenly spoke, making him lift his head. It asked him a question, seemingly a loaded one. "What about this time? Can the outcome be different?" Alexei replied, "I haven't understood what the hell you've been talking about all this time." The snake seemed helpless. "As expected, you don't remember anything this time either, do you?" "That's right. It has to be this way." It gave him one last instruction before leaving. "If you ever need my help in the future, just come here." With that, it crawled back to its place without looking back at Alexei. He looked at Irina, who was sound asleep in his arms, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. "My wife, you still look so beautiful when you're sound asleep." Alexei gently bent down and whispered close to her ear, "Please wake up. I'm very worried." Irina suddenly found herself standing in the middle of a large field. The surrounding scenery was incredibly serene. She looked up and wondered, "Where is this?" A strange voice suddenly rang out. "I was still wondering what my lovely snake intended to do, and it turns out it sent you here." She looked around in the panic. "Who is that?"
She wondered when she saw no one in the vast grassland. "Is there no one here?" That voice rang out again, full of mockery. "Don't be so wary, little one." She spoke up. "Who is it?" Only then did the other person introduce themselves. "I am the source of life and death, the flow of destiny, the existence that you humans call a god." She naively asked, "If you are a god, do you know how to control this power?" The god replied to her, but it seemed like an open-ended suggestion. "The answer lies within you. Feel where your power flows." Irina was still bewildered at this moment. Looking at the peaceful and beautiful scenery before her, she hesitated to reply. "But even if you say so, it's truly not easy to feel it." The god replied, "I will help you feel that power." Suddenly, the surrounding space transformed, and a pleasant sensation spread throughout her body. She just stood there, feeling everything and feeling relieved. Suddenly everything became so quiet. Her hand reached out, flickering with a small ray of light. "I can feel the power deep within my body now." She had felt her power, looked up, and felt full of vitality. "Is this divine power?" The god suddenly spoke, wanting her to return. "Go back. Your adorable little slime is very worried about you." She suddenly turned her head, seemingly in a hurry. "Wait." She looked up towards the voice, seemingly very moved. "Thank you for helping me." The god expressed gratitude to Irina. "It is I who should thank you, for you are the only one who can resolve this complicated world." She wondered, "What do you mean?" The god replied, "You will naturally know later."
I will wait there. Breaking free from the dream world, Irina woke up with a start. Looking to her side, Alexei, seeing her wake up, immediately spoke. "You're awake?" she said in surprise. "Grand Duke?" She rubbed her eyes and asked him, "What happened?" Alexei immediately replied with a summary of everything. "You went to see the snake and lost consciousness for a whole day."
She was surprised. "It's been a day already?" Tears now streamed down Alexei's handsome face. He cried silently, looking like a pitiful child. Seeing this, she was utterly bewildered. "Your Imperial Highness, Grand Duke, are you crying?" She looked up at him, full of concern, and asked, "Were you that worried about me?" Alexei merely hummed in response. With tear-filled eyes and a flushed face, he innocently replied like a child, "I was so scared you wouldn't open your eyes again." She looked at him sadly, then pulled him into a hug and gently comforted him. "I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm fine now." Alexei sadly expressed, "You are a very strong person, so I believed you would wake up. But the moment I saw you faint, my heart ached terribly." He stroked her soft hair. "The moment I waited for you to open your eyes, it felt like hell." Alexei grabbed her wrist and mumbled in a tone as if he feared someone would snatch her away. "Indeed, I must quickly kidnap and imprison you." She didn't know what to say other than to advise, "I really like that, but please bear with it until you've dealt with Duke Sorty." Alexei asked her, "So have you gotten what you wanted, the control over that divine power?" Instead of telling him, she acted first,
demonstrating the power to Alexei. A small, gentle stream of light immediately materialized from her hand. The shimmering, magical light appeared, and only then did she happily reply to him, "Yes, the deity has shown me." Irina then didn't hesitate to immediately use that power to save Valentine in front of Kay, the small light spreading in her hand, looking incredibly miraculous.
Kay seemed surprised, yet he had witnessed divine power with his own eyes. Kay watched Irina treating Valentine and mused to himself, "Although I only felt a faint trace of divine power from the Duchess, I never expected her to awaken so quickly." Kay began to ponder a bigger matter. If I report this to the temple, I wonder if they would honor the Duchess as a saintess. After being exposed to that power, Valentine's arm gradually began to move, and then he opened his eyes. His vision was still a little blurry, but he could still see Irina in front of him. As soon as she saw signs of him regaining consciousness, she asked him, "Brother, are you all right? Are you more awake now?" Valentine wondered, asking in a weak voice, "Irina, why am I here?" After hearing the whole story, Valentine understood, and he seemed very remorseful towards Irina. He never expected to have been brainwashed by his father and attacked her. He rubbed his forehead, full of remorse, and apologized to her. "I'm truly sorry, Irina." Then he blamed himself. "If anything had happened to you because of me,
She gently comforted him as much as she could, telling him, "Don't blame yourself anymore. Besides, you were brainwashed. There was nothing else you could do." Then she proved it to him by happily showing off how her husband had protected her. "Moreover, with the Grand Duke protecting me, I'm completely fine," she added. He didn't know what to say other than to look at Alexei, who was beaming, realizing, so that's how it is. He felt that up until this moment he had misunderstood them too much. He had always thought that Grand Duke Ruslan marrying Irina was for some ulterior motive. Seeing the husband and wife genuinely laughing and talking happily together, his heart softened. But then he remembered that the Grand Duke was injured just to protect Irina, and he realized he had completely misunderstood. He sprang up and sat on the bed, loudly thanking Alexei. "Thank you for protecting my sister."
Alexei reacted again in a solemn and unusually comically proud manner, making Irina next to him wonder if this was really her husband. Protecting my beloved wife is only natural, and fortunately the brother I'll respect has woken up safely. Valentine immediately froze and just wanted to avoid Alexei as much as possible. What was that? What was with that strange look and way of speaking? He bowed low and solemnly instructed Valentine, "My wife and I were very worried about our dear brother-in-law. While you're here, brother-in-law, don't worry about anything and just rest comfortably." Hearing this, he became even more frightened and backed away. "Please, just put that look away." Alexei pretended not to hear. "I didn't quite catch that, brother-in-law. Could you repeat it?" Valentine found Alexei incredibly annoying. Good heavens. He turned to ask Irina for her opinion, hoping she would divorce soon so he would suffer less. "What do you think about divorcing soon?" His gaze doesn't seem quite normal. Alexei reacted immediately, but maintained his previous expression. "I'm sad, brother-in-law." She quickly shooed Alexei away. "My brother just woke up, so don't confuse him." He nonchalantly replied, "I just want to be closer to my brother-in-law." Hearing this, Valentine doubted humanity itself. Is that really a look that wants to be closer? She spoke up, and the cheerful atmosphere immediately ended. Brother, there's something I want to say." It seemed she herself was very hesitant to ask Valentine this. "You've just woken up, so you might still feel disoriented. But can you tell me about Sorty's current situation?" At the mention of this, Valentine immediately fell silent. He hesitated. "Well, everything is ready to summon the devil." Irina seemed unable to believe her ears. "What?"
Duke Sorty looked at Gregory's corpse lying on the floor, submerged in a pool of blood, and seemed to gloat. Finally, a sinister smile spread across the Duke's face, and the surrounding space was enveloped in a terrifying darkness. Kneeling on the floor, a testament to the crime he had committed, his blood-red eyes flashed, revealing a bloodlust and a savage, shudder-inducing laugh. It was done. The summoning was complete. From the darkness, a demon with an entirely black body and blood-red eyes materialized. Sorty rejoiced upon recognizing its identity, for it was a high-ranking demon. The large, dark figure stood like a towering wall before him. Sorty seemed to worship the dark figure. Moreover, the great demon Agaris stood motionless, its blood-red eyes glowing, its expression cold and emotionless. It was the great demon Agaris. Skulls lay beneath its feet, and the surrounding air was enveloped by darkness. The great demon Agaris sat, legs crossed and arms folded, revealing the immense height of its status and its profound cruelty. The great demon Agaris was the most powerful demon, on par with the power of God, its might surpassing all others. Sorty deluded himself into thinking he could control it. Sorty slowly stood up, marveling. "To think I could summon this demon. I can rule the world with it." He smirked maliciously, his eyes sharp, and his words, like a command to the great demon Agaris, ordered, "I am the one who summoned you, so now you must act according to my will, Sorty."
Sorty's surprise showed in his eyes. He fearfully asked again, while simultaneously pondering the answer to himself. "How do you know my name? Does he learn the summoner's name through signing a contract?" Archdemon Agaris covered his face with his hand, indicating he was speechless at Sorty's foolishness.
What a bore. What? He was bewildered, not expecting him to say such words to him. You're always dreaming up pipe dreams and don't understand a thing.
Sorty was worried after hearing the words spoken by the great demon Agaris. How dare you speak to your summoner like that? You must do as I say. I don't like that. He pointed at Sorty's left chest and said sarcastically, "Tell me, why should I follow your will? Why should I adjust my pace to your trivial power game?" Sorty slapped the great demon Agaris' hand away from him. He angrily roared, "Because I am the one who summoned you. Don't you know that you cannot use absolute magic in the human world without me? So shut up and listen to what I say." The great demon Agaris looked at the hand Sorty had slapped away, speechless. He let out a contemptuous chuckle as if looking at a toy. Sorty laughed maniacally, believing that the great demon Agaris had submitted to him. "Yes, you are the one who summoned me. That's right, you fool. Do you finally realize it? Now be obedient." The great demon Agaris plunged one hand straight into Sorty's chest, to his utterly surprised and horrified expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. Red blood splattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of fresh blood. Before his consciousness faded, he asked himself, why?
His hands were covered in blood, his eyes looking at Sorty, lying motionless on the ground with contempt, as if teaching a disobedient dog that had finally fallen silent. He stepped on Sorty's head, feigning sympathy. How pitiful. The great demon stepped on Sorty's blood-soaked body, pondering his own power. But it's strange, why is my power so weak? He glanced around as if seeing something interesting. On the ground, in the middle of the magic circle, a heart-shaped stone glowed in the pitch-black night beyond. He walked over and picked up the stone. The great demon looked at the stone with disappointment. This isn't a real golem's heart. He thought with suspicion. Although Sorty is truly foolish, I've never made such a mistake in my consciousness. Could he have done something to the medium? The great demon Agaris smiled, showing indifference. Whatever. He threw the stone behind him as if it were worthless, for there were many ways for him to replenish his power. In the quiet space, a male voice suddenly called out, "Irina!" The man's hand grabbed the other's hand to stop them. Wait. Valentine held Irina's hand tightly, not understanding her actions. What do you mean? Why go to the Duchy of Sorty? Irina looked at him with determination and said, "You said it yourself. Duke Sorty is about to summon a demon. We have to stop him before he starts." Valentine's face was filled with worry. He shouted at her, "So you're just going there like that? We should go together."
Irina, worried about his unrecovered health, turned to ask Key again. "No, you're not fully recovered yet, are you?" Key, "Yes, young Master Valentine needs a little more treatment. His body hasn't fully recovered yet." Valentine knew Irina was worried about his health, but he was also worried about her life. "But for you to go there alone is too dangerous. Your body is very weak." Irina called Valentine softly. "Brother?" She took Valentine's hand, trying to reassure him. "I'm not weak anymore, so you don't need to worry." "What am I saying? Look closely. This is the power I have."
Irina raised her hand, her gaze fixed on something. Valentine was utterly surprised to see a beam of light emanating from her hand, streaking through the air. Irina stood amidst the lights, making her stand out even more. "My Kalenda poison has been cured, and I even possess divine power." She answered Valentine's question. "Divine power, you ask? It's a bit complicated to explain right now, so let's save it for later, brother. With my current power, even if he summons demons, I can protect myself to some extent." Suddenly, a hand gripped Irina's shoulder, as if to protect her. "But anyway, don't worry anymore, brother." Alexei suddenly appeared, looking at Valentine with eyes full of determination. "I will risk my life to protect my wife." After hearing Alexei speak, he was speechless. Valentine clenched his hands into fists. As Irina said, his body had not fully recovered. If he went along in his current physical condition, he might become a burden. Valentine could only helplessly ask Alexei, "Please help my sister." Alexei replied with a gentle smile. "Yes, please trust me, brother." A voice calling Irina broke the atmosphere between the three. The three simultaneously turned to look. Irina, wait, you mustn't just go there."
The door suddenly opened. Halcyon burst in despite the servant's attempts to stop him. "This is serious, Irina." Irina was surprised to see Halcyon. "Halcyon?" Let's go back to the moment Halcyon burst through the door looking for Irina. The servant was about to escort him out, but Irina intervened. "My apologies. I'll have him removed immediately." "There's no need." She smiled gently and told the servant, "This is an acquaintance of mine. It seems he has something urgent to discuss, so could you please withdraw?" "Understood." After the servant left, the room fell silent. Irina anxiously asked Halcyon, "So tell me, has something serious happened?" He bewilderedly recounted what had just transpired with Sorty. "Duke Sorty has summoned a demon." While tracking his movements, I discovered he went to a summoning site, and there were several people lying dead there, along with traces of a demon summoning. "So where is Duke Sorty now?" He scratched his head, looking at Irina with a puzzled expression. "Well?" Upon hearing Halcyon's words, both Irina and Valentine were stunned into silence. "Duke Sorty is dead."
She thought she had misheard about Sorty's death, so she asked again, "He's dead? It seems like the demon he summoned killed him when I got there." A voice rang out, cutting off Halcyon's words and making him pay attention. "What did you say?"
Valentine was stunned, unable to believe it was true. He ran over, grabbed Halcyon's hand, and asked again, "Tell me again, is what you just said true?" He calmly replied to Valentine's panic, "Yes, I personally confirmed his body." After hearing the confirmation, he let go of his hand as if powerless. So, Valentine covered his face with trembling hands, his eyes showing agony as if he couldn't believe it was true. "Father is dead?" Valentine said, trembling in helplessness. It was unclear whether it was due to overwhelming grief over Sorty's death or resentment at his too easy demise, that the one who had abused him for so long could die so easily. Seeing this, Irina stepped forward and asked Valentine worriedly, "Are you all right?" Valentine's eyes became lifeless, the suffering clearly visible within them. "It's strange, Irina. All my life, my only desire was for him to die, but now that it's happened, I don't feel happy at all." Irina looked at Valentine with eyes full of worry. She raised her hand into the empty space as if wanting to touch the air, her own mood not very good either. She recalled the days when both she and Valentine were abused by Sorty. Thinking about what the Duke had done to her and Valentine, he deserved to die, but...
Irina gently placed her hand on Valentine's back to comfort him when she saw him in such distress. Upon hearing the news that he was truly dead, her mood became strangely complex. Halcyon broke the somber silence. "Irina, I understand you're very distraught, but now is not the time." Hearing him say that, she immediately realized Halcyon had a point. That's right, this matter needed their attention first. Halcyon reported the situation to Irina. "Halcyon, what about the summoned demon now? By the time I arrived, it was already gone." Irina rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her eyes focused intently on understanding the situation. "So that's it. Let's think calmly. When a demon is summoned to the human world, it faces many limitations and cannot use its full power. Therefore, the demon would form a contract with the summoner and use that as an intermediary to achieve its desired power. But the issue of limited power was not a big deal for the demon Agares, which is why it killed Duke Shady. It's highly likely that he summoned it without knowing this truth. But its power still isn't everything, so where would it go to gain a great source of power?" Irina pondered the events that had transpired. She turned to Alexei and said, "I think I know where that demon went." "Where?"
Under the night sky, the castle appeared full of mystery, with no one around, making it even more eerie. The Imperial Palace. Perhaps it had gone there to seize the Emperor's Akashic Records power. After careful consideration, she immediately told everyone to get ready. "There isn't much time left. We must quickly go to the Imperial Palace." "All right, I'll prepare quickly," he responded. Gay placed her hand on her chest, as if to show her sincerity, her eyes determined. "I'll lend a hand." "Thank you, Gay." Irina looked up when she heard Valentine call her name, Irina. Valentine seriously instructed her, as he was also very worried about her safety. "I'm sorry I can't go with you. You must return safely and unharmed." Irina smiled, as if to say she would definitely return safely. Her eyes were resolute and determined, and her confident voice reassured the other person. "Yes, I'll go and come back. You must also recover quickly." Valentine smiled, looking at Irina. He was also relieved to hear her say that. "All right." Alexei stepped forward. "Brother-in-law." He also reassured Valentine to trust him. "Please rest well. I will definitely protect my wife and return safely." Alexei and Valentine looked at each other, full of trust for one another. Valentine smiled with satisfaction after hearing Alexei's words. "I will trust you completely and rely on you for everything."
The footsteps of Archdemon Agares gradually drew closer. As he walked, he hummed a tune, clearly in a very good mood. "It's been a long time since I've seen humans. Where are you all?" A deathly aura emanated from Archdemon Agares. "Hello?"
In the very center of the hall's dais, the king sat upright on his throne, surrounded by a magic circle. The Archdemon Agares stood below, sneering, and asked, "Are you waiting for me?" The king's face was filled with bewilderment and anxiety. He suppressed his fear to face the Archdemon Agares. "I knew you would come here today, thanks to my own abilities. Everyone else has been evacuated, except for me. I am the only one left here." The Archdemon Agares tilted his head and crossed his arms, his voice full of challenge. "Why didn't you just run?" He prophesied the king's future death on the throne. "Because I have already seen your predetermined fate." His demeanor immediately changed, his eyes exuding danger. "Then why did you evacuate everyone?" The king trembled with fear at his demeanor. "I cannot witness those important to me die before my eyes." The archdemon touched his finger to the king's forehead, saying nonchalantly, as if holding no one in regard, "Then it was all for naught." He spoke as if a demon had risen from hell. "If you have seen your own fate, then perhaps you also know what I want, don't you?" The king's eyes were filled only with the towering figure of the Archdemon Agares. "Grant your power to me." The king's arms fell limp, and he sat motionless on his throne. The Archdemon Agares rejoiced at finding what he sought. "Finally, I've found the Akashic Records." Heavy footsteps echoed. The Archdemon Agares assessed in a deep, muffled tone. "This place. So this is the Akashic Archives I've only heard about. I had expected it to contain all the knowledge of this world.
The Akasha library contained countless books, neatly arranged on shelves. Agares glanced over the stacks of books, not bothering to touch them, but found nothing special, nothing interesting at all. He looked around. He pondered for a moment, thinking there must be a place where the source of power was concentrated. Suddenly, Agares paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon a sparkling gem. This was it. He gently touched the gem, the power control center of the Akasha library. If he absorbed this power, he would become even stronger than his inherent strength. He mused to himself, growing excited. Ha ha ha! Then he declared, in a domineering CEO-like manner, "This world is mine. Alexei Juslin, who always obstructs me, cannot stop me either." Regarding Agares' existence, there was a long story. Thanks to Sorty, Agares had been summoned to the human world. He had taken control of humanity and dominated this world. But then, Agares was sitting in a corner when a figure suddenly appeared. He looked up to observe. A sharp blade was pointed at him each time he was killed by Ruslan and Ki. Agares was impaled again and again, then he was trapped in a time loop within human life. He clenched his fists with determination, but this time would be different. After killing that foolish Sorty, he had absorbed the power of the Akasha archives, so his current power was stronger than ever before. The voice of the great demon echoed through the archives. Well then, let's go check it out. He widened his blood-darkened eyes. What were they doing? A mystical barrier appeared on the ceiling. Reflected from that barrier were images of Irina and her companions. Alexei held his wife's hand, his voice affectionate. "Take my hand." Irina gently replied. "Thank you." Both looked forward. Thankfully, there was still a teleportation gate leading to the Imperial Palace. That's right. A hint of apprehension appeared on Irina's face. First, they had to find that demon. She seemed to hear an echoing sound and looked around. The great demon's barrier appeared before her eyes. Gasp! Irina cautiously stepped back a few paces. What is this? Seeing Irina's strange reaction, Alexei asked, "What's wrong, dear?"
Irina's worry was evident. "Don't you see it?" He replied, bewildered. "I don't see anything at all." So that's what it is. Based on that barrier, Irina speculated. Could it be that demon is watching us? After all, it seems he already knows we're here. Somewhere in the shadows, the archdemon was smiling sinisterly. He observed the three people, his face full of calculation. Ah, look, how did that power, which was originally his, end up on this little girl? Has the owner of the power changed? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. After a moment, he transformed into a beast, laughing maniacally. Ha ha! The archdemon's smugness was evident. That's good, isn't it? Dealing with that little girl will be easier than with Grand Duke Ruslan. He seemed eager to attack right away. Well then, let's see. Perhaps I should go greet them now? Immediately after, the archdemon created a violent tremor. The tremor immediately caught the attention of Irina and the others. Why suddenly? The ceiling gradually showed signs of cracking, and the chandelier suddenly fell, as if deliberately aiming for Irina. Ki quickly warned, "Everyone be careful, the wall is collapsing." Alexei immediately embraced Irina, holding her in his arms. "Wife, be careful." Both managed to avoid the chandelier, which crashed to the ground with a thud. Alexei asked his wife with concern, "Are you all right?" Leaning on her husband's arm, she gently replied, "Yes, I'm fine." The tremor grew increasingly violent. Ki assessed the situation, then spoke. "But this is..."
All three fell into a state of panic and anxiety. The exit, before their eyes, the exit was now blocked by a pile of rocks and debris. "We're trapped!" Behind the three, noisy sounds echoed. "Run!" Servants from the palace ran frantically towards the three. "We have to get out of here before the palace collapses." A maid recognized Irina and the others. "Oh," she exclaimed, immediately surprised by their appearance. "Grand Duke Ruslan!" She looked at them as if they were a lifeline. "You are the Grand Duke, aren't you? I think I saw you at the victory celebration before. Have you come to save us?" Alexei was also a little surprised by the appearance of these people. "I thought everyone in the palace had already been evacuated. Why are there still a few people left?" The maid explained. "During the evacuation, someone got injured, so we were delayed." But she was further struck by despair when she looked at the exit. "The exit is blocked." The servants immediately fell into a panic. "What should we do? Are we going to be trapped here?" Irina spoke up to reassure them. "Everyone, calm down."
Kay quickly stepped forward as well. "Don't worry, everyone." She immediately took charge, asserting firmly, "I will help everyone get out. Follow me." She turned to instruct Irina. "I will evacuate them. Grand Duke and Duchess, please go find the Emperor." Irina was a little worried for Kay, but if she were alone, Kay smiled gently. "My reputation is formidable. Don't worry about me. As part of the temple, I cannot turn a blind eye to those in trouble here. So Duchess, you absolutely must defeat that demon." Irina looked at Kay with a grateful expression. "Thank you so much, Kay." Alexei also agreed with Kay's plan. "Wife, the Holy Knight is right. There isn't much time left now. We must destroy that demon." Irina pondered for a moment. That's right. Only by defeating him could she save everyone. Finally, she looked at Kay with eyes full of trust, carefully entrusting. Then I'll leave this place to you, Kay.
The tree also smiled, happily replying, yes, take care. There was no time to delay. Irina immediately lifted her skirt and moved. The palace hall appeared right before her eyes. The emperor was slumped on the throne. Seeing his unconscious state, Irina cried out, Your Majesty! She anxiously approached, trying hard to call the emperor. Your Majesty, are you all right? She took his limp hands. Alexei also spoke up asking, How is the emperor, dear? Irina assessed the situation and replied, It seems he has been mentally controlled by the demon, but fortunately he is still alive. After saying that, Irina suddenly hesitated for a moment. However, if we don't quickly defeat the demon, his life will be in danger. Hearing that, Alexei immediately offered his opinion. Then we must go to the Akasha library, where he is residing. Irina wholeheartedly agreed with her husband's suggestion. Yes, that's right. First, I will use my power to open the door leading to the Akasha library. She quickly used her holy power. A shimmering light enveloped the entire room, creating a warm atmosphere. Alexei's surprise was evident as he witnessed this. The throne immediately emitted a shimmering light like countless fireflies gathering.
He reminded Irina, Hurry inside, there isn't much time left. He looked out the window, softly saying, All right then. Before Alexei could finish his sentence, he felt an abnormality in his body. A wave of pain hit him, causing him to involuntarily collapse. Seeing this, Irina anxiously rushed towards her husband. What's suddenly wrong with you? Alexei clutched his face, grimacing, leaving Irina in utter panic. Grand Duke, why now of all times? Suddenly, a blue light enveloped the space, leaving Irina utterly astonished. The blue light gradually faded, and what appeared after it was a slime.
Irina hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. She hesitated. Finally, she shrieked in alarm. Slime! Slime also panicked. Why have you transformed? I don't know either. Irina remained silent. Finally, she made up her mind and declared, Then I'll go alone. You stay here. Hearing this, Slime immediately protested. What are you saying? Irina replied, In this form, you'll be in danger if you go to face the demon. Slime still adamantly objected. No way. I promise to protect you. This form is fine. Before it could finish, Irina cut it off with a loud shout. Don't be so stubborn. You're very important to me, just like how you want to protect me. Hearing this, Slime was moved to tears. Irina! A tremor struck, interrupting their conversation. Slime's eyes widened in astonishment. Irina covered her eyes with her hand, trying to calm herself. There was no more time for delay. Irina earnestly pleaded. Slime, promise me, you must wait here until I return. With that, she decisively turned and left, leaving Slime speechless and silent. Irina steadfastly moved forward, not looking back at Slime's pitiful demeanor behind her. She told herself, For my sake, I will definitely defeat him and return to the north with you. The gate ahead blazed with dazzling golden light. Beyond the gate, Slime saw the king sitting silently. It gasped, thinking to itself, What should I do? Irina went in there alone. I promised to protect Irina, but I couldn't. It choked up, thinking about their memories together. Is there no other way? Suddenly, Slime remembered. That's right, Snake said back then that if I needed help, I should just come back here.
Slime secretly made up its mind. What if the messenger of God I met in the Forest of the Dead knows something? Slime drew a teleportation matrix, softly calling the name of the person it longed for in its heart, Irina. The teleportation matrix was complete, and Slime, with fervent determination, stepped into the center of the formation. Please wait for me a little longer. In the dark forest, a strange, dazzling light suddenly appeared. Slime had successfully teleported to the Forest of the Dead. It looked around everywhere, thinking to itself, I've arrived at the Forest of the Dead, but where is the messenger of God? A voice rang out, catching Slime's attention. Long time no see. Snake appeared suddenly. We meet again. Slime was a little surprised by its quick perception. The last time we met, I was very different from now. Did you recognize who I am right away? Snake continued sternly. You are the child of the Rustlin family, but you carry the blood of a monster within you, aren't you? A change in appearance does not mean a change in soul. Anyway, what brings you here?
Slime immediately explained the current urgent situation. Irina has already gone to meet the demon, but now I can't help, so I want to find a way. Snake understood immediately upon hearing this. I can tell you how, but first I must retrieve your earliest memories. Only then will your unstable power normalize a bit. But knowing things from the past is not necessarily a good thing, are you sure? At this point, Slime was resolute. I am sure I can do anything to protect Irina. A strange light flickered in Snake's deep eyes, and it spoke, giving instructions. Good, then look into my eyes. Slime seriously complied, and within its round eyes, powerful snake eyes appeared. Snake spoke softly again. I will show you your true self in the first timeline. The scene gradually shifted, revealing an ancient, luxurious wall. Basali opened the door and stepped in. Grandake, his announcement caught Alexei's attention.
Irina Sorty has arrived. Upon hearing this, he asked again, Irina Sorty? Duke Sorty has sent his daughter here? Alexei couldn't help but clench his fist, thinking to himself, Duke Sorty, he is urging me to marry his daughter to seize control of the northern trade. Vasily suddenly offered a suggestion. Perhaps your grace would like to go out and see? He became somewhat silent upon hearing this.
Finally, Alexei made up his mind. All right, I'll go out and see. Outside the majestic and grand mansion, Alexei was already waiting with his guards. He crossed his arms, thinking to himself, Duke Sorty's daughter is probably no different from him. How thick-skinned to even drag herself all the way here. The tip of a white shoe suddenly appeared in his sight, and with it came the proud and beautiful Irina. Alexei put on a cold expression. Sorty's people dared to step into my mansion. Irina heard that and couldn't help but be alarmed.
She bowed her head, trembling, unsure what to say. Alexei thought to himself, she's already scared just from what I said. What a pathetic woman. Thinking this, he decisively turned and left. Alexei strode through his mansion. Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking towards Irina, who was standing by the window, Alexei wondered what she was doing there. Could she be planning to send a message to Duke Sorty? He thought. So he rushed over, grabbed Irina's shoulder, and yelled, What the hell are you doing? Irina looked a bit awkward. Suddenly, he heard a chirping sound. It came from the bird in Irina's hand. Alexei couldn't help but be suspicious. A bird? Looking closely, the bird's leg was carefully bandaged. While the two of them were distracted, it spread its wings and flew away. Irina shyly explained, I was treating its wound. Alexei understood. So that's it. So he scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Just then, Irina turned her head. Seeing the first snowflakes of the season falling, she joyfully exclaimed, Oh, snow! Alexei then asked, Is this the first time you've seen snow? Irina honestly replied, Yes, it never snows where I live because it's very warm there. This is my first time seeing snow. It's truly beautiful. Like fluttering flower petals, Alexei was a little stunned by her beautiful face. He gently draped a coat over Irina. It was very cold in the north, even though it wasn't midwinter, so she should quickly return to her room. Irina gave a faint smile. Thank you, sir. The scene shifted to Alexei working in his study. Someone called from outside the door. Grand Duke, may I come in for a moment? He replied, Come in. Vasily appeared with a bouquet of flowers. Alexei asked curiously, What's that? He replied, They're lilacs, sir. I brought them to help change your mood. Alexei was a little puzzled, wondering why he'd suddenly brought flowers. Vasily understood his unspoken question and explained, What I mean is this. It's already been a month since the Duchess arrived, and the atmosphere of the mansion has become much warmer. Everyone has been praising the Duchess, so I prepared these flowers to match that atmosphere. Please enjoy them, sir. Do you like the scent of flowers? Alexei thought to himself, the atmosphere changed after Irina Soy arrived? He thought of her figure, so had he misunderstood? Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Alexei bent over, coughing incessantly. Cough, 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 cough. Vasily immediately cried out worriedly, What's wrong, your grace? I'll call a doctor right away. Alexei opened his palm, which was covered in fresh blood. He was stunned, thinking to himself, Blood? At this moment, a voice echoed from the Grand Duke's room. The summoned doctor diagnosing Alexei's illness stated, These are symptoms of Kalina poison. Hearing the name, the Grand Duke asked in surprise, Kalina flower? The doctor elaborated on the poisonous flower Alexei had contracted. Yes, for those with a demonic bloodline, like your grace, the toxicity of this flower can lead to death. He then continued, Based on these symptoms, you have likely been afflicted for about a month now. Do you suspect anyone? Hearing this, a question flashed in the Grand Duke's mind. What? He recalled his meeting with Irina, suspecting and speculating. A month? If it was a month ago, there was only one change, when Sorty's batter arrived at this mansion. Alexei confirmed his suspicion, grinding his teeth in anger. It must be her. Then Alexei's hurried footsteps rushed out of the room.
Irina was talking with her servant when Alexei pushed the door open and burst into the room, shouting, Irina, Sorty! Seeing the Grand Duke's agitated appearance, Irina, still recovering from the shock, asked, Grand Duke? Without another word, Alexei rushed over, grabbed her by her clothes, and lifted her up. Terrified by this action, Irina could only let out a choked sound. Alexei angrily yelled at her, What exactly have you done to me? Suddenly manhandled, Irina, frightened, looked at the Grand Duke's demeanor and quickly said, What are you talking about? What exactly are you saying? Hearing this, Alexei became even more furious and replied, Are you going to deny it to the very end? Didn't you and Duke Sorty plan to assassinate me? Irina continued to deny, No, I don't know anything. Before she could explain, Alexei turned and ordered the soldiers. You, pushing Irina towards the two soldiers behind him, Alexei cruelly said, Throw Irina into the forest of the dead at once. Irina, terrified, weakly resisted, trying to plead her innocence. I've been wronged, Grand Duke. Alexei didn't even spare her a glance. As Irina was being led away by the two soldiers, she kept trying to call out Alexei's name. Grand Duke!
Alexei remained heartless even as she was led away, along with her desperate plea. Listen to me, Grand Duke. This was still in Irina's room. Alexei was in an extremely foul mood now. He was furious of being framed by the Sorty family. It was foolish to let his guard down, and indeed, those of Sorty blood were all equally vile. Suddenly, a knock on the door from outside drew Alexei's attention. A voice from beyond the door said, "Grand Duke, I have something to say. Could you spare a moment?" Alexei replied, "Come in." At this moment, Irina's maid hesitantly stepped in. Seeing her, Alexei asked, "What is it?" She slowly replied, "Well..." Then, under Alexei's piercing gaze, she answered, "I want to talk about Princess Sorty." At this moment, the sound of urgent horse hooves echoed. It was Grand Duke Alexei riding his horse somewhere. During the previous conversation, the maid had told Alexei, "While bathing the princess, I saw a pattern on her arm." Seeing the strange mark on Irina's arm, the maid curiously asked, "What is this?" Irina smiled and replied, Let's see." A pattern of a 4-petaled red flower appeared on her wrist. She replied, "I don't know when it started appearing. 1 petal at a time. Even I don't know what it is anymore."
Then the maid also recounted how Irina had gone to find the cause, so I went to see a doctor and discovered that these were symptoms of prolonged exposure to poison. Perhaps the princess is experiencing similar feelings, isn't she? Avoiding the Grand Duke's gaze, the maid sadly replied, "I tried to tell the Grand Duke, but the princess had already been taken away. But even so, I must tell you." Before Alexei's astonished gaze after hearing the recent information, the maid asked, "Have you listened to what the princess had to say?" Returning to reality, the Grand Duke had now arrived at the deadly forest. He looked around, searching for Irina's figure. Then he discovered Irina lying unconscious under a large tree ahead. Seeing the person he was looking for, Alexei quickly dismounted and ran towards her, calling out, "Princess Sorty." Rushing to where she lay, Alexei anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" Irina remained with her eyes closed, showing no signs of movement. Seeing this, Alexei became even more panicked. At this moment, Alexei's mind was flooded with images of her. The moments he had been indifferent to her beautiful, captivating smile, in the times they had cared for each other. Alexei frantically embraced Irina's body, shouting, "Hey!" A wave of regret washed over him. He should have listened to her.
Alexei held her tightly in his arms, incessantly blaming himself, thinking it should have been like this if he had another chance. If only he had another chance. Suddenly, the ancient tree in front emitted a dazzling light. Then a voice emanated from the tree, saying, "You seem sincere." Alexei looked at the scene before him, surprised. "This is..." A voice answered him, "I am the being you humans often call a god." Alexei asked vaguely, "A god?" The god replied, "That's right. This world will soon summon the demon Agaris, but I cannot use my power in the lives of humans due to the laws of this world, so I want you to help me." Under Alexei's gaze, the god continued, "If you agree to help me, then of course I will grant your wish." Hearing this, Alexei quickly stated his desire. "If so, can you bring her back to life?" The god replied, "I cannot bring the dead back to life." Then the god spoke about the immutable natural laws of the world, stating that the beginning and end of all things cannot be easily interfered with, even by a god.
Hearing that, Alexei bowed his head in silence and said, "So," then looked up and voiced his wish. "Can you turn back time?" The deity replied, "While it's not impossible, it consumes a vast amount of power, so the monster power within you might become unstable and cause you to lose your memories when you turn back time." Seeing Alexei embracing and protecting Irina, the person asked, "Are you really okay?" Alexei replied without hesitation, "I'm fine." He told himself, "This time I must listen to her." The deity granted the request and instructed, "So you have turned back time. The timeline is slightly different from before, but it still unfolds similarly, and due to continuous time reversal, the monster power within you has weakened, and some incidents have occurred, and her past life memories have become intertwined with her current memories, making her believe this is the world of a novel." It was then that Alexei finally understood everything. "So I've turned back time many times, but still couldn't protect Irina?" At that moment, memories of the two of them, from their first encounters to growing up together, flooded Alexei's mind. During all that time, I couldn't? Alexei returned to his slime form, crying out her name, "Irina!" Now transformed back into a slime, he asked the divine serpent Snake, "Is there really no other way to save Irina?" Snake replied, "No, there is still a way." Alexei asked curiously, "What is it?" Snake answered, "Just use this."
A shimmering sword materialized. Alexei exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Alexei stared intently at the sword before him as he heard Snake say, "This is the sword that holds the power of a god. If you use this sword, Agaris will vanish from all timelines and can never be reborn." Snake continued, "To achieve that, the power of a demon beast is required, but if you use its full power, you might not be able to return to your human form." Looking at Alexei's appearance, Snake probed, "Are you sure?" Alexei firmly replied, "I am certain." Despite being in his slime form, Alexei displayed his unwavering resolve. He made a promise, "This time, I will definitely protect Irina." Seeing his resolve, Snake made a decision. All right then. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of light erupted behind Alexei. He turned around to see a massive golden gate in front of him, radiating a dazzling light.
He looked at the image before him and asked curiously, "The door?" Snake replied, "This is the door to the Akasha records." After speaking, Snake wished him luck. "Good luck." Alexei took the sword Snake handed him. Then he slowly walked towards the door, muttering to himself, "In this life." He stepped through the door with determined eyes and resolve. "I must protect Irina, no matter what." Back at the Akasha records, Irina now entered. Time had returned to the moment she first arrived at the Akasha records. A strange voice rang out. "Hello." The demon Agaris, standing in the distance, spoke. "This is the first time I've met you." He curiously asked her, "How do you possess such power?" Irina replied cautiously, "Why are you curious about that, Agaris?" Seeing events unfold differently from the past, he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect there to be someone else who knows me besides that swordy fellow. It seems this timeline is different from the last." Hearing these words, Irina asked curiously, "This timeline? Have you been resurrected many times?" He admitted without hesitation, "Yes, I don't know how many times this tedious life has repeated itself, but this time will be different."
Then he revealed his true malevolent nature, threatening, "I will kill you and steal your power, then I will rule this world." Having made his threat, he ordered Irina, "You'd best surrender your power yourself rather than have me seize it." Irina responded forcefully, without hesitation, "No." She looked directly at him and declared firmly, "I will absolutely not yield to a demon like you." Seeing his prey so stubborn, he chuckled with amusement. "Very well then." He swung his hand, summoning dark power, a force that gathered around his hand, swirling and growing larger. He declared, "There's no other way, I'll just have to take it." Witnessing the terrifying power before her, Irina was utterly overwhelmed. Everything in the surrounding library shook, and books on the shelves were affected, falling to the floor. Then he swung his hand, striking directly at Irina. She quickly raised her hand to meet the attack, relying on her own power, and a golden light emanated from her. The two powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Seeing Irina easily parry his attack, Agaris murmured with interest, "Oh." He felt she was even more than he had expected, and said morbidly, "You can wield quite a bit of power, can't you? How interesting." Even after deflecting the last attack, Irina did not let down her guard. Agaris had already absorbed Akase's power, making him stronger than she had anticipated. She knew well the disparity in their powers. She simply couldn't contend with the demon before her. Anxiously, she thought, "With just my own power, it won't be easy to subdue Agaris. What should I do?" While she was preoccupied with finding a way to deal with the foe before her, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. Meow. Hearing the familiar sound, she quickly turned her head, a thought forming in her mind. That sound. It turned out Alexei had traveled through Snake's magical door to come here through time. Seeing Alexei in the form of a slime, Irina surprisingly asked, "How did you get here?" Alexei didn't answer her question, but continued to advance towards Irina, silently calling her name in his heart. Irina. Looking at the girl in front of him, whom he had tried to protect countless times but failed, Alexei silently vowed, "This time I am determined. I will definitely protect you." Irina turned back towards the slime and said loudly, "I told you not to follow me." It replied to her, "How can I let you go alone? Just stand there waiting." She continued worriedly, "But your current state is too dangerous to face the demon." The slime said with resolute eyes, "I don't care about the danger. I've never been able to protect you, so in this life I will protect you no matter what." Irina put her hand to her chin in thought, asking back doubtfully, "What do you mean by never being able to protect me?" The great demon Agares wore a sinister smile. Then he started to laugh loudly, and a dark, eerie, and spine-chilling aura emanated around him. He said, "I thought it was just some weird slime, but seeing your life force, I know who you are."
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Alexei Reslin? I don't know why you've become like this, but it's quite a sight to behold, isn't it? The slime remained silent. The great demon Agares spoke up again, mocking. "Well, you wouldn't remember who I am anyway." The small slime replied decisively, "No, this time I remember everything." His expression immediately turned terrifyingly grim. "Then, you must know what you once did to me, don't you?" The slime, holding a sharp sword, pointed its tip towards the great demon Agares and said, "You are the one who wanted to dominate the human world, and I merely did what I had to do." He gnashed his teeth. "You truly are quite unlucky." A loud sound echoed throughout the entire structure as the great demon unleashed an attack towards the small slime.
Slime was immediately sent flying, letting out a cry.
Mew.
Seeing Slime fall, Irina called out worriedly, "Slime!" Seeing this, he pressed his advantage, unleashing several more attacks and scoffing, "You pathetic creature." Irina immediately blocked the attack coming from him to protect the little slime. Immediately after, she asked worriedly, "Slime, are you okay?" Slime struggled to reply, "I'm fine." The great demon Agares burst out laughing. "A monster like you dares to fight me? You will die in this place along with her." Slime stood up and said, "As you said, I am just a tiny slime with no power at all. But no matter what form I take, my desire to protect Irina will not change." The great demon Agares again spoke menacingly. "Indeed, your love is truly immense." Seeing this, Irina also broke out in a cold sweat. "Agares is very strong. My power is no match for him." Slime said, "Actually, there's a way." She asked back doubtfully, "What way?"
Slime held up the sword and explained that it contained the power of God. After infusing this sword with the magic of monsters and divine power, if it pierces Agares' heart, he will be destroyed forever. Irina continued worriedly, but piercing Agares' hearts is not easy at all. With bright eyes, Slime confidently told her, "Don't worry, I'll do it." The great demon Agares extended his hand, seemingly about to unleash another dangerous move. He indeed unleashed a move and said, "But it's useless, just die." Irina instinctively raised her hand to block. Wham! Slime followed suit, truly acting in unison. The two quickly fell before the great demon's ultimate technique. Very soon after, Slime regained his spirit and continued to stand up and fight. Irina was cautious, then she also quickly stood up and said, "I understand." The two of them together grabbed the sword and infused it with magic. The sword emitted a dazzling light. After being empowered, Slime continued to fight. With agile movements, Slime leaped into the air. The sword aimed towards the great demon Agares. Whoosh! He merely flicked it away with one hand, and Slime was knocked back. Mew. Perhaps he didn't even consider Slime an opponent.
Irina ran towards Slime. "Slime, are you okay?" Slime only let out a single sound. Mew! The archdemon mocked the two of them again. "How pathetic. How could that body ever defeat me?" Irina said in a panic, "No!" He and Irina were both using their powers, as if the forces of good and evil were clashing. Little Slime seized the opportunity Irina had created. "This is my chance. I must attack while he's distracted." Slime was slowly getting closer to him. Leaping, he lunged straight at the villain, thinking to himself, "Even if my existence vanishes, Mew, this time I will definitely protect Irina." Slime thrust his sword straight towards Archdemon Agares' heart, the blade plunging directly into it. He gritted his teeth, a hint of panic in his voice. "You, what have you done to me?" Irina watched the scene before her in astonishment, thinking, Agares is disappearing. He let out a few guttural sounds, seemingly in great pain, then covered his face with both hands. He calculated inwardly, "No, it can't end like this, not this way."
A red light enveloped him. Then he let out a scream, clutching his head in pain with both hands. He vanished before Irina's eyes. She secretly rejoiced. It's a success. Agares has been destroyed. A loud noise behind Irina startled her, making her whip around. The Akasha library was collapsing, objects beginning to fall to the ground. Irina rushed to Slime, anxiously asking, "Slime, are you all right? Let's get out of here, Slime." Mid-sentence, she froze. The slime in her hand seemed utterly lifeless. Seeing this, she asked, "Slime, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything all of a sudden? Slime!" She remembered Slime's earlier promise to protect her, whether as a slime or as Grand Duke Ruslan. Her face drained of all color. She was probably worried sick. Tears welled up in her eyes. No, she had never imagined a day without him. "Please come back, Slime. Grand Duke, please." She collapsed onto the cold ground. A blinding flash of light erupted, then shone brilliantly before her eyes. A voice from within the light resonated. "Thank you for saving the world, child of God. I am certain you can resolve this matter. Thanks to you, the world is no longer threatened by demons."
She said with a hint of sincerity, "Are you a deity? If so, please, save Grand Duke Ruslan." The voice spoke again. "That's a bit difficult. The beginning and end of something cannot be changed, even by God. You know your fate is death, don't you? But each time he turned back time to save you, and finally it came true. Even if memories were lost, feelings still existed in the soul. Initially it was a feeling of guilt, but gradually it turned into love, and he never stopped searching for her." Tears finally streamed down her cheeks. A few thoughts surfaced in her mind. Throughout all this time, Grand Duke Ruslan had only thought of her. She said to the light, which was believed to be a deity, "Is there really no other way? Please, save Grand Duke Ruslan." It replied to her, "It's not that there's no other way. You just need to turn back time, just as he did. But perhaps your terrible past will repeat itself once more. Your memories will completely vanish, and your current relationships will cease to exist. Do you want that?" She remained silent, not answering the question.
"If I could save Grand Duke Ruslan, if I could save him, I would sacrifice everything." It said to her, All right, since you have helped me, I will repay you. She looked towards the light. The entire area seemed to be enveloped by this shimmering golden light. It continued, now we will return to the past. All your memories and relationships from this life will disappear. However, who knows? A miracle might happen, such as you regaining your past memories. Good luck. Irina looked down, gazing at the small slime in her hand. Tearfully, she said, I hope a miracle happens, so we can meet again. Then she placed a kiss on the slime. Goodbye, Grand Duke. In the past, Duke Sorty, obsessed by demons and ambitious to seize the empire, attempted to summon demons but failed repeatedly. He eventually gave up on summoning and proceeded with a rebellion, but was discovered and executed by Grand Duke Alexei Ruslan. Afterward, his son Valentine was granted the title of Duke.
A girl walked slowly. As she walked, Irina suddenly thought, why did Grand Duke Ruslan come to find Duke Sorty? It was clear he had ill will towards her family. Could he be planning revenge for her father's matter? Soon, she met her brother and Alexei. Irina gently called out to Valentine, Brother. Seeing her arrive, he seemed surprised. Irina, you've come in just the right time. Valentine quickly introduced Alexei. This is my younger sister, Irina Sorty. Irina hesitated. Greetings, sir. Alexei looked at her and calmly replied, This is our first meeting. I am Alexei Ruslan. He continued to look straight into her eyes. His gaze made Irina a little embarrassed. Why does he keep staring at me? Sensing his sister's unease, Valentine intervened. May I invite you to a meal before you return to the north? Alexei was very willing. Yes, of course. The male attendant standing nearby respectfully said, Then please wait a moment, sir. We will prepare it right away. Valentine and Irina both looked towards Alexei. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly asked, Brother, why did he suddenly come here?
Valentine immediately replied, Oh, he just wants to make a formal acquaintance. Hearing this, she continued to ask, Did he say anything inappropriate? Valentine reassured his sister, Don't worry, he didn't say anything inappropriate at all. He has more goodwill towards our family than I expected. It seems he has acknowledged that I am completely different from the former Duke Sorty. He said that your role is currently very important in helping the empire stabilize, so he wants to lead the empire together. After talking for a while, I found him to be much better than the rumor suggested. You should try talking to him during dinner, too. Irina simply replied quietly, Yes, I understand. She could only tell herself, Since he said so, it must be fine. But I still can't help but worry. You never know what might happen, so I shouldn't let my guard down. As she walked, Irina was suddenly surprised when Alexei abruptly appeared in front of her. The Grand Duke, equally surprised, said, Lady. Unable to be rude, she could only ask him, What are you doing here, sir? Alexei immediately replied, the flowers blooming at the mansion are so beautiful that I'm standing here to admire them for a bit. Indeed, the flowers here are exceptionally beautiful at this time. Alexei couldn't help but tell her, This is the first time. Irina didn't understand what he meant. Yes? She asked. Alexei, his eyes on the flowers, slowly said, Being able to admire such beautiful flowers like these. Irina finally understood what he meant. Are there no flowers in the north, even in spring? Alexei confirmed, Yes, that's right. Where I live is very cold, so even when the seasons change, flowers cannot bloom. I can't even imagine the sight of flowers fluttering in the north. It's like the feeling of seeing pristine white snow. Irina didn't understand what he meant again. What? Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind. Snow is falling. Irina didn't understand this conversation. Following that, other scenes kept appearing. Alexei continued, Where I live, it has never snowed, so I feel it's very magical to see such beautiful snowfall, just like the sight of flowers fluttering. Alexei suddenly spoke, interrupting those images. Do you like lavender? Irina didn't know why he was asking. Yes. Yet Alexei smiled, looked at her and said, I like them very much. Someone had once said this to her. I like them very much. This made Irina unable to believe it. Someone had once told her, Irina, I will definitely protect you no matter what happens. The girl replied with all her pleading, Ismail, Grand Duke, please, if there's a miracle, I hope we can meet again. Goodbye, Grand Duke. That memory made Irina's tears flow incessantly.
This completely caught Alexei off guard. What's wrong with her all of a sudden? Is something bothering her? Suddenly, Irina threw herself into his arms, sobbing, I miss you so much, my Grand Duke. This action utterly took him by surprise. Alexei dropped his pretense and honestly asked her, Your memories, have they returned? But she didn't answer, only continued sobbing in his arms, which made Alexei blush slightly. He met her gaze. I miss you very much too. I wanted to see you again soon, but my health was too weak, so I couldn't come right away. Irina, with tears welling up in her eyes, sweetly replied, You're here now. It's okay. So you can't turn back into your smile form anymore, can you? Alexei truthfully said,
I've learned to control my power, so I can change my form if I want to.
And he didn't forget to make a cheesy confession. You are my life partner and my smile. Of course, Irina was so overjoyed she was on the verge of tears. Alexei hugged her tightly and gently said, Irina, I want to tell you this as smile. She asked curiously, what is it? Alexei, with a very handsome smile, spoke, I'm back and stronger now, so no matter what happens, I'll be able to protect you. Let's not be separated anymore, but stay by each other's side forever. I love you in every single moment. Hearing every word he said, Irina was incredibly happy. She also didn't hesitate to confess, I love the Grand Duke too. You will always be the male lead in my life. Sweet whispers filled the air. And then, when the maiden placed a kiss on the frog, it immediately transformed into a handsome prince. Irina intently looked at the book in her hand and read to her little daughter. From then on, they lived happily ever after. Nina Ruslan, 3 years old, was Irina's daughter. After hearing her read, the little girl's face became puzzled. She looked up at her mother. I don't understand. Irina looked at Nina and gently asked, what don't you understand?
With her adorable face and innocent thoughts, she spoke up. Why did the maiden kiss the frog? Isn't it just a frog? Irina looked at her daughter with loving eyes, smiled gently, and replied, If you truly love each other, it doesn't matter what the other person looks like, my dear. Even if their appearance changes, the person you love remains the same. Nina still didn't seem to fully grasp Irina's meaning, so she continued to ask, Even if they turn into an ugly monster, it's still the same? Alexei appeared out of nowhere, interjecting into their conversation. Of course, what's important is that your heart always yearns for that person. The little girl pondered, tapping her fingers together. But perhaps because Nina mumbled, he didn't hear her. What did you say? Her father asked. As if to avoid her father's question, Nina changed the subject. Nothing. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Seeing this, Irina gently said, Yes, all right. All three sat on the bed, and she pressed her forehead against her daughter's. You look so tired, my dear, so just sleep here tonight. Their current scene was truly happy. Nina still seemed a little restless. Her parents spoke up. Good night, our princess. The next day, frantic shouts rang out. Wife! 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 Hearing her husband call her, Irina slowly opened her eyes. His face was covered in sweat, and fear was clearly visible on his handsome face. It's serious, wife. Nina is gone, he yelled. Irina, who was rubbing her eyes, immediately stopped and said in surprise, What?
She hurriedly got out of bed. Hadn't the girl already woken up early and returned to her room? Alexei replied that he had already checked the girl's room but couldn't find her, so he had gone around the mansion but still saw no sign of her. He turned around, intending to go look for her. First, let's search the mansion. Mew! Suddenly a sound rang out, attracting the attention of the two. Both turned towards where the sound had come from. Huh? Could it be? She thought to herself. Irina slowly walked over and drew back the curtain.
Nina was hiding in the corner, drenched in sweat. Meow, meow, sounds came from her mouth after she transformed into a slime. One day, out of the blue, she started turning into a slime. Alexei calmly spoke up. Just let time pass, and she'll turn back into a human. But today, no matter how long she waited, she couldn't change back, making her very scared. Irina secretly wondered, how does he understand her? He looked at her with a sorrowful gaze. Perhaps Ruslan's monster blood had been mixed within her, but because she didn't know how to control her power, she had accidentally transformed like this. Meow, meow! Nina continuously uttered such fearful sounds. Irina turned to her husband, wondering, what did Nina just say, dear? Alexei slowly replied to his wife. Seeing herself in this monster form, she's worried that we'll abandon her. Hearing him, worry appeared on Irina's face. What? Alexei's face darkened. Then he slowly called out, Nina? Hearing her father call her, she looked up with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, he transformed himself into a slime, just like her. Witnessing the scene, she was utterly surprised. Meow! Alexei approached her, saying seriously, Dad is just like Nina. So Nina won't like Dad? He asked directly. Nina shook her head vigorously. Meow! Mom and Dad, too, both said in unison. She slowly approached the little princess, looking at her with affectionate eyes. No matter what form Nina takes, Mom and Dad will always love you.
Nina's eyes, already sparkling, now sparkled even more with the addition of tears. She whimpered. Then she suddenly rushed to hug her father and buried her head in his chest. After that, Nina learned many things about slimes daily, such as how to control their power, how to talk, and how slimes move. Fortunately, Nina was a smart child, so she quickly got used to it. She proudly declared, Nina is very smart, you know. The problem was, a shrill scream rang out, Princess, wait, you can't go up there. Nina was currently happily clinging to the window curtains. The maid shouted, Princess, the child keeps running around the mansion in her slime form. Alexei rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. Perhaps I should teach her to maintain her dignity even in slime form. Irina didn't know how to respond, so she could only laugh it off. Ha ha ha. In the evening, he carried his little daughter and placed her on the bed. Nina was fast asleep, oblivious to everything. Alexei gazed intently at his child.
She seems very tired, Irina said with a smile. She's been running all over the mansion after all. Irina leaned down close to the girl's face to look at her. She looked like an angel while sleeping. Then she turned to her husband and said, Nina really resembles you. Irina shyly covered her mouth and continued to tell him, when I saw the pink slime form, I remembered the first time we met. His face turned completely red. Wife. She gently stepped closer to him. My Grand Duke.
If Nina is a pink slime, do you think Nina's younger sister would be a purple slime? She asked curiously. Alexei thought, let's see, we'll find out together, he replied to his wife. She didn't scold him at all. Instead, she gently accepted, okay, and then their hands intertwined. And finally, incredibly meaningful messages appeared. As time passes, our appearances will change, but no matter how much they change, our feelings for each other will remain as intact as they were at the beginning. We have confirmed this countless times during our time together, and it will continue to be so in the future. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. We sincerely thank you for watching. Have a great day.